All around the site of the 1986 Chernobyl disaster, Russian soldiers dig in. They excavate trenches and make dugouts. Either from ignorance, blindly following orders, or the fear of catching a Ukrainian bullet have led these men to be digging up some of the world's most contaminated soil. Reportedly, they even dig up parts of the infamous Red Forest. Although an estimated 1,500 soldiers have been told to hold the area, a reported 10,000 vehicles have driven through the exclusion zone, potentially spreading contaminated soil for hundreds of miles. Towards the end of March, and with hopes of a lightning invasion of Ukraine fading away, the soldiers are ordered to withdraw. This is the most recent chapter in the Chernobyl story, but it only represents a small part of the legacy that continues to cast a shadow over the region. My name is John, and today we're looking at the cleanup and containment of the Chernobyl nuclear reactor disaster. It is April 1986, and Soviet authorities are desperately trying to take stock of the unfolding nightmare at Chernobyl nuclear power station. In the immediate days and weeks after Reactor 4's failure, focus was firmly put on trying to contain the spread of radiation. This involved the use of personnel to remove debris from the turbine hall roof in preparation for the construction of the sarcophagus, as well as miners working below the reactor hull to install a shield to prevent the core from melting through to the water table. These people were known as the liquidators, but as I alluded to in my previous video, this was just the tip of the human iceberg. You see, the term liquidator is actually a bit of a catch-all that covers the first response teams all the way to the police on the streets directing personnel and vehicles. And the doses they received reflected the work they undertook, with an official death toll of 28 from radiation sickness in 1986. Some 600,000 would be involved in the wider region cleanup activities between 1986 and the present day. But in the immediate aftermath of the core uncovering and 10-day fire, a massive region-wide project was beginning to form in evacuation and decontamination of a 30-kilometre radius exclusion zone. The Soviet authorities were eager to begin cleaning activities as quickly as possible, in a case of trying to snatch some kind of victory from the jaws of defeat. If the affected regions could be repopulated quickly, then maybe, just maybe, it would soften the international embarrassment and reclaim some glory for the socialist utopia the USSR claimed to be. However, this ambition to clean up as quickly as possible came at a cost. Much like the men sent atop the roofs of the reactor buildings to collect contaminated rubble, the exclusion zone will require people, and lots of them, to work for hours, days, weeks and months on end amongst the fallout. Needless to say, the health of many would become a long-lasting legacy. The exclusion zone was initially an arbitrary 30-kilometre radius around Reactor 4 and was split up into 3 areas, and as such, different protective clothing and precautions were required. The first of which was a 10-kilometre radius around the nuclear plant and was designated the Black Zone. This had radiation levels of over 200 microsieverts an hour. If you were evacuated from here, you'll never be allowed to return home. The next area was called the Red Zone and had radiation levels of between 50 and 200 microsieverts an hour. And here evacuees might be able to return once radiation levels normalise. The final area was the Blue Zone, with levels between 50 and 30 microsieverts an hour. Here, children and pregnant women were evacuated throughout 1986. The region was home to approximately 120,000 people, spread out amongst Pripyat, the city built for the workers at the plant, Chernobyl, and just under 200 smaller settlements. A total of 92,000 would be evacuated throughout the summer, but the number would rise in the wider region, with children being evacuated as far away as Kyiv. As a side note, the exclusion zone was home to a pretty horrific local landmark known as the Partisan Tree. and was essentially used by the Nazis as their very own Ukrainian Tyburn tree. Soviet soldiers and partisans were hung from the tree during the Second World War by the invading Germans. It is an extraordinary looking tree. I mean, just look at this picture. It is the stuff of nightmares, and actually survived 1986 by quite a few years, all the way into the 1990s. Surprising, as it was only 1,600 metres from Reactor 4. Its striking trident shape became somewhat of a local icon, but I digress. As time went on, the boundaries of the zones began to follow the areas more contaminated than arbitrary lines on a map. You see, the wind in the following days and weeks after the disaster dictated the hotspots of contamination. Although the plant was in Ukraine, some of the most affected areas were in Belarus. As time went on, the exclusion zone would expand, encompassing an area of 2,600 kilometres squared. But contamination wasn't limited to just the exclusion zone. Officially, to enter the exclusion zone, you would need to pass multiple checkpoints and sanitation stations. The closer you got to the black zone, the more protective equipment was required, from a simple mask at the end of the zone to full hazmat towards the epicentre. But as the full scope of the cleanup work became ever more apparent for the liquidators, some of these rules were relaxed. The zone by the summer increasingly looked like a military camp, with cleanup teams billeted in tents. Some higher-ranking officials, however, had taken up residence in the abandoned city of Chernobyl, where the nuclear power plant got its name from. As April gave way to May, and some of the areas had been evacuated, the mass cleanup began. The task of cleaning up the area would officially, and I say in quotation marks, start off by a team of dosimetrists driving through the area in a specially shielded vehicle. They would work out the safest way to enter and exit an area, as well as get readings of the radiation any workers would be exposed to. This would determine how long a worker could operate in an area. A limit of 25 Röntgens was set. Once this was reached, the worker should be rotated to a different role away from any contaminated area. Although in reality this limit was exceeded, where the ready supply of willing volunteers gradually dwindles away. Once given the OK to enter, liquidators would have a three-stage process of cleaning up. The first was to remove the top layer of soil. The official depth was 30 centimetres, but reports seem to suggest that as little as 10 centimetres was taken in some places and as much as 50 centimetres in others. Ranging from hand tools up to diggers, the liquidators removed the soil and placed it into metal containers that were sent to a radioactive waste dump. The soil was contaminated with, but not limited to, strontium-90, cesium-137 and plutonium. The next stage was to soak everything, houses, roads, heavy equipment and vehicles, in a special solution. The water then was as best as possible collected and again placed in metal containers to be sent to a waste facility. The final stage was to spray the ground with another solution which created a film to encapsulate radioactive dust, to then be scooped up and again sent to a waste facility. But that is really just the tip of the iceberg. In many areas within the exclusion zone, houses had to have their roofs removed and replaced, roads had to be machine washed or even re-asphalted, fences replaced, water pipes removed and replaced, and new wells dug. Up to 60,000 buildings were cleaned, including 500 population centres of varying sizes. Conditions for the workers were not great, which led to many volunteers refusing to work. Every person was meant to be issued with a personal dosimeter, but unsurprisingly, due to the vast scale of the cleanup project, this didn't happen. Many continued to be housed, or better described, not housed, in tents, even after proper accommodation was apparently allocated. In November 1986, control of the cleanup and remediation project was taken over by a new production association, Combinat. The organisation was based in Chernobyl City and was tasked with operating and decommissioning the NPP, continuation of decontamination efforts, run the supply lines into the zone, and oversee the construction of a new city outside the zone, for displaced persons. The city would be called Slavutic, but we will come back to this a bit later. One of the most polluted areas, known as the Red Forest, 10 square kilometres of woodland, had its pine trees bulldozed and buried. The area was then covered in sand and replanted with new pine saplings. The area got its name from the colour the trees went after becoming contaminated and subsequently dying. But where did the liquidators come from? Well, really, it was a mixture. The initial attendants were ordered to be there. For example, the firefighters, miners, transport workers, police and military personnel. Reservists were also employed, and any who refused were socially and politically punished. But a large proportion were volunteers. Some were drawn by the money on offer, others a sense of public duty, and many were students training to become firefighters, police or ambulance workers. There were many cases of liquidators keeping on working past their 25 Röntgens due to the lack of replacement, and with others continuing due to bravado. The overexposed liquidators have cast a long shadow over the region and has become a medical and social issue even till today. It is estimated that 600,000 people deemed liquidators took part in the cleanup. Needless to say, this has proven a terrible headache for healthcare infrastructure in the region. Liquidators would work on different parts of the exclusion zone for many decades to come. Strangely, although abandoned, Pripyat's swimming pool was kept in use until 1998 for exercise for inner zone workers. Depending on who's asked, the time required for the exclusion zone, or locally known as the zone of alienation, to become habitable again ranges from between 320 and 10,000 years. The former figure was from the Ukrainian government and the latter from Greenpeace. Wildlife within the exclusion zone flourished, with nature taking back the previously human-occupied areas. With no pesky people around to encroach upon their habitat, animals' populations have soared, with even bear sightings, animals that were pretty rare pre-1986. Studies on birds from the more contaminated areas have shown to have smaller brains than that of species from healthier areas. Mutation deformations have been observed, and population densities are noted to be lower in high contaminated areas. Throughout the cleanup of the different zones and their eventual return to nature, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant loomed in the distance, including its often forgotten still running reactors. But what of the other reactors? The self-deconstruction of Unit 4 didn't negate the need to safely operate the other 3 operational reactors. It didn't even immediately put an end to Units 5 and 6, which were planned and under construction. Faced with the prospects of energy shortages, reactors 1, 2 and 3 were allowed to continue operation by the local authorities. The USSR had no choice anyway, as its economy wasn't in the best shape, and with nuclear power, any option would cost a lot of money. If they shut down and decommissioned the reactors, they would incur the cost of dismantling and dealing with the waste, something that has recently started at the Dungeness nuclear power plant in Kent. Needless to say, they needed more nuclear waste like a hole in the head. Also, once gone, where are you going to get a power source to pick up the deficit the closure of Chernobyl would create? You'd have to build multiple more conventional power plants, all of which costs money. This left, at least for the short term, the less costly option of keeping the remaining reactors online. Because at Chernobyl the reactors were of 2 designs, being that 1 and 2 were of first generation and 3 and 4 were of second generation RBMK, the units were paired up. This meant to safely operate Unit 3, the connecting areas with 4 had to be filled in with concrete, but the early 90s would see another accident at Chernobyl. Just a couple of months after Ukrainian independence was declared, Unit 2 experienced a fire in its turbine hall on the 11th of October 1991. The event wrote off Unit 2, resulting in it requiring decommissioning. The fire showed the ongoing risk of operating the plant. The first generation RBMK design was showing its age, and after the fire was most certainly proving to be a liability. Because of this, a deal was struck between several international agencies, including the IAEA, requiring Chernobyl NPP to be shut down and decommissioned. This started in 1996 with Unit 1 going offline, followed by Unit 3 4 years later. On the 15th of December 2000, the President of Ukraine, Leonid Kuchma, turned off reactor number 3 in an official ceremony. Although now officially shut down, there was an even bigger issue to deal with: all of that used fuel. Storage on site was not sufficient for all the additional waste, meaning a new site was required. In 1999, a contract to construct a dry waste management area designated ISF-2 was signed. 12 years later, construction began, being completed in 2017. ISF-2 became the world's largest nuclear fuel storage facility and is estimated to be able to hold more than 21,000 fuel assemblies for at least 100 years. I mentioned in my Chernobyl Part 1 video the construction of the sarcophagus, but this wasn't the magic bullet of containment. I mean, it wasn't ever intended to be permanent because of the speed in which it was built and the amount of radiation it would be subjected to that would eventually cause damage to the structure. Such intensity was the radiation during the sarcophagus's construction that crane operator cabs had to be lined with thick lead shielding, and even then working times were closely monitored. The sarcophagus made use of some of the walls of the reactor building to support the main roof beam. This helped with the speed of installation, and although reinforced in places, serious damage had been received during the accident. Multiple boreholes were drilled into the roof to facilitate exhausting and filtering of radioactive gases. When it was completed in November 1986, the sarcophagus held in 200 tons of reactive lava-like corium, 30 tons of highly contaminated dust, and 16 tons of uranium and plutonium. By 1988, assessment of the structure showed its life expectancy to be a maximum of 30 years. This was probably ambitious, and as such, the international community started to show signs of wanting to help. Soon enough, a more refined form of confinement was beginning to be conceived. The sarcophagus was the best in a bad situation, and a new safe confinement was intended to go over the sarcophagus and the reactor building. After being successfully installed, the original confinement structure will then be demolished. It is truly an impressive idea, requiring the newly independent Ukrainian government to hold an international competition for proposals to replace the sarcophagus in 1992. But it would take over a decade of planning and design competitions. But in 2004, a tender was announced, generating 2 bids. Sadly, this wouldn't lead to much. Eventually, a consortium of French companies would be awarded the contract in September 2007, 21 years after Unit 4 turned its fuel into molten lava. Construction costs were estimated at $1.4 billion, with a project timeline of 5 years. Spoiler alert, they may have had to have doubled that. But let's look at the design of the new confinement structure. The 100-year life expectancy structure consists of 13 arches, assembled 12.5 metres apart, with a height of 110 metres. Between the arches, a tubular steel lattice was built, which was then clad with 3 layers, totalling a thickness of 10 metres. Polycarbonate panels cover each arch to prevent the accumulation of radioactive particles, and warm air is circulated to reduce the risk of corrosion. The structure's width is 165 metres, and is long enough to cover the entirety of Unit 4 and its sarcophagus. The height is oversized to allow machinery to be attached to the arches to allow for dismantling of the original structure. Even more fascinating is that it was built not over the reactor but to its side, meaning that upon completion of construction it was designed to slide over Unit 4. It was built on retaining walls independent from the damaged reactor building, allowing for a full demolition of the old structure. Construction began in 2010, and 2 years later the first steel sections were beginning to be erected. In April 2014, the first steel section was moved into a parking position to allow further arch construction. And 2 years later, in April 2016, the final arch was completed. Just a few months after that, the vast structure was getting ready to be moved into its final resting place. After 15 days of movement, on the 29th of November 2016, the new containment structure was in position. But yet again, another 2 years would be needed to finish off the project officially, when it ended in July 2019, with the sarcophagus being sealed under the monumental steel structure. At the time of its movement, it was the largest movable man-made structure in the world, and the project's final price tag was over €2.1 billion. Although delayed, it is a success. But this only marks the start of the reactor's dismantling project. Dust within the shelter is constantly monitored with hundreds of sensors all throughout the structure. The radiation exposure of staff is recorded and tallied up, allowing for a maximum yearly dose of 20 millisieverts, or apparently 12 minutes of standing on the sarcophagus roof. So far, the whole disaster has cost $68 billion and has affected millions of lives, and it looks like it will continue to do so. Less than 100 deaths are officially linked to the disaster, but the long-term effects have caused increased numbers in thyroid cancers, birth defects, and infant mortality. In 2019, a gradual but worrying rise in neutron rates started to be recorded. These were thought to be coming from the depths of the damaged fuel in the reactor hull. It is thought, strangely, that the drying of water in the reactor hull basement, instead of stopping a chain reaction by removing a moderator, was actually doing the opposite. Although, to much relief, the steady increase of neutrons started to peter out in 2021. Unit 4's ability to surprise the international community is clearly still a looming spectre, reminding us we still aren't finished. COVID, of course, affected work on site, slowing down remediation works. But just as we thought things couldn't get any worse, the risks of one of the world's most contaminated sites came back into the news headlines. And this brings us back to the Russian soldiers in the exclusion zone. During the initial occupation of the Ukrainian-Russian war, power was cut to the power station for 3 days, requiring technicians to beg, borrow and steal fuel to power generators. But with Russia changing its target from Kyiv to the Donbass, soldiers left the exclusion zone. Their occupation has made the site far more dangerous, as in their wake, landmines and contaminated equipment has been left behind. But although the occupation of the region represents a political and environmental disaster, amazingly scenes of defiance were shown in the city of Slavitich, the home of many evacuees from Pripyat. Russian troops entered the city and detained the mayor Yuri Fomichev. Outraged by this, locals took to the streets to protest the occupation. Even flashbangs and warning shots from the Russian forces failed to disperse the crowd. Seeing such resistance to occupation, the soldiers agreed to leave and release the mayor. After the Russian withdrawal from the exclusion zone, Ukrainian soldiers and National Guards went in to examine the abandoned dugouts and trenches. Little precautions seem to have been taken by the soldiers, and it is likely this will come back to haunt them in later life. Some of the radiation monitors found dates back to the 1950s and were far from capable of providing any benefit. Contamination is likely to be spread to Belarus, throughout Ukraine, and even back to Russia. Chernobyl would likely be in the news cycles for decades to come, as political, scientific and economic uncertainty can all affect the management and clean-up operations. Right, where it goes without saying, with such a massive disaster as Chernobyl, this video is just the tip of the molten uranium iceberg, and I strongly recommend having a look at the references in the video description for further reading. This should be my last video on Chernobyl, but will probably change when we find out the true scale of the Russian army's contamination spread.
Você é perigoso, imprevisível, e não há lugar para você em uma sociedade que respeita a lei.
Você tem 3 mandados por roubo à mão armada e 1 mandado por homicídio qualificado.
Qual é a sua declaração em relação ao assassinato em primeiro grau? Culpado ou não culpado?
Culpado.
Michael Swanson, com apenas 17 anos, desencadeou uma onda de violência em Iowa, ceifando a vida de 2 funcionárias de postos de gasolina em um intervalo de 60 minutos.
Eu, então, de forma intencional e com premeditação, atirei na balconista, causando a sua morte. Fiz isso com a intenção específica de matá-la.
Em uma manhã sombria em Eugano, Iowa, Michael Swanson, disfarçado com uma máscara de esqui e armado com uma pistola, invadiu um posto de gasolina e exigiu dinheiro e cigarros de Vicky Bowman Hall, de 47 anos. Apesar de Vicky ter cooperado prontamente, Swanson ainda a assassinou. Cerca de 1 hora depois, em Humboldt, Iowa, ele perpetraria outro ataque em um posto de gasolina. Desta vez, tirando a vida de Sheila Myers. As autoridades conseguiram capturá-lo a 100 metros de distância do local dos crimes, depois de identificarem seu veículo. O fato de Swanson ter matado suas vítimas, mesmo após receber o que havia pedido, revela que seu objetivo principal era o assassinato.
Para onde você atirou? Para onde? No corpo? No rosto? Sim, no rosto, ok. Por que no rosto? Você fez isso de propósito. Parece que foi algo definitivo. Se era só para feri-la, por que eu a atiraria de qualquer forma?
Swanson enfrentou acusações de 2 homicídios qualificados e 2 crimes de roubo. Todas as alegações sobre seus motivos foram respondidas pelo próprio Swanson. Enquanto uma das filhas das vítimas faz uma declaração sobre o impacto do crime, Swanson permanece sentado, completamente impassível.
Como você pode fazer o que fez com a minha mãe e minha família? Quero saber se você se sente arrependido. Você está arrependido pelo que fez? Minha mãe, Sumaker, não era apenas completamente inocente, mas também era uma mulher indefesa quando você entrou com aquela arma. Você disse que fez isso por causa de cigarros e dinheiro, e para que ninguém pudesse te identificar, mas eu acho que isso é uma mentira. Você fez isso, como disse depois, para se sentir poderoso.
Após ser condenado, Swanson sorriu debochando das vítimas.
Assassinato frio e calculista de um jovem, e sua defesa quer que acreditamos que você não tinha capacidade, que estava insano. Eu não aceito isso. Você é perigoso, imprevisível, e não há lugar para você em uma sociedade que respeita a lei. Prisão pelo resto de sua vida é a única alternativa. E o tribunal pretende seguir adiante com essa decisão.
Swanson foi condenado a 2 penas de prisão perpétua. 4 anos depois de iniciar sua sentença, ele cortou a garganta de outro preso. Este é Jeremy Goodale. Com apenas 16 anos, ele e um cúmplice foram acusados pelo assassinato de sua professora de espanhol do ensino médio. O crime aparentemente foi motivado por uma nota ruim.
Eu entendi que ele tinha a intenção de matar a Sra. Graver. Jaden havia trazido um bastão, entre outros suprimentos, para realizar o assassinato. E depois que ele atingiu a Sra. Graver, nós a deslocamos do caminho, onde eu a golpeei novamente. E ela morreu como resultado. Depois disso, removemos todas as evidências que pudemos.
Miller e Goodall estudavam na Fairfield High School, no sudeste de Iowa. Norema Graber era a professora de espanhol na escola, e Miller era um de seus alunos. Após receber uma nota ruim de Graeber, ele e seu amigo Goodale planejaram matá-la. Graeber saiu para sua habitual caminhada no Shadowwaka City Park e os dois rapazes, cientes disso, a seguiram e esperaram para emboscá-la. Eles a arrastaram para a floresta e a espancaram até a morte com um taco de beisebol. Pouco tempo depois, os dois jovens foram detidos. Registros do tribunal indicaram que uma testemunha, que tinha vínculo com Goodale, apresentou às autoridades mensagens do Snapchat que comprovavam a participação de Goodale e Miller no assassinato. Em uma dessas mensagens, Goodale escreveu: "Imagine que você é minha professora de espanhol e esta é a última coisa que vê, seguida de hora de esconder um corpo." Posteriormente, Jeremy Goodale se declarou culpado e decidiu testemunhar contra seu melhor amigo, Miller.
E levando em conta que o tribunal não permitirá que ninguém se declare culpado se afirmar ser inocente, qual é a sua declaração em relação ao assassinato em primeiro grau, culpado ou não culpado?
Culpado.
Senhor Goodale, para que o tribunal aceite sua confissão de culpa, eu preciso estar convencido de que há uma base factual para isso. Vou pedir que seus advogados o ajudem nesta próxima etapa da confissão de culpa.
Este é o momento em que Goodale tem a chance de falar antes de receber sua sentença.
Ela era uma cuidadora para sua família, para seus filhos e para o próprio marido. Desculpa aos amigos da senhora Graeber e aos membros da sua igreja. Sinto muito pelo que eu tirei de vocês. Nunca parei para considerar a comunidade. Todos na Fairfield High School que se sentirem seguros ficaram com medo. Aqueles que perderam a esperança, peço desculpa pelo que eu fiz. Sinto muito pelo impacto que minhas ações tiveram em vocês. Quero pedir desculpa a todos os meus amigos. Sinto muito pelo estigma colocado sobre vocês apenas por me conhecerem.
E agora o juiz pronuncia a sua sentença.
O tribunal, com base na natureza e nas circunstâncias da defesa, juntamente com os 25 fatores obrigatórios que devo considerar e ao julgar um menor por assassinato em primeiro grau, decidiu que o réu deverá cumprir uma sentença de prisão perpétua com possibilidade de liberdade condicional após 25 anos.
Seu cúmplice, Willard Miller, também recebeu sua sentença.
Este tribunal não pode anular precedentes. No entanto, não vou ignorar o fato de que você e o Sr. Goodale encurtaram a preciosa vida de Noah Graeber. Isso não será justo, independentemente da sua idade, Sr. Miller. O alicerce do nosso sistema de justiça criminal é a dissuasão e reabilitação. E, finalmente, reconhecendo sua juventude e o desenvolvimento do seu cérebro, vejo que sua intenção e ações foram sinistras e malignas. Esses atos resultaram na perda intencional de vidas humanas de forma brutal. Não há desculpa. Não há um problema sistêmico na sociedade que explore ou justifique suas ações. O tribunal conclui, com base na natureza e nas circunstâncias deste crime, junto com os 25 fatores exigidos, que devo considerar ao sentenciar o menor do estado de Iowa por homicídio em primeiro grau. Que o réu Willard, o nobre chefe Miller, deve ser condenado à prisão perpétua, com possibilidade de liberdade condicional após 35 anos. A sentença é permissível segundo a lei de Iowa. Um mínimo obrigatório de 35 anos não é uma punição cruel e incomum para o réu.
Rachel Schoaf e Shelia Eddy estão no tribunal enfrentando acusações de terem cometido o assassinato de um amigo quando tinham apenas 16 anos. Em Star City, West Virginia, Rachel e Eddie eram amigas de Skyler Nee, de 16 anos. Segundo relatos, Shah e Eddie decidiram que não gostavam mais de Nee e, por isso, planejaram matá-lo.
Quando no sinal combinado de uma contagem regressiva, 1, 2, 3, Rachel Schoff e Sheila Eddy atacaram Skyler Nee e a esfaquearam até a morte. Skyler tentou fugir, mas Rachel Schoff a derrubou, conforme relatou a polícia. Rachel descreveu a cena como tendo muito sangue, que nunca foi limpo após o ataque, permanecendo na estrada de cascalho. Rachel estimou que Skyler foi esfaqueada 10 vezes antes de morrer.
Após a confissão de Rachel, ambas as adolescentes foram presas. Rachel concordou em se declarar culpada por homicídio de segundo grau em troca de sua colaboração no caso.
Eu sinto muito. E não sei se existe uma maneira adequada de fazer este pedido de desculpas, porque nem existem palavras para descrever a culpa e o remorso que sinto todos os dias pelo que fiz. A pessoa que fez aquilo não era a verdadeira eu, não a pessoa que sou, não aquilo de que sou feita, nem no que acredito. Acho que nunca imaginei que isso realmente aconteceria. Fiquei com medo e me envolvi em algo que eu não queria fazer. Nunca percebi a gravidade das minhas ações e quantas pessoas machuquei. Machuquei a família Nice e todos que amavam Skyler. Machuquei meus pais e envergonhei minha família. Machuquei também minha família estendida.
Depois de garantir um acordo judicial, o juiz agora pronuncia a sentença de Rachel.
Portanto, é a intenção deste tribunal sentenciar a ré como adulta, conforme estipulado no acordo de confissão. Sendo assim, Rachel Schoff, por sua condenação pelo crime de homicídio em segundo grau, crime qualificado na denúncia do promotor neste caso, a sentença do tribunal é de que você seja presa na penitenciária estadual da Virgínia Ocidental por um período de 30 anos.
No entanto, ela terá a possibilidade de condicional após 10 anos. E aí, o que você acha dessa sentença aplicada? Sheila Eddy também teve sua sentença pronunciada.
Sheila Eddy, pela sua condenação pelo crime de assassinato em primeiro grau, após sua confissão de culpa, a sentença do tribunal é de que você seja presa na penitenciária estadual da Virgínia Ocidental pelo resto de sua vida natural. De acordo com os requisitos da Constituição dos Estados Unidos, essa sentença é tecnicamente com misericórdia, o que o torna elegível para a liberdade condicional após cumprir 15 anos.
Na narrativa dos crimes mais chocantes e brutais, poucos casos são tão perturbadores quanto o de Gavon Ramsey. Em 2018, Ramsey perpetrou um ato de crueldade indescritível ao invadir a casa de Margaret Douglas, uma mulher idosa. Sua frieza e brutalidade se manifestaram de maneiras que desafiam a compreensão humana. Antes de tirar a vida de Margaret, ele a filmou enquanto ela dormia, capturando sua vulnerabilidade em vídeo. Após o homicídio, Ramsey foi além da barbárie. Ele desnudou e abusou sexualmente do corpo da vítima por mais de 2 horas e ainda registrou suas ações em uma série de fotos e vídeos, posicionando o corpo de diferentes maneiras.
Porque, mesmo que ele a tenha perseguido, e mesmo que ele a tenha assassinado, filmado, abusado, despido, usado gel, escondido o corpo em um armário e ainda tenha tido tempo para procurar e revirar a casa à procura da carteira, ele sempre esteve atento ao tempo, meritíssimo.
A história começou com uma decisão perturbadora. Ramsey escondeu o corpo de Margaret dentro de um armário, cobrindo-o com um aspirador de pó e roupas para ocultar seu crime. Enquanto isso, a defesa de Gavin apresentou uma argumentação complexa. Eles relataram que o jovem havia passado toda a sua adolescência sob tratamento com Zoloft, um antidepressivo, devido aos traumas resultantes de abuso infantil. A mãe de Gavin corroborou essa alegação em seu depoimento. Durante a investigação, os investigadores encontraram um caderno de memórias entre os pertences de Gavin. Este caderno revelou um aspecto inquietante de sua psique, apresentando biografias de assassinos em série, fantasias violentas envolvendo estupro, estrangulamento e homicídio, além de planos minuciosos para cometer crimes. No tribunal, Ramsey, apesar de sua falta de expressão emocional, ofereceu um pedido de desculpas pelo que havia feito.
Desculpa pelo que eu fiz. Estou completamente arrependido pelo que fiz.
Após isso, o veredicto final foi uma sentença de prisão perpétua para ele. Nicholas Jacob Cruz protagonizou o tiroteio mais mortal em uma escola de ensino médio na história dos Estados Unidos. Nicholas Cruz, responsável pelo tiroteio mais mortal em uma escola secundária nos Estados Unidos, enfrentou um histórico de desafios psicológicos, incluindo transtorno do déficit de atenção e hiperatividade, TDAH, e transtorno desafiador opositivo.
Desculpe pelo que eu fiz. Tenho que lidar com isso todos os dias. Se eu tivesse uma segunda chance, faria tudo o que pudesse para ajudar os outros. Estou tentando fazer isso por você e não me importa se você não acredita em mim. Eu te amo e sei que você não acredita, mas viver com isso é muito difícil, me causa pesadelos e às vezes eu não consigo nem me suportar. Mas tento seguir em frente porque sei que é o que vocês esperam de mim. Eu odeio drogas e acho que nosso país seria melhor se todos parassem de usar maconha e outras drogas e de causar racismo e violência nas ruas. Sinto muito e agora nem consigo mais assistir TV.
Ao longo de 3 anos, ele mudou de escola 6 vezes e foi expulso da Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School em 17 devido a problemas disciplinares. Apesar das recomendações dos psiquiatras para sua admissão involuntária em um centro de tratamento residencial, essa intervenção não ocorreu. Em fevereiro de 2017, Cruz comprou um rifle estilo AR-15, além de possuir outras armas. No dia 14 de fevereiro de 2018, Cruz voltou a Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, onde cometeu um ataque brutal, resultando na morte de 17 pessoas e ferimentos em mais de 17. Após o ataque, Cruz foi acusado de 17 homicídios e ficou em custódia sem possibilidade de fiança. Depois de sua primeira aparição no tribunal, ele foi colocado sob vigilância suicida em uma cela isolada. Em 7 de março de 2018, um grande júri adicionou mais 17 acusações de tentativa de homicídio às já existentes. O julgamento de Cruz enfrentou diversos adiamentos. Inicialmente marcado para 27 de janeiro de 2020, foi prorrogado até o meio do ano e sofreu novos atrasos devido à pandemia de Covid-19. O processo finalmente começou em 18 de julho de 2022, presidido pela juíza Elizabeth Scherer. Durante o julgamento, foi exibido um vídeo da entrevista de Cruz com o Dr. Scott. No vídeo, Cruz não demonstrou arrependimento e, em vez disso, alegou que teve misericórdia de 2 de suas vítimas, Cara Loughran e Meadow Pollock. Durante o julgamento, Cruz afirmou que parou o ataque porque não conseguiu localizar mais vítimas. O Dr. Charles Scott, especialista em psiquiatria forense, diagnosticou Cruz com transtorno de personalidade antissocial, conhecido como sociopatia, transtorno de personalidade borderline, um histórico de transtorno de conduta e simulação de doenças. No dia 20 de outubro de 2022, Cruz admitiu sua culpa em todas as acusações, incluindo assassinato e tentativa de homicídio. Em 2 de novembro de 2022, ele foi condenado a 34 penas de prisão perpétua consecutivas, sem possibilidade de liberdade condicional, conforme recomendado pelo júri e de acordo com as leis da Flórida. A sentença gerou descontentamento entre alguns pais das vítimas, que esperavam que Cruz recebesse a pena de morte. Em uma trágica série de eventos, 3 jovens envolvidos em um crime violento foram identificados. Torres, de 17 anos, oriundo do sudoeste da Geórgia, juntamente com seus cúmplices Nicholas Evans, também de 17 anos, e Seal Miller, de 18 anos, planejou e executou um roubo que terminou em assassinato. O trio foi responsável pela morte de Williams, um jovem de 21 anos.
Você tem 3 mandados por roubo à mão armada e 1 mandado por homicídio qualificado.
De acordo com o detetive M. Hagwood, Evans e Miller haviam convencido Tanis de Lauren, oferecendo uma experiência íntima com Torres por $300 se ele fosse até uma área arborizada em um subúrbio de Sunny, em 7 de outubro de 2018. Quando Tanis chegou ao local, Evans o confrontou com uma arma, enquanto Miller o atacava na cabeça com um bastão. Durante a luta que se seguiu, Tanis tentou defender-se, mas foi ferido gravemente no pescoço. Miller e Evans então abandonaram Tanis, que ficou caído e sangrando na trilha. No tribunal, Torres demonstrou surpresa ao ouvir as acusações que lhe foram imputadas. Torres, Evans e Miller enfrentaram acusações de roubo à mão armada, com Evans e Miller sendo acusados de roubo à mão armada e agressão agravada. Contudo, após a coleta de provas adicionais, a polícia ampliou as acusações para incluir homicídio qualificado contra os 3. Apesar de o ato de Torres ter resultado em um ferimento à bala, as implicações das ações dos envolvidos levaram a uma escalada nas acusações. Durante uma audiência em Houston, Dexter Johnson, de 19 anos, perdeu o controle emocional ao ser condenado à morte pelo júri do condado de Harris. Furioso, ele derrubou cadeiras até ser imobilizado por cerca de uma dúzia de agentes de segurança do tribunal. A condenação de Johnson ocorreu por um duplo assassinato no condado de Harris, Texas, em 2007. Os homicídios ocorreram em 2006, quando Johnson tinha 18 anos. Ele e 4 outros adolescentes sequestraram Maria Ars e invadiram a residência de Go. Após roubar o casal, forçaram-nos a entrar no banco traseiro e levaram-nos em um passeio. Johnson, então, estuprou Ars, antes de, junto com outro jovem, matar os 2. Embora tenha sido condenado à pena de morte, a execução de Johnson tem sido repetidamente adiada, pois ele alega ter deficiência intelectual, o que o excluiria da pena capital. Em 2019, um tribunal federal suspendeu sua execução para permitir que seu novo advogado revisasse questões de apelação e possíveis erros do advogado anterior, Pat McCann. McCann acreditava que Johnson tinha deficiência intelectual, mas não apresentou essa alegação no tribunal porque o estado do Texas não havia atualizado suas diretrizes para a avaliação de deficiência intelectual. E McCann temia que abordar essa questão pudesse comprometer a defesa de Johnson em outras frentes. O novo advogado de Johnson, Jeremy Shippers, criticou o trabalho de McCann, alegando que ele não havia desempenhado um papel adequado. Shippers trouxe à tona a possibilidade de que a sentença de morte de Johnson possa ter aspectos não investigados pelos tribunais até o momento. Ele destacou as graves dificuldades linguísticas e a gagueira pronunciada de Johnson. Além disso, Shippers citou tests que indicam que o QI de Johnson está abaixo do patamar considerado para deficiência intelectual. Embora a execução de Johnson tenha sido adiada várias vezes, ele ainda não foi oficialmente considerado inelegível para a pena capital. O caso retornou ao Tribunal de Primeira Instância para uma análise mais aprofundada.
Bank Holiday Monday, Wolverhampton, a quiet suburban street. Children are playing in the park nearby. A grey car reverses into position. Windows come down, shots fired. 2 children are hit. The car leaves at speed. Pursued. A wounded boy seeks help at a nearby house. don't yet know if he will survive. The same estate, the same streets. 4 hours earlier, nothing to see yet. A red Mini Cooper has just driven up and down this street twice, then left. That car does not belong on this estate, and the people who do belong here have noticed. The man in the hoodrish coat is watching where the Mini Cooper went. Whatever that visit meant, it has landed. By early afternoon, 3 men have been drawn to the same corner of the same estate. The cameras record everything. They record what happens next. The ski masks are on. 14:48. The first man gets in. 14:49. The second. 14:49. The last man in. The door closes. The car pulls away. The route to Shelley Road takes 5 minutes in a straight line. They do not take a straight line. They circle. They look. They find what they came to find. The balaclavas go down. In the car park, the group of men who had driven that red Mini Cooper across this estate that morning are gathered. They do not see the grey car reversing toward them. Not until the windows come down. The playground was in their line of fire. 60 meters. A bullet struck an 11-year-old girl at the top of her left thigh. She was on the climbing frame. A second bullet struck a 15-year-old boy below his left knee. He was in the car park on an electric bike, wearing a balaclava. The prosecution would later suggest the shooters could not have distinguished him from their intended targets. Whether that is true, only the men in that car know. The men who had been shot at come after them. 3 vehicles. An electric bike, high speed through the suburbs of northeast Wolverhampton. They are being shot at now. A bullet lodges in the headrest, an inch from where a head had been. The pursuit lasts nearly 10 minutes. Then, the chasers fall back. The grey Ford Focus is gone. 15:43. 3 men walk into the rear of 57 Valley Road. The door closes. A bank holiday Monday. Children in a park, families on an estate. In less than 90 seconds, 2 young people had been shot. Streets that had been quiet since morning had become a high-speed chase through a suburb. A bullet had blown through the rear windscreen of a car and embedded itself in a headrest. Ordinary life, interrupted, violently, without warning, without reason that any innocent bystander could have anticipated. And the men responsible had just walked through a door and closed it behind them. Three masked men, a stolen car, no witnesses who saw a face. By the time the first police unit reached Shelley Road, the car and everyone in it had vanished. So here is the question. The shooters wore balaclavas. They used a stolen vehicle. They left no fingerprints at the scene. No one got close enough to see a face. And the men eventually arrested said nothing. No comment. No account. Nothing. What tools does an investigation actually have when the suspects have planned this carefully? What evidence can a jury rely on to the criminal standard, beyond reasonable doubt, when no one can say, "I saw his face"? What if one of them had been caught on camera 9 days earlier, adjusting that balaclava? Mr. Justice Sweeting, at sentencing, noted that firearms offences almost always involve premeditation. Think about what that means in practice. A handgun does not appear from nowhere. It has to be sourced from other criminals, loaded, transported. That takes planning. And planning leaves traces. This is how detectives followed those traces. The camera network across the northeast of the city had tracked the stolen Ford Focus across the afternoon, at multiple points, from multiple angles. And what the CCTV showed, hour by hour through that bank holiday, was 3 men in identifiable clothing, moving together across New Park Valley Estate and getting into that car. A distinctive hoodrich puffer coat, horizontal chest marking, white soles. Identifiable at 11:57 in the morning. Identifiable at 14:48, boarding the stolen Focus. Identifiable at the passenger window during the shooting. A black puffer, slim fit, shiny fabric. Distinctive enough to track from arrival on the estate at 13:06 through to boarding the Focus. A lighter tracksuit, worn in the morning, changed after the shooting, but visible before the car left and after it returned. Clothing, not faces, clothing. And the defense would say, more than one person in Wolverhampton owns a black puffer coat. The images are not clear enough to be certain. You have identified a garment. You have not identified a man. Fair point. So the investigation kept going. The phones. Police found a handset registered in the driver's name. It was active on the estate during the shooting. It went nowhere. It did nothing. It appeared to be a dead end. But what if there was a second phone? Unregistered, pay as you go. A phone used to call his ex-partner, the mother of his child, again and again. A phone used to call his own mother, his father. The people closest to him, called repeatedly from a handset he would later deny was his. That unregistered phone connected most often to a single mast, less than 700 meters from the driver's home. 80% of its overnight activity, the same mast. On the afternoon of the 1st of May, it moved, in real time, in lockstep with the stolen Ford Focus, to Shelley Road, back to the estate, then south to Yardley, where the ex-girlfriend lived. Both phones arrived at her address that evening. Same mast, same time. The defense, cell site data shows proximity to a mast, not presence in a specific car. A signal moving through North Wolverhampton in the afternoon is not, by itself, evidence of anything. Also fair. The investigation kept going. 2 days after the shooting, the driver tried to book a taxi in his own name from the ex-girlfriend's address back to the estate. He cancelled it. He had her book the same journey on her account. The driver who picked up that fare recognized his passenger immediately. He had driven him many times before. He later picked him out in a police lineup without hesitation. When the front seat passenger was arrested, 23 days after the shooting, he was driving a blue BMW the CCTV had placed on the estate on the day of the attack. In the boot of that car, the hoodrich puffer coat, the same coat the prosecution said he wore at the car window when those shots were fired. He had kept it for 3 weeks. It was the single most identifiable item of clothing linking him to the shooting, and it was sitting in the boot of his car. Either he didn't realize how significant it was, or he didn't think he was going to be caught. And then the DNA expert analysis linked 2 of the 3 suspects to the interior of the stolen Ford Focus and to the spent cartridge cases recovered from the road surface at Shelley Park. The cases ejected from the guns that shot an 11-year-old girl and a 15-year-old boy. Clothing, phones, a taxi driver, a coat in a boot, DNA on spent cases. Each strand, challengeable. Each strand, not enough alone. Together, a chain. The driver was arrested near Aberystwyth, on the coast of Wales, 4 days after the shooting. He had been there since the night of the 1st of May. In interview, no comment. A short prepared statement. He had not been in the Ford Focus. He had not taken part in the shooting. The rear seat passenger, arrested at his home address 19 days after the shooting. Both phones attributed to him found at the address. No comment to every question put to him. The front seat passenger, arrested 23 days after the shooting, in the BMW, with the coat in the boot. No comment. A short statement. He had not been in the Ford Focus. He had not taken part in the shooting. The case against them was built entirely from what the world had recorded. Whether that was enough for a jury, whether it met the standard of beyond reasonable doubt, was the question the trial had to answer.
This prosecution faced a challenge common to organized firearms cases, defendants who had prepared their own deniability, masks, stolen car, silence. The defense case was simple and powerful. You cannot be sure it was us. The prosecution's case was equally simple. Take every strand together, because together they leave nowhere else for the truth to go. But attempted murder carries the highest burden. The prosecution must prove not only that these men were in that car, but that they intended to kill, not to wound, not to frighten, to kill. That is a specific legal intent. The prosecution's argument was that the planning itself proved the intent. The balaclavas, the reconnaissance, the stolen car, the loaded weapons, the rapid getaway. Their case to the jury was this: you do not prepare like that unless your purpose is to kill. Whether the jury accepted that argument and whether the defense could break a single strand of the chain was everything.
Three men, 3 King's Counsels, 3 denials, and a jury of 12 who would have to decide, on the evidence alone, whether the prosecution had proved what it said it could prove. The clothing, visual identification from CCTV images. Similarity is not certainty. The coat, anyone could own it. The tracksuit, anyone could wear one. The prosecution had no forensic link from those garments to the shooting. The phone, cell site data places a signal in a general area. It does not place a specific person in a specific seat in a specific car. The driver denied the unregistered handset was his. The coat in the boot. Found weeks later. No forensic connection established from the coat itself to the shooting. Every strand, pulled individually, had air in it. One thread is not a rope. The prosecution came back with the architecture, not one strand, all of them, simultaneously. The phone that did not just pass near the car, it tracked its exact route to Shelley Road and back, then travelled with both phones to the same address that evening. The taxi driver who did not merely think he recognised someone, he identified him in a formal police lineup. The coat that was not merely similar to the one worn, recovered from the defendant's own vehicle 3 weeks after the shooting when he was arrested driving it. The DNA on the spent cartridge cases, the cases from the guns that shot 2 children, linking 2 of the 3 defendants to those weapons, and the planning. The prosecution's case to the jury, the balaclavas, the stolen car, the reconnaissance route, the simultaneous discharge of 2 loaded firearms. That level of preparation, they argued, could only be consistent with one intent: to kill. The jury retired. Now we can name them. Kian Durnin, 22 years old, the driver, the gun at the driver's window, the bullet that struck an 11-year-old girl on a climbing frame, a man whose criminal record, before that afternoon, amounted to a conviction for handling stolen goods and a caution for cannabis, guilty of attempted murder, guilty of wounding with intent, guilty of possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life. Tirek McIntosh, 23 years old, the front seat passenger, the second gun, the bullet that struck a 15-year-old boy below the knee. One prior conviction, a driving offence, described by the sentencing judge as being of effective good character. The judge noted the character references submitted on his behalf and said they appeared to describe an entirely different person to the man in the dock, guilty on all counts. Martinho de Souza, 23 years old, the rear seat passenger, in the car, part of the plan, part of the intent. One relevant prior conviction, possession of ammunition in 2020, for which he had completed a community order. None of them had ever stood in a Crown Court dock for anything approaching this. Guilty on all counts. The starting point under sentencing guidelines, 25 years, culpability category A, 2 firearms, the highest classification. The judge weighed the mitigating factors, their age, their limited records, the established science on young brains still developing past the age of 25. He considered life sentences. He concluded they were not necessary. Lengthy determinate sentences, he said, would give them ample time to reform. 23 years, each of them, 2/3 to be served in custody before release on license.
The verdicts are sound. The prosecution proved to the criminal standard that these 3 men were in that car and that they intended to kill. The sentences reflect the gravity of what they did. The system in this case worked. What it could not do, what no trial can do, is explain how 2 loaded handguns came to be available on a housing estate in Wolverhampton on a Monday morning. That question remains unanswered. A bank holiday, a children's park, 2 armed groups, 2 children shot, a stolen car, 3 masked men, and a chain of evidence they could not break. The motive was never proven. The guns were never found. But the 3 men who pulled the triggers are now serving 23 years. The direct result of a police investigation that the judge himself stood up in court and commended. Between them, these 3 men had almost no criminal history of any significance, and yet they planned this, sourced weapons, stole a car, drove to a children's park on a bank holiday and opened fire. They believed they had done enough to disappear. The cameras, the phones, the evidence said otherwise. It always does. Thank you for watching. Understand the crime, understand the consequences. See you in the next one.
It is the summer of 1971, and several college students are being arrested at their homes by Palo Alto, California police and charged with armed robbery and burglary, penal codes 211 and 459. Although none of these men had previously committed a crime, college students getting arrested is not a unique thing. Slightly out of the ordinary, the men had a good idea this would be happening, and stranger still, the whole event is being filmed. All of this, although odd, could feasibly happen, but the whole pantomime has a strangely fake feeling about it. Maybe the alleged criminals are more hardened than their records would suggest. No passers-by would know this, but all of the men are being paid to be arrested, but not by some organised crime group, but instead by university. What is actually happening is the beginning of one of the most controversial and well-known psychological studies. The experiment's orchestrator would have to end the study short, as the participants would take things beyond what he expected. Today we're looking at the Stanford Prison Experiment, and I'm going to give my rating for this one at the end of the video. Let's see what you think. Philip George Zimbardo was born on the 23rd of March 1933 in New York State, United States. In his early years he suffered discrimination due to his Italian ancestry and was quite often carelessly mistaken for a multitude of other ethnic backgrounds. The young Zimbardo, like many other people covered in this series, used this all too common human behaviour as a spark for his interest in psychology. In the early 1950s, he attended Brooklyn College, graduating with a BA, boasting 3 majors in psychology, sociology, and anthropology. The next year, he went on to earn an MA, and by 1959 had also earned a PhD, both from Yale in psychology. Zimbardo briefly stayed on at Yale to teach psychology from 1959 to 1960. Whilst there, he married Rose Abelnow and had a son in 1962. But he left Yale when offered a job as a professor at New York University, where he would stay in the role until 1967. In 1967, he would move again to Columbia University, which would be brief as he was offered a faculty position at Stanford University in 1968. Just 3 years later, he was offered and accepted in 1971 a tenured position as a professor of psychology. The same year, Zimbardo and Rose would divorce. As a side note, Rose was a very well accomplished academic in her own right, specialising in English literature. And this rather quickly brings us onto the experiment that would write Zimbardo's name in history. Zimbardo was interested in how the US prison system had seemed to foster a pure hatred between prisoners and guards. Was the explanation for this purely down to the nature of the people involved? For example, are the conditions bad because criminals are bad, or because the administrators are likely to be harsh? In reality, it is probably impossible to know, and it feels like a chicken and egg situation, as if a prisoner breaks the rules, then the rules are made tougher, leading to more prisoners breaking the rules. Naturally, both sides of the bars would distrust one another, which can create a downward spiral. One thing that is true today as it was in the 1970s is such high recidivism rates. Purely by the nature of being a prisoner, you become isolated from society. And this isn't unique to the US. We have very much the same situation here in the UK. But what if you can eliminate the deep-rooted hatred between those in cells and those with the keys? And this is where Zimbardo comes in. As can you get rid of this hatred by using a randomly selected group of people who are neither guards or prisoners, and by splitting these random people up into the different roles? You've essentially created a prison scene without the natural distrust between the administrators of the law and the breakers of the law. Zimbardo managed to secure financing for the experiment from the US Office of the Navy. The Navy wanted to understand antisocial behaviour and by extension wanted to investigate conflict between military guards and prisoners. His experiment would involve university students playing the roles of guards and prisoners for a princely sum of $15 per day. Zimbardo would be the research team leader and would in 1997, in a Stanford University News interview, say, "I wondered, along with my research associates, Craig, Curtis and Carlo, what would happen if we aggregated all of these processes, making some subjects feel de-invigilated, others dehumanized within the anonymous environment in the same experimental setting, and where we could carefully document the process over time." To find his subjects, Zimbardo put out this advert in the Help Wanted section of the Palo Alto Times. Male college students needed for a psychological study of prison life. $15 per day for 1 to 2 weeks, beginning August 14th. For further information and applications, come to room 248, Jordan Hall, Stanford University. 75 men would answer the ad, and after interviews and suitability screening, which set out to exclude anyone with a criminal record, mental health condition, or any other medical issues, 24 from the initial 75 would be selected. The group was predominantly white and middle class and had no apparent health, aggression or legal issues in their life. In order to try and keep the results scientific, each participant was randomly given one of 2 roles, prisoner or guard. In total 9 were in each group, with 3 substitutes. The group labelled as prisoners were told that they would not experience physical abuse, but would lose their civil liberties for between 1 and 2 weeks. Little else was given to them in terms of what would be expected of them, only that they would be contacted by telephone to be at their residence on a given Sunday for the experiment to begin. The guards had a little more guidance before the experiment, as they would be issued uniforms and equipment on the day before the commencement of the study. The equipment given to them consisted of a generic law enforcement inspired uniform, mirrored glasses to prevent the prisoners from making eye contact, as well as wooden batons. On the orientation day, the guards were introduced to Zimbardo, who would be acting as the superintendent, and an undergraduate research assistant who would play the role of the warden. They were told that their assigned task was to maintain a reasonable degree of order, to allow the prison to function properly, but weren't told how they could achieve this. They were told to be prepared for any unexpected incident, such as escape attempts, and they would have to write a daily shift report on guard and prisoner activities, as well as critical incident reports on any out of the ordinary event. During this time, they were told they would be responsible for the administration of meals, work, and recreational activities of the prisoners. The guards believed that the experiment was solely to see how the prisoners would act, but actually Zimbardo's team were equally interested in their approach to the prison experience, and as such, they were given deliberately vague instructions on their conduct. And to finally help immerse the guards further, they helped on the day before the study in completing the construction of the prison. Now the participants were chosen, somewhere had to be built for them to play out their new assigned roles. The university allowed Zimbardo's research team to use a part of the basement of the Stanford Psychological Department's Jordan Hall. The 35-foot-long area seemed perfect for the role, with little outside light and an essentially cut off from the outside world feel. There were 3 cells, which were originally office rooms, that could accommodate 3 participants in each, and measured at a whopping 6 by 9 feet, and was pretty cramped. Each man had a cot with a pillow, blanket, and mattress, and that was it. No daylight, no clock, all of which were designed to make the prisoners lose track of time. The subjects would be locked up here for nearly 24 hours a day. Each cell also had an intercom wire set up, so that experimenters could listen into conversations and also make public announcements. There was a closet that would be used as solitary confinement and measured in at a coffin-like 2 by 2 by 7 feet. The prison area, which was previously a corridor with offices off of it, had 2 fabricated walls, one for the entrance and another for a small observation area. The space between these walls and the prison cells was called the yard. To use the toilet, prisoners were escorted blindfolded as to further disorientate them. The guards' accommodation was completely the opposite to the prisoners, with areas to change clothes after their shifts, plenty of space to move around on downtime, and plenty of opportunities for rest and relaxation. And that brings us on to the beginning of the experiment, Sunday the 15th of August. A Palo Alto police car pulls up outside a residence. A young man is taken outside, searched, handcuffed, given their rights, and put into the back of a vehicle. Onlookers stop to see the unfolding drama, and this same scene would play out for 8 more people. The 9 men are taken to the police station where they are fingerprinted, have their details taken down, have a police file opened on them, and placed in a holding cell. Pretty much the standard for an alleged criminal, although after a short while, each of the men are blindfolded and bundled into the back of a car and driven to the Stanford mock prison. Once arriving in the prison, each prisoner was stripped, sprayed with deodorant, which was standing in for a delousing spray, and made to stand naked in the yard for some time before being given a prisoner's uniform. From there they were photographed for a mugshot and given an identification number. After this, the prisoner was shown to their cell and locked away, and in the process being told to remain silent. When everyone was onboarded to their new home for the next 2 weeks, the warden went to introduce themselves and read each of the men the rules of the prison, which had been created by the guards the day before. The prison rules and their ID number had to be memorised and would be asked 3 times a day during roll call, once for each guard shift. The prisoners were only to be identified by their number. This was a further effort to depersonalise each inmate. Every day the prisoners were scheduled for work time to earn their $15 per day, and were also allowed some exercise. On top of this, 2 visit periods were allowed per week. But these rules would be modified and degrade over the course of the study. Data during the study would be collected by Zimbardo's team in a number of ways: filming the whole study, audio recordings from hidden microphones, rating scales taken of both guards and prisoners, and before the whole experiment, all participants undertook a series of paper and pencil personality tests. Back to the first day. After their interaction with the warden and tasked with memorising the rules, the prisoners were left in their cells to settle in for the night. But that night would not be a quiet one when the first count was to be undertaken. At 2:30 a.m, the prisoners were rudely awakened by the guards. Needless to say, this didn't go down well. The prisoners were at this point still trying to assert their independence, and thus didn't take the count too seriously. Many of the prisoners refused to leave their cells, ripped off their inmate number ID tags, took off their stocking caps, and insulted the guards. The now unexpected rebellion spilled into the morning shift. By now the prisoners had barricaded the cells with their cots. The morning guards, frustrated with the rebellion in the early hours of the second day, called up the reserve guards who were at home and insisted on the night personnel to stay on. In a surprising ramping up of violence, the guards decided to use a fire extinguisher on the prisoners in their cells to try and quell the rebellion. Further still, the guards removed all of the prisoners' clothes, removed mattresses, and sentenced the main instigators to time in the hole. The rebellion was quashed, but clearly the guards had a problem. All 9 couldn't be there all the time, so how to effectively manage the inmates' behaviour? And one person suggested psychological methods. On the Monday night, in less than 36 hours after the experiment had begun, Zimbardo was forced to release one of the prisoners due to them showing signs of a mental breakdown. Before the release, the prisoner was treated with skepticism and was offered a place as an informant in exchange of improved conditions. But he refused and was thus released. One of the 3 cells was to be used as a privileged cell. The 3 prisoners least involved in the rebellion were also given special treatment. They got their uniforms and their beds back and were allowed to wash and brush their teeth, but the other prisoners were not. On top of this, they were also allowed to eat special food in front of the others. All of this was intended to break the solidarity of the prisoners. After half a day of this, the 3 privileged prisoners were returned to the remaining inmate population. This also sowed doubt amongst the other prisoners as to whether the privileged 3 were actually informers. The prisoners were not allowed to use the toilet after lights out, and instead were provided a bucket to relieve themselves. On day 3, the Tuesday, a visit was allowed from friends and family. In order to reduce the risk of complaints from the outside world, the prisoners were cleaned, shaved and fed. Furthermore, their cells were also thoroughly cleaned. To immerse the families in the experiment, they had to register, were made to wait half an hour, and were told only 2 visitors were allowed to see each prisoner. The total visiting time was also cut to only 10 minutes and was undertaken under surveillance of a guard. Before any family members could enter the visiting area, they had to discuss their son's case with the warden. Many of the prisoners complained about the rules, but were seeming to comply. Interestingly, the family members, rather than straight up complaining at their loved one's tired and dishevelled look, actually looked to improve the situation by appealing to the superintendent. One mother said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to make any trouble, but he just seems so tired," after Zimbardo asked her what the problem was with her son. After visiting hours, a rumour had started to spread that prisoner 8612, the one that was released on the Monday, was actually only pretending that he was suffering in the prison, and that he was planning to return to do a mass breakout. Zimbardo's team, bizarrely now fully invested in the prison themselves, decided to place a new prisoner in the cell that 8612 had occupied. And this person was actually an informer. The study lead then went to Palo Alto Police Department and asked if he could have all the prisoners transferred to their jail. This request was refused due to insurance issues. Even more strangely, Zimbardo then decided to dismantle the jail immediately after the visitation, call in reinforcement guards, take all of the prisoners, place a bag over their heads, and escort them in an elevator to a 5th floor storage room to be hidden away from any breakout attempt. Zimbardo was then to wait in the location of the now closed prison to confront any would-be liberator, to inform them that everyone had been sent home and that the experiment was over, only then to resume after the coast was clear. The prison break never materialised, and the rumour turned out to be just that, a rumour. Once the prison was restarted, the guards continued to act sadistically to the prisoners, by again refusing access to the toilet and forcing the men to do push-ups for hours on end. Another interesting thing the guards were doing was increasing the time it would take to do a count, from just 10 minutes on the first day to several hours. On day 4, Wednesday the 18th, Zimbardo invited a Catholic priest to the prison to assess the situation. The invited clergy member had previously been a chaplain at a Washington DC corrections facility. He interviewed each of the prisoners individually. Interestingly, half of the prisoners he spoke to introduced themselves by giving their numbers rather than their name. The priest asked each man, "What are you doing to get out of here?" When confronted with confusion from the inmates, the priest replied, if they didn't help themselves, nobody else would, that they were college students. They were bright enough to realise that they were in prison, and that the only way to get out of prison was with a lawyer. Prisoner 819 was the only one to refuse to speak to the chaplain, instead insisting for a doctor. Eventually he was convinced to come out and talk to the priest and the superintendent so that he could be diagnosed with what his problem was and what kind of medical practitioner he needed. 819 was escorted to a side room, given food and had his leg chains removed. Upon his removal, the prison guards made the remaining inmates chant, 819 is a bad prisoner. This sent 819 into a hysterical fit of crying. When Zimbardo said it was time to leave the experiment, the prisoner replied, "No, I can't leave." 819 didn't want to leave, but instead wanted to go back in to prove that he was not bad. Shocked, Zimbardo broke character of the superintendent and reassured that the whole thing was an experiment. The guards had now started using bags over the prisoners' heads as a routine form of punishment. After 819's departure, he was replaced by prisoner number 416, one of the study standbys. The 5th day marked another part of prison life, a parole hearing. The prisoners were chained together and ushered into the parole board meeting, with bags over their heads so that they could not see or talk. The parole board were formed of people none of the prisoners had seen before, and each man was asked a question: would you forfeit the money you have earned so far to be paroled? Unsurprisingly, every inmate said yes. The head of the board was Carlo Prescott, the experiment's consultant and ex-convict. Even he had embraced his new assigned role. At the end of the parole board meeting, each person was told to go back to their cell and the board would consider their request. Every one of them did so calmly that it was clear that their sense of reality was completely warped, even giving up the money, which was the sole reason for them being there in the first place. This would have been a perfect opportunity for the subjects to quit and leave, but by now were mindlessly following any order given to them. Zimbardo had now observed the guards form into 3 different types: good guys, who were sympathetic to the prisoners; tough but fair guards, whose orders were always within the rules of the prison's operation; and finally the sadistic, who for any reason would punish and humiliate the inmates. By now, the prisoners had become completely introverted, and all bonds had broken within the cells. One final act of rebellion manifested itself in prisoner 416, whom had been a stand-in brought in the day before. He went on hunger strike. The guards tried to make him eat, but to no avail. Interestingly, his co-inmates also turned against him, seeing this last stand as an act of troublemaking. The guards, after attempting to force-feed the inmate, even roped the other prisoners into forcing him. As part of the psychological warfare, everyone in the cells was threatened with punishment unless 416 would eat. Visits from loved ones planned for the evening was taken off the table. And this was the moment the inmates completely turned on 416, screaming at him, cursing him, telling him he had to eat, even saying they weren't going to be inconvenienced by his stupid act of defiance. 416 was bundled into solitary confinement for 3 hours, even though the agreed maximum time was just 1 hour. The head guard on shift, unluckily for 416, was the most sadistic, nicknamed John Wayne. He gave the prisoners a choice: 416 out of solitary in exchange for their blankets, or they could keep them and 416 would stay locked up all night. The prisoners opted to keep their blankets. During visiting time that evening, a number of inmates' parents requested Zimbardo contact a lawyer in order to get their son out of prison. A lawyer was called up and attended for interviews of each of the prisoners. The prison had completely devolved into the harshest guards' realm, with the good guards not challenging immoral acts and even enabling them. The evenings in the prison were worse for arbitrary punishment when the guards thought the experimenters weren't watching. Enter Christina Maslach, a recent PhD student and early in her professional career. She visited the prison and was very well known to Zimbardo, and in fact a year later would even marry him. She was shocked to discover the horrendous conditions of the experiment and appealed to Zimbardo, stating his lack of caring oversight and the immorality of the study. Additionally, she pointed out that Zimbardo had been changed by his role of superintendent in the experiment into someone she did not like. This, in addition to the obvious signs of deterioration of the mental well-being of the prisoners, led to the beginning of the end of the Stanford prison experiment. On the 6th day, Friday the 20th of August, the study was cancelled, over a week earlier than originally intended. The final day involved debriefing of both study groups. The encounter groups, as Zimbardo called them, were undertaken first with all the guards, then with all the prisoners, including those who had been released and had been invited to come back, and finally a meeting for all the guards and prisoners and staff together. This allowed the participants time to get their feelings out in the open and to start a kind of moral reconciliation between all involved. Questionnaires, similar to the ones filled out at the start of the study, were given to each participant to be filled out and posted to Zimbardo's team. Even though the experiment ended early, the full amount for the 14 days was paid to each participant, $210, roughly $1,400 in 2021 money. Finally, all participants were invited to return to the university a week later to share their opinions and emotions. And thus the experiment was over. But what of the results? Well, Zimbardo interpreted the results that it wasn't the individual personalities of the participants, but the prison itself that shaped the outcome. After all, Zimbardo had taken, in any other way, normal people at random and merely applied different roles, be it prisoner or guard. The two groups had the same goal of entering the study, and that was to get some extra money for 2 weeks of, apparently on the outset, easy work. Zimbardo took the experiment as an example of situational attribution, where the environment shapes the person's actions. He compared the prison experiment to that of Stanley Milgram's study 10 years earlier, where the perceived authority of a scientist resulted in study participants administering a potentially deadly electric shock to another person. Although personality was thought not to be the reason for the way the prison experiment played out, Zimbardo did concede that the individual did affect certain outcomes, such as individual level of rebelliousness of the prisoners and the level of cruelty shown by the guards. The experiment almost immediately invited criticism for the ethical way it was conducted, exposing the prisoners to a high risk of psychological injury. The apparent chaos in which the experiment devolved into meant that Zimbardo's team's conclusions were pretty anecdotal and relied on the experimenter's subjective understanding of the individual's behaviour. The guards were actively encouraged to participate more and be more tough for the benefit of the experiment by David Jaffe, who was acting as the warden, and also subsequent attempts to recreate the results have failed. Another criticism comes from Zimbardo taking on the role of superintendent himself, which gave him the excuse of himself being influenced by the situation of the prison. His role allowed him to directly influence the outcome of the experiment, and through a thing called demand characteristics, subconsciously influence the participants to subconsciously act out the stereotypes of the roles that they were assigned. Furthermore, the advert for the participants asked for volunteers for a prison experiment and thus opened Zimbardo to the criticism of selection bias on the part of the volunteers. The BBC recreated the experiment loosely in 2002 for a TV series rather blandly called The Experiment. The results of the study failed to replicate Zimbardo's conclusions when the guards did not naturally fall into the role of creating a tyrannical prison hellscape. And interestingly, the prisoners held onto their sense of independence, resulting in camaraderie within the inmates. There was even a late experiment breakout attempt. But funnily enough, this experiment was too finished early, due to the guards and prisoners wanting to start a new, much harder Stanford-style regime. Zimbardo is still alive today, and since the prison experiment has released multiple papers and books, including introductory psychology textbooks for college students and other notable works including The Lucifer Effect, The Time Paradox, and The Time Cure. Reportedly, none of the subjects had any adverse effects due to the experiment, apart from the time actually spent in the Stanford County Jail. Now, where would you rate this subject on my ethical scale? 1 being all okay and 9 being pure evil. I'm going to rate this prison experiment a 6. This is mainly due to the questionable results and uncomfortable living conditions of the prisoners, even though there were no apparent long-term effects on its subjects. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently grim, wet and windy southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing, and check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so check them out if you fancy supporting the channel financially. I also have a merch store, so if you fancy wearing one of my t-shirts, check it out. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching.
It captures people's imagination, I think, first and foremost. Architecture does affect people in ways that maybe architects understand only after a building's built.
People perceive architecture as simply being an object or a vessel within which people are housed. And that's clearly not what our sense of architecture is.
What the hell is an architect? What does an architect do? You know, what is the difference between an architect and a builder?
We concretize the world. We take human activities and we make manifest the physical structures that accommodate all manner of human activity.
The design studio is a place where individual action and individual creativity is measured very directly by the people around them.
When students are doing their job, they're shifting the focus of how we're talking and thinking about architecture.
you kind of come to architecture school, you sort of have this idea about objects and things like that, and then once you get here, it becomes all about space and, you know, all about occupation. And people sort of see a lot, you know, architecture sort of sculpturally, and there's a point at which you stop dealing with objects, you know, sort of things to stare at, and you start dealing with occupation.
I have a lot of friends who find it really hard to understand, like, my schedule here and how we function here, and being here at strange hours of the day, and working environment, and what studio space is like.
And the way of working too, you
Yeah.
know, that's really important.
Yeah.
So
And also the idea of being critiqued. Like, being critiqued is
it's a foreign concept
really,
to a
really
business
foreign
student.
concept.
you know?
Yeah.
The design studio is a place where students have to perform on their own. They have to create something from their own imagination. They have to create something in response to a set of problems that are either given to them, or they have to even invent the problem.
There's no other place that you can get this kind of culture. And we've been together for 5 years, like the whole group, right? So we know everybody. Everybody knows everything. It's like a second home. It's like a second community of people who are all struggling with the same questions.
Now, when I worked at home, there was so much lacking in the projects. There's nobody to bounce things off of. The inspiration is at a minimum when you're on your own.
Architecture education in US is one of the best because of this studio system. Always students hang around their own studio and talking, learning from others. That is the most important space for the education of architecture.
It's like they were hating on Robert Moses because he's so insensitive and he tore down neighborhoods and this, that, and the other. It's like, you know what? Get in a car, drive on the West Side Highway, take the Triborough Bridge into Manhattan, and then you will understand what he was trying to do. That visual procession in the automobile, spectacular. No. It is spectacular. You're thinking about it now because oh yeah, of course. Now we sit in traffic and we look at it. But back then, like, the city had to make that transformation.
The great thing about architecture schools is it still takes place in a kind of space where people discuss the work together in a kind of both a personal way, a one-on-one way, and in a very public way. Ultimately, there's a kind of arena. There's a public arena where the work is discussed, where students can present themselves personally to other people and show that they have a stake in the work and what they really think about the work. And that's extremely important, I think, to the development of an architectural project, because that's ultimately how architecture at certain points is really developed in the real world. And it's both an important lesson, but it's also a way in which, through that kind of intensely personal and human contact, that the work gets better.
I think a lot of the culture of studio happens at the most random times, like the most random hours.
I hope that, yes. I think the humor adds another level of energy, that you can bring. So you got moments where, we're all like joking around and we're doing the work and we're joking and we're vibing and whatever. Some guy will come in here like, well, that's why you guys don't get any work done because you're always doing the shit. And we're like, the you. Go and do your project then and live in your little world by yourself, because the humor brings the interaction and the interaction brings the energy, and the energy, creates an output between everybody, that we can all feed off of.
Don't forget, D, the bounce.
Everyone's stays late, everyone's hanging out and smoking cigarettes and drinking a lot of coffee and not really necessarily at your desk drawing or whatever. Architecture school is a really strange, specific environment. you can't possibly put that much work into something, like hours and hours on, you know, one drawing or whatever, and make it be productive. You know, you could tell an architect that it's due tomorrow and they'll put in the 12 hours and it might actually look the same as if they spent a whole week on it, you know?
I should have gone home earlier than I did because I just like every 5 minutes I would take a little bit of glue and put it somewhere and then stop and figure out what the hell it is that I just did and then start over again. So
I have this like terrible thing that happens to me that I call the design high, where I can't fall asleep because I can't stop thinking about my project. And it's like I get home and the whole walk home I'm exhausted. And as soon as I like brush my teeth and wash my face and get into bed, I need to go back to studio.
Your health is kind of put on hold to make room for your ideas.
Architects are masochists in some ways. You're in there to all hours of the night. You're cutting yourself at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're rushing to the hospital to get stitched. I mean, you're putting these models together that you're tearing apart and then putting them together again. And then you're going through this iterative process of evaluation that is incredibly personal, but yet also very public. And you're constantly putting yourself on display, opening yourself up to attack and criticism. I mean, it's intense. Why would you subject yourself to that and put yourself through that if you didn't love it?
That's a conceptual mistake. A structural system does not separate between each unit. Usually the span of structure encompasses 3 or 4 units, or maybe more.
Well, I understand, but I don't see why that has to necessarily be the case, especially.
It necessarily be this case. It has to be this case.
I understand that I don't have to, but I think it's important for the, you know,
It's
for
wrong.
the resolution.
It's fine. It's wrong.
Why is it wrong? Tell us why it's wrong.
Economically.
It's not wrong.
Systems.
We could critique his whole project in terms of
No,
the economy of
but
it.
you've done.
Basically, they're these walls, Dan. In terms of his diagram.
Yeah,
it's how
those
we
have to
like
be
it.
every other third wall is structural.
I mean, then that completely ruins the areas in
It does
between.
not ruin anything.
It wasn't necessary to have that conversation. The point was made, and then that's it. I understood the point, they understood or I thought he understood my point. I thought that should be the end of it, and then there were more important things to talk about and other people that had to talk to them, you know, and still talking about it for 20 minutes.
One thing that I always have an issue with is like students get so frustrated if they don't have a good critique. I think they misinterpret what a good critique is. I mean, by definition, it's a critique, it's a criticism. So if you go into a critique and all the critics, all they can do is blow hot air up your ass and tell you how great the project looks, well, that's still not, to me, that's not a good critique. They didn't criticize anything. To me, a good criticism is if you can inspire enough thought based on what they see and what they hear. If it inspires enough thought, then they will criticize. Not criticize in the sense of attacking. They're going to criticize because whatever you showed them inspired enough thought that they have their own opinion about the thing now. That's a criticism.
I'm not gonna argue with you because I have a feeling it wouldn't be productive.
We could go on all night. We could.
I know that's not the point.
You
We're
would
trying
stop and listen occasionally. We'd be able to find, you know, some resting spot here where we're kind of talking about the same thing, and you allow us to help you.
The other thing I think that is sometimes very negative is the idea that the student should be trained to do a sales pitch in this jury process. I mean, I think that really probably the student should at first be silent, you know, and the jurors should really start to ask questions about the drawings and try to understand the project in a more Socratic way, you know, rather than this sales pitch followed by criticism.
If you're a smart architecture student, you're listening very closely because you're not only interested in how that work is coming out of you, but also how other people are seeing it. The best architects, in my view, are the ones who bring a coherent view of the world to design. Those are the folks that become the best architects, in the sense that they're the ones that progress the profession, innovate, create new ideas. The most important thing about being an architect is learning how to think clearly. You have to be able to think clearly to practice architecture.
There's a tendency to see people as singular. If you're artistic, you're not practical. If you're practical, you're not artistic. That's totally preposterous. I mean, architecture is embedded in both worlds. And if anything, architecture is the connective tissue between these two kind of spheres. And it'd be impossible to live in one or the other. One, you'd be practical and never produce a piece of work of any interest. The other, you'd be producing work that has no meaning or no connectivity.
I think design requires a certain kind of smartness that holds those schizophrenic views simultaneously in one's thinking. Even as a young person, you know whether you can do that. And as you mature, it's quite rewarding to have those opposing views in your mind at all times.
There's not just one role for an architect. There are all different kinds of contributions an architect can make in the culture. The question of what's a good architect, I think that there are many different perspectives that come at a project as it's developing. And what's important for the architect is to be able to listen to people outside of themselves and take that and then give something of themselves to a project and make something incredibly unique and wonderful.
It has to be a person who's really willing to learn in a way that architects need to learn, which is they need to learn something every day for the rest of their lives. You've got to be, in a sense, kind of driven by that, in a sense, kind of inner force. But I think you also have to have the ability to kind of work through something and to be able to look at particular problems and be able to kind of listen and learn and examine with great patience some of those questions. So again, it's a kind of left brain, right brain kind of dichotomy that is, constantly, those demands are constantly placed on you as an architect.
There are other disciplines that bring other things to the table, but I think our ability to envision or imagine something that is not there, it's almost spooky to people. This notion that you can look at a site or look at a parking lot and see a building there, I think it's extraordinary. It's an extraordinary skill, and we are one of the few disciplines that can do that. I would not trade for anything the skill set that I learned in school, because it's very, very, very unique to our discipline, and that's what we bring to the table.
I don't believe schools of architecture, either historically or today, have particularly prepared young architects for the realities of architectural practice. Again, referring to this notion of a safe space where one can fail, where one can push the envelope in a sense. I think the academy always needs to be that. In a certain sense, you're a bit freer of the constraints of the real world. We need to understand that those constraints also have to be brought into the academy so students can begin dealing with them and dealing with them in an inventive and creative way. I think the academy should be a kind of idealized space, but it also has to be a kind of laboratory, a testing ground for the real world. And I don't think we're so good with the latter. I mean, we are still that ivory tower.
Sometimes I think we lose a little bit of the reality of what our job is and what our profession is really about. I think people really forget the reality of what it's going to be like to be working as professionals.
Architecture school is really unique because it's probably the only time that many of architecture students get to work on their own projects, because after that architecture is basically a service industry.
I think that the profession is a lot different from the education in that you never work alone. It's hard to design an entire building by yourself. There's always other people that you have to network with or design with or consult. That collaboration is not usually present in school, which is a good thing and a bad thing, because during school you're trying to develop your own sort of way of working.
You're very fast
And you always sort of predicting what I'm going to say. Their education is not preparing them to become kind of architects in the full sense of the word architect, being both poets and practitioners. They are wonderful, they're talented, they're smart. The tragedy is that the students are not sufficiently prepared to be independent thinkers. They either function at the poetic level or they function at the pragmatic level. The two shall never meet. So we have to kind of help them put those two together.
Do like a series of overlays where you'd start to see like if there's different spaces like this, how they would interact.
So the walls are they're retaining walls. They're retaining earth. They're retaining memories.
It's like an earthwork, yeah.
But like if you give me a word like that, we can respond to it. Right? Let me ask you this: why are they working just to put these things? They're making things.
Yeah.
Right, and they're making things because they want to create something of value, right? Mm-hmm. Why do they just want to put it in storage?
Do I think I might not be an architect? Sure. The likelihood that I work in an office after I graduate is pretty high, though. I don't think that people have to be stuck there for like 3 years and then get their license and then they do their own stuff. I want to start doing my own stuff and work in an office.
I look forward to seeing what's going to happen. I'm excited to see what my signature ends up being.
I want to teach and I want to write and I want to work for a firm that will let me do all of these things.
I want to get some experience in a larger firm to see how they work and see how they operate. Do that, and then hopefully the long-term goal is to, start my own practice.
The remarkable thing to me is how optimistic students of architecture are, how they sustain that optimism. And again, it's almost a bit like an actor or actress, that they still cherish that belief that they're going to break out of the chorus line in some way, even though the reality, as it is on Broadway, is very, very different. In part, it could be how they very quickly imbibe this notion of the star architect and this belief that, against all odds, that they might be able to make it.
Well, today I think a lot of people, when they think of architecture, they think of architects. They think of the handful of brand name architects that they might have heard of, which to me is rather limiting.
People only know Frank Gehry, I mean, there's other architects out there that are doing better work, greater work, more important work than Gehry.
The problem is that the way we teach architecture right now is we sort of train everybody to do that exact same thing. The whole sort of pedagogical model right now is around creating the next generation of star architects. That's actually a flawed model.
For many years, everyone wanted to be like Frank Gehry. They wanted to create great sculptures in the landscape. Whether those sculptures worked or not was largely irrelevant. The ability to use aerospace engineering to come up with forms that hadn't been built before was considered to be a primary task of someone coming out of school. That's over. That's over.
I would argue that this current generation of beginning students of architecture have the capacity to reshape a world like we've never seen before. And they need to have access to as much technology and as much discourse, meaningful discourse surrounding these techniques and these tools so that they're fully prepared to go out into the world in the future to do something positive and productive.
Students are coming out, they're working with individuals around the world who need shelter and who need ways of living that are affordable and supportable and sustainable. The students themselves have been pushing to force faculty to think differently about the way faculty see the environment, use the environment, and create objects that serve not just the aesthetic interests of the architect.
It's fundamentally an optimistic profession. You don't go into architecture if you're a pessimist, if you don't actually believe that the world can get better. So I think you've got a bunch of optimists that go into this design profession who actually believe that their buildings are going to make the difference in somebody's life.
I think that the built environment is something that people have such an appreciation for. If you don't care about this, then like, what do you care about?
It's about understanding human behavior, human desire, human want. Architecture is what you experience in your daily life on the street, the space of the street, how you navigate the street, how you relate to the buildings around you.
People tend to think architecture is done for and by other people. It's also done by you if you decide to maybe put a new window in your house or change the traffic flow in your house or your office.
At architecture school, you got the freedom to, you don't like something, do something about it. That's what they told you for 5 years. Do something about it. Doesn't matter what, just do something about it.
The school is kind of about a way of thinking, and what you're going to do in architecture school is not what you think it's going to be, That you're not going to go in there and be designing colonial homes and things like that.
We don't just need shelter, we need atmosphere, and we need to be inspired. I think one of the most important things you can take from this school is not to lose your ambition. It's not just, 4 walls and a roof. There's more into it. There's like a life to it that I think we get here, and we should really take with us everywhere you go.
You're gonna come to architecture school. I hope you understand the creative process. I hope you understand the transformation that your mind and body and psyches is gonna go through. Because there is nothing absolute about this. Think about that, Mr. Doc Boy. Yeah, making a movie, huh?
Right.
Yeah, sure you are.
Okinawa is over. Japan has lost the war, but they have not surrendered. Early in the morning, Japanese communications receive a series of conditions for their surrender to the Allies. This is known as the Potsdam Proclamation, which concludes with the following. We call upon the government of Japan to proclaim now the unconditional surrender of all Japanese armed forces and to provide proper and adequate assurances of their good faith in such action. The alternative for Japan is prompt and utter destruction. Prime Minister Suzuki decided for the newspapers to release only a controlled portion of the text. War Minister General Anami wanted to release a strong statement against the declaration, but Suzuki decided to ignore the matter for now. His official statement was essentially to kill it with silence. I consider the joint proclamation a rehash of the declaration at the Cairo conference. As for the government, it does not attach any important value to it at all. The only thing to do is just kill it with silence. We will do nothing but press on to the bitter end to bring about a successful completion of the war. The Suzuki government is one that is extremely split. There are essentially two factions. You have those who were really looking into surrendering, which was Prime Minister Suzuki, Foreign Minister Togo, and the Minister of the Navy, Admiral Yanai. And then there were those who really wanted to keep fighting, and they were led by Minister of the Army, General Anami, and his staff within the War Ministry. On August 6, 1945, Hiroshima was bombed. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a B-29 was spotted flying over Hiroshima. Around 90,000 died in an instant by a blast brighter than 1,000 suns. Japan does not respond. August 9th, 1945, Nagasaki is bombed. At 11 o'clock a.m., the second atomic bomb is dropped on Nagasaki. Around 40,000 are killed instantly. That same day, the Soviet Union declares war on Japan. Manchuria is invaded with lightning speed, and the Soviets seem unstoppable. The Suzuki cabinet falls into deadlock once again. Suzuki, Togo, and Yonai favor accepting the Allied ultimatum. Anami and the Army and Navy Chiefs of Staff do not believe Japan was defeated yet. Our army will not submit to demobilization, said Anami. We must fight the war through to the end, no matter how great the odds against us. Suzuki and Togo only had one option left to break the stalemate, and that was approach the Emperor. The Emperor, after many meetings with Prime Minister Suzuki, agrees to open negotiations to terminate the war. Japan sends the following notice to the Allies. The Japanese government are ready to accept the terms enumerated in the joint declarations which were issued at Potsdam on July 26, 1945, by the heads of the government of the United States, Great Britain, and China, and the later subscribed to by the Soviet government, with the understanding that said declaration does not compromise any demand which prejudices the prerogatives of His Majesty as the sovereign ruler. Previously, the Allies had explained to the Japanese that they would essentially be under control of a supreme Allied commander if they were to surrender, and this creates tension in the cabinet. Suzuki, Yonai, and Togo wish to just continue surrendering. There's just no hope. However, Anami and his staff, they downright refuse. The Emperor must remain in power. The stalemate continues. At 10:30 a.m. on a hot and humid day, the cabinet meets with the Emperor for a final decision on Japan's future. Suzuki reported their position to accept the terms of surrender, and Anami presented the opposition to that surrender. The entire room bursts into tears. Emperor Hirohito makes the decision to surrender. I have listened carefully to each of the arguments presented in opposition to the view that Japan should accept the Allied reply as it stands and without further clarification or modification, but my own thoughts have not undergone any change. In order that the people may know my decision, I request you to prepare at once an imperial rescript so that I may broadcast to the nation. Finally, I call upon each and every one of you to exert himself to the utmost so that we may meet the trying days which lie ahead. Thus begins Japan's longest day. General Nami arrives at the Ministry of War, where men gather wanting to know what has happened. The Emperor said he was confident our nation's structure will be preserved. We have no choice but to abide by his decision. It is based on his confidence in our loyalty, says Anami. In the midst of these grieving soldiers was Lieutenant Colonel Matsutaka Ida and Major Kenji Hatanaka. Only Hatanaka's sobs can be heard in the room. Brewing concerns of an upcoming coup begin to fester throughout the Japanese government. Lieutenant General Takashi Mori of the Imperial Guard greatly feared the Eastern District Army and their reactions to the surrender. Word traveled fast that several young officers were already calling for an uprising to continue the war. A cabinet meeting is held to discuss the wording of the Emperor's speech. It was presumptuous to ask the Emperor to broadcast directly to the people, so the decision is made that it should be recorded, and his broadcast would then be played the following day. NHK Radio is told they are going to handle the Imperial broadcast. The director of Domestic Bureau is Kenjiro Yabe, who relays the information. The Japanese people had never before heard the emperor speak, so this was without a doubt an important event. The pressure was on NHK. All the while, Major Hatanaka, while controlling his emotion, begins to plot. He's described as a man of great charm. He was vigorous and full of life, but on August 14th, he would prove to be dangerous. He was left alone by his fellow officers once Anami left, which was a huge mistake. At this moment, after collecting himself, Hatanaka made the most crucial decision of his life. Lieutenant Colonel Ida sat alone in a chair. He contemplated the hypocrisy of the situation. Japan would rather die than surrender, and yet here they were surrendering. He did not blame the emperor, but the hypocrisy of the government bent on saving themselves. The War Ministry issues a statement, in that its defeat does not mean total destruction, but a civil war would. And the only way to save Japan now was to adhere to imperial command. An hour has passed, and the cabinet is still meeting about the language of Hirohito's manuscripts. Yanai promises the good behavior of the navy. "And I speak for the army," says Anami. Both men had a chance to officially put down the young officer speaking of rebellion at this moment, but found it unnecessary as it might burden the emperor. The heads of the NHK broadcasting building are warned to keep the sessions a secret, even from their own staff, in case of an uprising. However, most of the NHK staff understood what was happening by the expressions on their fellow workers. They saw true emotion, and they knew that Japan was going to surrender. 2 K-Type 14 recorders were set, and a single Matsuda A-Type microphone was erected in preparations for the emperor's arrival. Major Hatanaka meets with Lieutenant Colonel Shizaki at the Imperial Guards Division HQ. They spoke to Major Ishihara and Major Kaga, who was the son-in-law of General Tojo. Many officers had by now told Hatanaka to stand down and accept the emperor's decision, but he has refused. Hatanaka believes the men around the emperor, they had deceived him, and they had pressured the emperor into accepting the Potsdam Ultimatum. Therefore, the emperor did not truly want surrender. It is the duty of the Imperial Guards to protect the emperor from these people. With that in mind, they begin to formulate a plan. Meanwhile, Anami agrees to sign a document making it clear the stances of the War Ministry to all of their soldiers. Issued August 14th, 2:40 p.m., the Imperial forces will act strictly in accordance with the decision of His Imperial Majesty the Emperor. Hatanaka rides to speak with General Tanaka, who is the commander-in-chief of the Eastern District Army. Tanaka immediately shoots Hatanaka down, before Hatanaka can even speak. "I know what's on your mind. I don't want to hear it. Leave at once. Get out." At the War Ministry, documents begin to be burned around this time. Watching over it is Lieutenant Colonel Ida as he contemplates his own suicide. Hatanaka, using a bike, goes to see Ida. Ida is preparing for his own suicide when Hatanaka enters. They went to the military academy together, so they knew each other fairly well and considered each other friends. Hatanaka asks Ida what should be done, to which Ida explains seppuku. They should kill themselves honorably. Hatanaka finds this prospect a good one, a favorable one, an honorable one, but he nevertheless explains his coup idea to Ida. This meeting is full of confusion and self-doubt, and perhaps, if done at a different time or even with somebody else, someone probably could have talked down Hatanaka here. But Ida does not. Ida ultimately refuses to join the coup, mainly due to the War Ministry's proclamation signed earlier. Meanwhile, 3 Imperial Guard divisions, which were assigned to guard the Emperor, have increased in numbers dramatically, which begins to arouse suspicion. The NHK engineers have since moved to the Imperial Palace, and have been waiting for hours. General Anami is the one holding them up. The cabinet is still in a deadlock after hours. There is a single statement in the Emperor's rescript that he does not like, and it reads, "The war situation grows more unfavorable to us every day." This would render all of Japan's propaganda as utter lies, which they were. Anami still insists Japan has not lost the war, and that, quote, the situation is merely not turned into our favor. Admiral Yanai grows immediately hostile towards the notion, and he cites the horrific losses at Okinawa and Burma and Iwo Jima and Saipan, and the list goes on and on. But Anami sees this as a chance for Japan to continue the war, that these high casualties are why the war must continue. He does not budge and offers the alternative statement. The war situation has not turned in our favor. Yanai and the other ministers balk at the notion when Yanai is summoned to the Navy Ministry. He gets a break and walks out of the room. Meanwhile, the NHK members at the Imperial Palace are now told to be prepared to record the Emperor at 7 o'clock p.m. At around 6 o'clock p.m., Yanai returns much calmer than he was earlier. He pulls Prime Minister Suzuki aside and says that they should revise the rescript to what Anami wants. Suzuki doesn't believe it at first. Yanai and Anami are arch enemies after all, but Yanai reassures Suzuki of his position. Anami had used this brief break to return to his residence and change into a fresh pair of clothing. In the meantime, he received General Hideki Tojo. Tojo speaks to Anami about being tried by the Allies as war criminals, and Tojo speaks about a defensive war for the greater East Asia. It shows a lack of adherence to the reality that Japan was, in fact, the aggressor in the whole situation. To these militarists, they acted only in defense of their homes, which just wasn't true. They had become radicalized by their own propaganda. When Anami returned to the cabinet, they agreed upon the rescript for the Emperor. Copies were then printed and presented to the Imperial Palace. Finally, some momentum as the coup plot thickened. Now they needed to decide what time to best broadcast the message. Togo proposed 7 o'clock a.m. on August 15th, and Yanai seconded. This was to announce the surrender as soon as possible to avoid further damage to the Japanese people, and also in case of the outbreak of violence. However, Anami disagreed, and he wanted the broadcast to also be issued overseas, all of it simultaneously, and he promised that all Japanese military commanders overseas understand what is happening, to understand that Japan was in fact surrendering. 12 o'clock p.m. on August 15th is the time that they agree to. Hirohito finally receives a copy of the transcript for his speech. He agrees to it and signs it with his official decree. The 14th day of the 8th month of the 12th year of Showa. Hatanaka realizes how little time they have left to enact their coup. The conspirators know that there will be no chance of success if the broadcast is given, so they must act immediately. Since 5 o'clock p.m., they have been compiling a list of guard officers. General Mori remains with a question mark next to his name. Will he join, or will he not? Mori is an integral part of this entire operation. Once they have his cooperation, the other officers of the Eastern District Army and the Imperial Guards will follow suit. They also defined what they wanted to replace the current government with, and that was a military-run restoration of what Japan had once and would have again. The conspirators then rode out towards their intended targets with set objectives in mind, and the coup had officially begun. By this time, General Anami had returned to the War Ministry. He decides it's time to write a letter of resignation, and he puts it in his pocket. To Anami, his work was almost complete, but he had some business to attend to before this night was over. Hatanaka arrives to see Colonel Haga, a division commander of the 2nd Regiment. Hatanaka speaks at length about their plot and their motives. Their goal is to best isolate the Emperor at the palace, where he would be persuaded against surrendering. Once the Emperor changed his mind, the army would thus follow suit. Haga was no fool, and he asserts that it works both ways. If the Emperor decides it's time to surrender, the army will follow the Emperor. This backs Hatanaka into a corner. Hatanaka decides to lie and explain that Anami, the Army Chief of Staff, and 2 commanders of the Eastern District Army and the Imperial Guards divisions were on board with the coup. Shizaki backs Hatanaka up and continues the lie. Haga still refuses, but it convinced Hatanaka and Shizaki that their next course of action needed to be getting General Mori on their side. He would provide the clout they needed to carry out their coup. They continue to spout their lies to Colonel Haga, and he actually begins to buy their story, though he remains reserved and contemplative. As the time approached 10 o'clock p.m., the cabinet reformed. Together, they all began signing the official rescript. The first being Prime Minister Suzuki. This was the official act of the Japanese government, and that they were going to adhere to the Emperor's wishes. Lieutenant Colonel Ida was asleep at the War Ministry when awakened by Hatanaka. Hatanaka and Shizaki now formally asked Ida to join the coup. This time, they have some backing with Colonel Haga and the Imperial Guard. Ida knows that without General Mori, the coup is doomed to failure, which is why the conspirators want Ida. Ida is actually somewhat close with General Mori, as he was one of Ida's teachers. He would be a friendly face to help persuade General Mori to join the coup. It is known by this point that something is amiss within the Imperial Palace, yet no military officer did anything active to try to stop these conspirators from plotting and achieving their goals. Hatanaka understood this fact and interpreted it as they secretly wanted him to succeed, which was just more self-delusion. Ida pleads with Hatanaka that the situation is utterly hopeless and that he needs to give up now before he gets too deep into this. But Hatanaka and Shizaki cannot accept this. They are the epitome of years of Japanese propaganda and lies that have done to what would otherwise have been probably very decent human beings. Ida reluctantly decides to go along with Hatanaka and Shizaki and ride away on their bikes to the Imperial Guards Division headquarters. The cabinet has finally been dismissed. General Anami wears his best uniform and approaches the exhausted Prime Minister Suzuki. Anami decides to apologize to Suzuki formally for creating the delays early in the day, to which Suzuki accepts. Anami then takes out a wrapped-up newspaper and hands it to Suzuki. Inside are Anami's cigars, gathered from his adventures in the South. Suzuki accepts the gifts, and Anami leaves for his residence. Suzuki is heard to have said, "I think the War Minister came to say goodbye." The room fell back into silence. The NHK engineers are startled after waiting for hours on end to see the Emperor arrive. The Emperor fixes his white gloves, and he asks, "How loudly should I speak?" The engineer replies that his normal tone should suffice. This turned out to be an issue, as the Emperor was extremely soft-spoken. Many of these engineers had never once seen the Emperor in person, let alone heard his voice. The engineers begin recording, and the Emperor approaches the microphone and begins to speak. Lieutenant Colonel Ida is meeting with fellow conspirator Major Kaga at General Mori's headquarters. General Mori remains in conference and cannot be disturbed. Every second that passes is a second in favor of the cabinet and the Emperor's resolution. So while they wait, the other conspirators begin studying the plans hastily written by Hatanaka himself. Since arriving at General Mori's HQ, the conspirators have learned that most of the division's battalion commanders had not only agreed to Hatanaka's plan, but have already begun stationing troops in strategic positions around the palace and ready for a strike. In a fit of impatience and excitement, Hatanaka storms off, not wishing to remain still. The Emperor's first recording proves to be too low. His voice was too quiet. It is decided to do a second take of the Emperor's speech, and the chamberlains watch the clocks tick by. Captain Takeo Sasaki of the Yokohama Guards is hurriedly moving towards their headquarters. Currently there is one battalion stationed at one of the Sojiji temples. Sasaki plans to arm this battalion, then march to the cabinet building and kill Prime Minister Suzuki. Captain Sasaki was not aware of Hatanaka's conspiracy, nor were either revolt aware of the Atsugi Air Base, which was also currently planning their own revolt. The only thing consistent about all these revolts is that they could hear shouts of banzai off in the distance. The Emperor has returned to the Imperial Palace unaware of the conspiracies growing around him. The NHK engineers created 2 sets of records containing the Emperor's speech. They are placed into 2 khaki-colored cotton bags. As rumors continue to grow of the coming coup d'etat, it is agreed that the records would be safest in the Imperial Household Ministry. The records are then carried to an office used by members of the Empress's retinue. They find a small safe in this office and decide to place the records here until morning. For now, the Imperial records were secure. Captain Sasaki's attempt to mobilize a revolt proved difficult. All 4 battalion commanders have outright refused Sasaki's call for emergency mobilization. Sasaki, in a rage, exclaims, "Don't try to stop me, if you know what's good for you." The captain has no intentions of surrendering. General Mori finally agrees to meet with the conspirators. Hatanaka has yet to return, leaving Ida and Shizaki to convince Mori of their intentions. But Mori knows why they are here and refuses to back the coup attempt. Mori begins to talk calmly for several minutes, not allowing Ida or Shizaki to speak. Hatanaka is busy speaking with Lieutenant Colonel Takashita. Hatanaka speaks bluntly of their plans to overthrow the cabinet. However, Takashita believes the coup will fail. He asserts to Hatanaka that General Anami will not back the coup, but Hatanaka is nevertheless unfazed. "He will once we take power," shouts Hatanaka, as he realizes what time it is. Hatanaka leaves Takashita to think about their position, but Takashita agrees to go speak to General Anami. General Mori continues to lecture Ida and Shizaki and explains he wishes to pray to the Meiji Shrine. Ida resigns himself that the attempted coup has failed with Mori's support gone. However, Hatanaka has returned. Ida gives a smile to Hatanaka, which is misinterpreted as meaning Mori has actually agreed to join their efforts. Sometime after Hatanaka entered General Mori's office, a gunshot is heard. Horrified, Ida runs back into the office and he can hear the agonizing moans of General Mori. Hatanaka appears with a pistol in his hand and a look of horror on his face. He had just shot General Mori, and Hatanaka begins to panic. Ida can also see Uehara, another conspirator, wiping blood from his sword. General Mori lays on the ground motionless, with a gunshot wound. Beside him is the decapitated body of Mori's brother-in-law. Blood covered the walls, forcing Ida to turn away. He manages to look at Hatanaka, who locks eyes with him, but neither man say a word to each other. The death of General Mori forced the conspirators to advance their plans. Here, Ida decides that the coup was over before it began. If Mori's murder was discovered, the army would never back the conspirators. Hatanaka is momentarily fazed by all this, but pulls himself together. He approaches General Mori's desk. Here he finds Mori's seal and stamps it onto several copies of their plan. Hatanaka then reads their plan aloud, dubbed Imperial Guards Division Strategic Order No. 584. 1. The division will defeat the enemy's scheme. It will protect the Emperor and preserve the national polity. 2. The commander of the 1st Infantry Regiment will occupy the East 2nd and East 3rd garrison grounds, including the surroundings of the Eastern District Army Strategy Room and the environs of the Hanmaru Baba, thus guarding the Imperial family against this sector. The commander will also order a company to occupy Tokyo Broadcast Station and prohibit all broadcasts. 3. The commander of the 2nd Infantry Regiment will use his main force to guard the Imperial family at the Fukiichi district of the Imperial Palace. 4. The commanders of the 6th Infantry Regiment will continue present duties. 5. The commander of the 7th Infantry Regiment will occupy the area of Ninjubashi Gate and prevent any contact with the Imperial Palace. 6. The commander of the Cavalry Regiment will order a tank force to Daikon Avenue and await further orders. 7. The commander of the 1st Artillery Regiment will await further orders. 8. The commander of the 1st Engineers will await for further orders. 9. The commander of the Mechanized Battalion will guard the Imperial Palace at its present strength. 10. The commanders of the Signal Unit will sever all communications with the Imperial Palace except through Division Headquarters. 11. I shall be at Division Headquarters. Within the hour, the Imperial Palace was controlled by the insurgent Imperial Guards. As ordered, the police were disarmed, the ground surrounded, and the entrances blocked. The move was so quick and effective that not one member of the Imperial Household Ministry yet knew the Emperor was now in the hands of the conspirators. General Anami sits quietly at his residence. He has just finished writing 2 poems directed towards the Emperor. After tasting the profound benevolence of the Emperor, I have no words to speak. The next poem reads, "For my supreme crime, I beg forgiveness through the act of death." Staring at the papers for a long while, Anami decides to write one last line. "I believe in Japan's sacred indestructibility." Meanwhile, the 1st Infantry Regiment receives Strategic Order No. 584 by Major Kaga. Not knowing of General Mori's murder, the troops begin to move to implement the conspirators' plans. Major Hatanaka is frantically moving. He knows full well that the entire plan now rests on 2 conversations he needs to have. The first is between General Tanaka and Colonel Ida. The second, and more important conversation, needed to be between General Anami and his brother-in-law Takeshita. Takeshita has learned of Hatanaka's plan, and he relays the information to General Anami. To his surprise, Anami is enjoying some sake. He's enjoying himself. He nevertheless relays Hatanaka's plans to occupy the palace and then try to get the army to revolt and carry on the war. Anami sits and says, "The Eastern Army District will never join the revolt." Anami then returns to drinking, his decision to die resolute. Lieutenant Colonel Ida has returned to speak with Hatanaka. Ida has learned that the Eastern Army, as Anami warned, would not join their conspiracy. But Hatanaka is not fazed. Instead, Hatanaka becomes even more resolute. Several of his acts have already been successfully carried out. There has been very little violence. The palace was occupied. They had cut the communication wires and closed off all the entrances to the palace. Things were going very smoothly. Ida decides to leave, having nothing left to say, but Hatanaka formulates a fallback plan. Not trusting the commitment of the Eastern Army, Hatanaka, Major Kaga, and Shizaki decided best to search every room of the Imperial Palace. They would need to find the Emperor's recordings and destroy the records. This would gain them further time to consolidate their advantage. But they needed to find where they were soon. The clock was continuing to tick. While Hatanaka decided to find the Imperial records, the decision is made in the Imperial Palace to move the recordings to a safer location. By now, they had discovered what was going on. The Imperial Palace is full of hidden rooms and secret corridors. Those inside decide to use this to their advantage. After moving a cupboard to reveal a hidden passageway, the recording protectors see a bank vault at the end of a long, thin hallway. They decide to hide the Imperial recordings in there. Major Kaga speaks with the Bureau Director of NHK, the radio station that will transmit the Emperor's message. The director informs Kaga that the recordings are in the Imperial Household Ministry, and that the broadcast will be made at 12 o'clock p.m. that day from their station. Now the conspirators know 2 important factors. 1, the recordings are half in their possession already, and 2, they have until noon to find and destroy those recordings. With this, the Imperial Guards fix bayonets and load their rifles. Once the rifles were loaded, the order was given, and the Imperial Guards stormed the ministry. They needed to find those recordings. At Eastern Army Headquarters, Guard commanders begin reporting in as ordered. Here, they receive the following orders. 1. The commander of the 1st Imperial Guards Division, General Mori, has been killed by insubordinate officers. 2. The 1st Imperial Guards Division will, until further order, be under the direct command of the commander of the Eastern District Army. 3. The 1st Imperial Guard Division's orders issued as of today's date are false. They are hereby cancelled. 4. All troops surrounding the Imperial Palace are ordered to disperse. The search for the recordings continues, but things are proving more difficult than anticipated. It is by chance the recordings were kept in the Imperial Household Ministry. The building is a labyrinth of small, narrow rooms they all look identical. And each room is labeled with an old-fashioned name that is utterly unrecognizable to the soldiers trying to search them. And the soldiers had no clue which rooms were used and which rooms were not, forcing them to literally search everywhere. Many buildings around the ministry were 3 stories tall. The Chamberlain Palace was built directly into a hill. If somebody entered in the front, they'd be entering on the 1st floor, but if somebody came in from the rear, they'd come in on the 3rd floor. On top of this confusion, a blackout was ordered as American B-29 bombers were seen approaching from the sea. Many of the conspirators knew almost immediately that they needed to move faster, and force might need to be used to find those Imperial recordings. General Anami decides that it's time for him to grab 2 of his ancient daggers. They had been passed down in his family from generation to generation. He keeps the shorter blade and hands the other one to Takeshita. The search for the Imperial recordings was growing violent as the time approached 4 o'clock a.m. The ministry personnel decided it best to wear all the same clothing to help further the confusion. The only distinction were the number of stars or stripes depending on their position. It became clear that soldiers had no clue who was who. Many personnel began giving deliberately false information to the soldiers to further slow them down. Others openly contradicted each other to continue the disruption. They were willing to do anything to slow these soldiers down to keep them from those Imperial recordings. Hatanaka had sent a request to speak to General Anami close to an hour ago. He has received no word back. The Imperial recordings had also failed to show up. Things were not looking good for the conspirators. They also learned that General Tanaka had publicly spoken out against the coup and was in the process of trying to stop it. Colonel Haga of the 2nd Infantry Regiment had heard the rumors and was now beginning to have doubts as to the orders he had received. Haga storms into the Imperial Guards Division headquarters and begins to shout. He demands to know why General Anami has not arrived. He was told the War Minister was backing the conspiracy. Hatanaka decides to buy some time to telephone Anami's residence himself. However, Major Kaga grew impatient. He informs Colonel Haga that General Mori is dead. Colonel Haga would not budge until he knew how General Mori died, and the conspirators had nothing to respond with. At this time, Colonel Takeshita officially decides to abandon Hatanaka's plot in favor of being with General Anami for his last moments alive. The time was just turning 4 o'clock in the morning. 37 men were speeding towards Tokyo from Yokohama. Most of them were boys full of hatred and fire. Armed with pistols, swords, and machine guns, they were led by Captain Sasaki. His fiery speech rallied these young men to join his cause. Captain Sasaki's hatred was aimed directly at Prime Minister Suzuki. To Sasaki, Suzuki was the arch enemy of Japan, and he must be killed. Their immediate objective is the Prime Minister's official residence. Suzuki's assassination will be the first step in the elimination of the entire cabinet, thus liberating Japan from these traitors. With any luck, the cabinet will still be in session. Lieutenant Colonel Ida pulls up to the front of the War Minister's residence. Takeshita allows Ida to enter and takes him to see General Anami. Ida is taken aback by seeing Anami ready for seppuku. Ida also wishes to end his life in an honorable way, but Anami specifically tells Ida not to. You must do your best to help rebuild Japan. That takes more courage than dying. Anami then invites Ida to drink some sake with them, and Ida accepts. Hatanaka receives a telephone call from Chief of Staff Takashima. Hatanaka tries to explain their situation, but Takashima interrupts him. Takashima, like the others, explains that Hatanaka's position is hopeless, and they must end the revolt immediately. Hatanaka then decides to ask to speak directly to the people for 10 minutes before the Emperor's broadcast. This was a fallback option for their unraveling coup d'etat. Takashima will not have this. He explains their deaths will be meaningless, to which Hatanaka will not accept. When Takashima hangs up, Colonel Haga storms into their office. He finally pieced together what the conspirators have been doing. He knows they've lied to him. General Anami will never arrive. Haga severs his ties to the conspirators and brands them traitors. He now demands Major Hatanaka to leave the Imperial Palace at once. Hatanaka will not budge. The sun began to rise in the distance. Only a faint shade of blue can be seen on the horizon. Captain Sasaki's forces have arrived at the Prime Minister's official residence. They parked and quietly made their way forward. The 2 light machine guns are placed by the residence entrance. The troops are now in position, and Sasaki gives the order to fire. Suzuki's staff members awake to bullets flying all around them, the windows being smashed and the walls filling with bullet holes. Several manage to escape through an underground corridor Sasaki is blissfully unaware of. He gives the order to charge, and his troops storm the residency, demanding entrance. A lone guard greets them, and he explains to Sasaki he is on their side, which is a lie. Sasaki believes the guard, and the men pour oil onto the residency carpet. It fails to light, greatly aggravating Sasaki and the others. After wasting precious time, the oil finally caught fire, and the residency exploded into flames. But as Sasaki left, staff members rushed back to this residency and managed to douse the fire. But they had no idea where Sasaki was off to next. Only a mile away, soldiers of the 1st Regiment of the Imperial Guards surround the NHK building where the broadcast is supposed to take place. Several demand the broadcast be cancelled and begin messing with the equipment. They lock around 60 NHK staff members into Studio 1 to keep them isolated. The search for the Imperial recordings was still underway at the Imperial Palace. They still had no luck finding these recordings. All the while, the sun continued to rise in the distance, and the conspirators' time was running out. Major Hatanaka arrives at the Japanese Broadcast Corporation. He marches directly to Studio 2, where Mario Tatano and the announcer waited. Hatanaka demands he put his case before the Japanese people. He wishes to speak before the Emperor's broadcast. Tatano decides to stall, knowing that the 5 o'clock a.m. news was just starting, and Hatanaka's broadcast would just interrupt it. Hatanaka makes his demands again, but Tatano is firm in not allowing him to make the broadcast. In a bit of rage, Hatanaka pulls out his pistol and points it directly at Tatano's head. Tatano swallows with sweat beading down his face, but he stares Hatanaka down. General Tanaka from the Eastern District Army arrives at Guard's headquarters. Tanaka finds General Mori's corpse still on the ground. He orders those inside the headquarters arrested, including Ishihara, an important conspiracy member. Ishihara says nothing, neither admitting nor accepting his guilt. Tanaka then gets to a telephone and places a call to the Imperial Palace. Colonel Haga picks up on the other end, and Tanaka orders him to meet at the Inui Gate. Hajime Suzuki receives a telephone call warning about Captain Sasaki. They had failed to burn down the official residence and were now on their way to the Prime Minister's personal residence. Hajime grabs his mother, and they get into an official car. The car refused to start, and around 10 guards help push it up a hill. They notice several vehicles approaching from the highway, and the Suzukis hide in the back seat. Captain Sasaki and his men approach in full speed and rush right past the Suzuki car. In his rush, he fails to notice the Suzuki family, and they continue onward to their personal residence. The Suzuki family is safe for now, and they drive off into the distance. Captain Sasaki arrives at the Suzuki personal residence. He's greeted by the Prime Minister's grandson and Miss Yuriko Hara. Sasaki pulls out his sword and places it to her chest. He demands to speak to the Prime Minister. Suzuki is not there, however, which enrages Captain Sasaki. He turns to his men and orders the place searched. After a while, the soldiers report that Suzuki is not in the residence. Disgusted, Sasaki orders the house burned. Unlike the official residency, Suzuki's house becomes a conflagration. Sasaki orders his men to their next objective, leaving Suzuki's grandson and Miss Hara to watch their house burn to the ground. General Anami draws his sword as Takeshita and Ida watch. He is on his knees. With a final inhale, he stabs himself in the gut. Takeshita drops to his knees as he watches Anami pull the sword across his belly, blood seeping over his hands and across his lap onto the floor. The blood falls onto his letter to the Emperor. With one hand, Anami reaches up and touches his neck. He searches for the corroded artery. As Anami begins to sway from the pain and blood loss, he swipes his knife across his neck, and the blood pulsates outwards. Yet he still remained upright, Takeshita and Ida watching in horror. "Shall I help you?" asked Takeshita. "No," answered Anami. "Leave me." With those words, Takeshita stood, and he stepped outside into Anami's garden. Anami remained upright. At Inui Gate, General Tanaka confers with Colonel Haga. Haga admits Division Order Number 584 was a forgery. Tanaka just orders Haga back to his men and to return to their original stations. Haga complies. The revolt is all but over. Major Hatanaka still has his pistol drawn on Tateno. However, he can see the situation is falling apart around him. He goes on a tirade defending his position, the evils of the cabinet, and how the cabinet had polluted the emperor into surrendering. It falls on deaf ears, the guards growing uneasy. The telephone rings and Hatanaka lowers his pistol and answers. Tateno breathes a sigh of relief. On the other end is an officer of the Eastern District Army. The coup has failed. Hatanaka has failed. After hanging up, all the fire inside Hatanaka vanished. He looked at the guards, sighed, and ordered everyone to leave. With that, the conspirators left NHK, and the radio station was free to resume preparations to broadcast the Emperor's speech. Lieutenant Colonel Shizake is still at the Imperial Palace. He learns of General Tanaka and the Eastern District Army seizing the guard's office. In a fit of rage, Shizake drew his sword and hit the closest pine tree. Bark flew in every direction. Shizake now realizes he has failed. Captain Sasaki and his men arrive at Baron Haranuma's house. They are unaware if anyone is inside or not, and Sasaki immediately orders the place burned to the ground. His radical soldiers obey, and after watching the building be engulfed in flames, Sasaki orders his men back to the vehicles and to their next objective. Anami's body remains still, his form upright, head slumped, blood still dripping from his wounds. Takeshita has returned and asks Anami a question, but there is no answer. Anami has fallen unconscious. He approaches his uncle, then jabs a dagger into Anami's neck to finish the job and allow Anami to die with honor. He then calls Anami's wife and sister to inform them of his death. Then he returns, staring at Anami's lifeless body. He blames himself for failing Anami, the Emperor, and Japan. Prime Minister Suzuki awakes. He sees his son entering, safe from Captain Sasaki and his men. The Inspector General of the Tokyo Police enters and informs Suzuki that General Anami is dead, and that soldiers have occupied the Imperial Palace. This is the first Suzuki hears about the extent of Hatanaka's coup. At 7:21 a.m., a special bulletin is heard over NHK radio. His Imperial Majesty the Emperor has issued a rescript. It will be broadcast at noon today. Let us all respectfully listen to the voice of the Emperor at noon today. 8 o'clock a.m. each morning marks the changing of the guard. General Tanaka watches intently as the soldiers change from one shift to the other without any problems. He is relieved. He receives notice that Major Hatanaka is still at the NHK building. He orders Hatanaka placed under guard immediately. Under no circumstances is Hatanaka to be allowed to speak to the people. Inside the Imperial Palace, the recordings are removed from the vault. They had survived the night without being found. Now they need to be taken to the NHK building for broadcast. Lieutenant Colonel Ida receives a disturbing report that 2 officers had begun distributing leaflets to the people of Tokyo. One of them stole a horse, the other a motorcycle. Hatanaka has reached his final, desperate attempts to justify his actions throughout the night. Behind the War Ministry, thick black clouds of smoke can be seen. The burning of classified documents had resumed since the previous day. The smoke blotted out the sun. The Imperial recordings reach the NHK building without any issues. The engineers prepare the recording for broadcast and wait for the clocks to strike noon. Major Hatanaka and Lieutenant Colonel Shizaki ride up and down the streets shouting to the top of their lungs. They throw and cast leaflets, exclaiming a desire to continue the war. People look at them as if they are insane. We officers of the Imperial Japanese Army, who this morning, August 15th, 1945, have risen up in arms, declare to all officers and soldiers of the armed forces and to the Japanese people that our intention is to protect the Emperor and to preserve the national polity despite the designs of the enemy. That our prime concern is neither victory nor defeat, nor are we motivated by selfish interest. That we are ready to live or die for the sole, just, and righteous cause of national loyalty, and that we devoutly pray that the Japanese people and the members of the armed forces will appreciate the significance of our action and join with us to fight for the preservation of our country and the elimination of the traitors around the Emperor, thus confounding the schemes of the enemy. Everyone in the NHK building is on edge with less than half an hour before the broadcast begins. Lieutenant Colonel Shigetoyo Suzuki watches his men carefully, and he notices one man standing outside Studio 8. He asks the soldier what is the matter, but the man moves quickly. The soldier draws his sword. "There will not be any broadcast. I'm going to kill them all," he shouts. Other soldiers grab the rebel and suppress him. He drops his sword. Suzuki then turns the soldier over to the Kempeitai. The NHK staff watch the fight unfold, terrified that any of these soldiers might rebel and possibly kill them. Shizaki falls to the ground, his sword through his stomach. He has taken the final steps to properly honor the Emperor. Hatanaka cocks his pistol, hands trembling, and places the barrel to his forehead. He pulls the trigger, the back of his head exploding, and he falls to the ground in a lifeless heap. The broadcast lights turn on at the NHK station. The announcer prepares to introduce the Emperor's speech. "A broadcast of the highest importance is about to be made. All listeners will please rise." An entire nation rose to their feet at that moment and awaited their Emperor's voice. "His Majesty the Emperor will now read his imperial rescript to the people of Japan. We respectfully transmit his voice." The Japanese national anthem begins to play. Many begin to cry. Others remain emotionless. The Emperor's speech begins.
To our good and loyal subjects, after pondering deeply the general trends of the world and the actual conditions obtaining in our empire today, we have decided to effect a settlement of the present situation by resorting to an extraordinary measure. We have ordered our government to communicate to the governments of the United States, Great Britain, China, and the Soviet Union that our empire accepts the provisions of their joint declaration. To strive for the common prosperity and happiness of all nations, as well as the security and the well-being of our subjects, is the solemn obligation which has been handed down by our imperial ancestors and which lies close to our heart. Indeed, we declared war on America and Britain out of our sincere desire to ensure Japan's self-preservation and the stabilization of East Asia, it being far from our thought either to infringe upon the sovereignty of other nations or to embark upon territorial aggrandizement. But now the war has lasted for nearly 4 years. Despite the best that has been done by everyone, the gallant fighting of the military and naval forces, the diligence and assiduity of our servants of the state, and the devoted service of our 100 million people, the war situation has developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage, while the general trends of the world have all turned against their interest. Moreover, the enemy has begun to employ a new and most cruel bomb, the power of which to do damage is indeed incalculable, taking the toll of many innocent lives. Should we continue to fight, not only would it result in an ultimate collapse and obliteration of the Japanese nation, but also it would lead to the total extinction of human civilization. Such being the case, how are we to save the millions of our subjects or to atone ourselves before the hallowed spirits of our imperial ancestors? This is the reason why we have ordered the acceptance of the provisions of the Joint Declaration of the Powers. We cannot but express the deepest sense of regret to our allied nations of East Asia, who have consistently cooperated with the Empire towards the emancipation of East Asia. The thought of those officers and men, as well as others who have fallen in the fields of battle, those who died at their posts of duty, or those who met with untimely death, and all their bereaved families, pains our heart night and day. The welfare of the wounded and the war sufferers, and of those who have lost their homes and livelihood, are the objects of our profound solicitude. The hardships and sufferings to which our nation is to be subjected hereafter will be certainly great. We are keenly aware of the inmost feelings of all of you, our subjects. However, it is according to the dictates of time and fate that we have resolved to pave the way for the grand peace for all the generations to come by enduring the unendurable and suffering what is insufferable. Having been able to safeguard and maintain the Kokutai, we are always with you, our good and loyal subjects, relying upon your sincerity and integrity. Beware most strictly of any outbursts of emotion which may engender needless complications, or any fraternal contention and strife which may create confusion, lead you astray, and cause you to lose the confidence of the world. Let the entire nation continue as one family from generation to generation, ever firm in its faith in the imperishability of its sacred land, and mindful of its heavy burden of responsibility, and of the long road before it. Unite your total strength to be devoted to construction for the future. Cultivate the ways of rectitude, foster nobility of spirit, and work with resolution, so that you may enhance the innate glory of the imperial state and keep pace with the progress of the world.
It was meant to be the biggest tour the world had ever seen, a victory like no other. 6 brothers returning to the stage one last time to remind the world where it all began and reclaim their place in pop music history. But what started as a dream quickly spiraled into one of the most controversial and revealing chapters in music. Behind the glittering lights, bedazzled costumes, and spellbinding moves was simply utter chaos. By 1984, Michael Jackson was untouchable. Thriller had rewritten the rules of pop music. He wasn't just a superstar, he was a phenomenon. Every song, every move, every appearance sent shockwaves through the world. But as his solo fame soared to unimaginable heights, the pressure to return to his roots, for one final farewell with his family, became impossible to ignore. The Victory Tour's excesses were unlike anything seen before. 50-foot stages, blinding pyrotechnics, and ticket lines that stretched around city blocks. Conceived as, quote, the most profitable tour of all time, millions waited for a glimpse of the man who had moonwalked his way into the history books. However, what was supposed to be a victory soon became a war between fame and family, loyalty and freedom, business and art. Millions were made and lost. Life-threatening accidents, bitter lawsuits, and family feuds almost brought the entire tour to a crashing end. What should have been a celebration of brotherhood became a battlefield of egos, greed, and control, ending with one final act of defiance that would shock the world. This is the Jacksons' Road to Victory, a deep dive into every twist, turn, and triumph behind the most ambitious tour in music history. A tour that, at any moment, came dangerously close to imploding and taking the Jackson family down with it.
Washington Bridge.
On the morning of November 30th, 1983, members of the New York press and photographers eagerly descended upon Tavern on the Green in Central Park, where Michael Jackson, pop music's hottest commodity, had an exciting announcement to make. Hundreds of journalists gathered, and as anticipation filled the room, the superstar entered alongside his 5 performing brothers. The master of ceremonies, Don King, took to the microphone in his typical bombastic fashion. Known for promoting Muhammad Ali's greatest fights, King had now turned his promotional firepower towards pop music. One reporter described the occasion as, quote, a Don King pep rally more than a press conference. At the center of attention, a shy and softly spoken 25-year-old Michael Jackson barely whispered into the microphone, quote, the brothers are getting back together, formally announcing the much-anticipated Jackson's tour. His understated demeanor contrasted sharply with the desired grandeur of the event, prompting Don King to interject that Michael's voice was tired before taking over much of the talking himself. Declaring he would pull off the impossible, King revealed that the 6 brothers, Michael, Jackie, Tito, Marlon, Randy, and Jermaine, would perform together for the first time since 1976. King then gushed that Michael transcends all earthly bounds, calling the Jacksons' reunion, quote, ethereal, ephemeral, euphoric, and exciting.
Michael Jackson spoke only to introduce his family. When directly questioned about the upcoming tour, King was quick to intercede.
Michael has just got to introducing his family, and he has a voice, he has a problem that he's been working so hard singing all these songs, and he will not be able to continue at this pace. Then today, America, tomorrow, the world.
Already a powerful but controversial figure in the sports arena, King, who reminded the crowd that he had helped guide Muhammad Ali to prominence, has charged into the music field with his usual flamboyant style, promising that the Jackson concert tour would net several $100 million.
Unprecedented and unparalleled excitement. Jackson mania with King telling the story.
It was a thrilling announcement for fans and journalists alike, but not at all what many expected, given Michael Jackson's recent solo triumphs, which were propelling him into entirely new and unexplored realms of superstardom. His 1979 masterpiece, Off the Wall, had sold over 20 million copies worldwide, 9 million in the US alone, becoming the highest-selling album by a black artist up to that point, and the first in history to produce 4 top 10 singles on the Billboard Hot 100. Exactly 1 year before this very press conference, Jackson also released Thriller, which had been dominating music charts ever since, spending 37 consecutive weeks at #1 on the Billboard 200. With 20 million units sold, it was by far the best-selling album of the year, and soon became the best-selling album of all time. Breakthrough hits like Billie Jean and Beat It were monster successes, and at times charted the top 5 simultaneously, a rare feat. However, Michael Jackson wasn't just commercially successful. He had redefined the emerging art form of the music video and broken racial barriers on radio and television, becoming pop's ultimate crossover artist with his unique fusion of rock, pop, and R&B. By the summer of 1983, Thriller was selling 1 million copies per week, and the artist was a catalyst in reshaping the world of popular music. So when he suddenly chose to get back with his brothers and offer audiences a hit of nostalgia via his return to his Jackson 5 roots, the move seemed out of place, a step backwards for the superstar whose career had gone stratospheric. As one journalist put it, quote, "The Jacksons started as a cute kid group 14 years ago. Now they return as men, with a frontman whose solo success has eclipsed even their 150 million albums sold." Michael Jackson's steep ascent into global superstardom, distinct from his family ties, was no accident, but the result of a plan the former child prodigy had been devising for years. It began with his pursuit of a movie career, starring in 1978's The Wiz, alongside his showbiz mentor and close friend Diana Ross. On set, he met producer Quincy Jones, who would become the driving collaborative force behind his recent musical triumphs. Eager to cultivate his own unique sound outside the Jacksons, Michael poured his creative energies into solo projects and collaborations with other musical giants, including Paul McCartney and Queen's Freddie Mercury. As his fame soared, so did his mystique. Michael became increasingly elusive, private, meticulous, and obsessively protective of his image. Quote, he developed one separate from the Jackson Group identity. Once, when an unacceptable photo was displayed at a publicity function, he demanded to know who was responsible and demanded their dismissal, a reporter observed, describing him as, quote, a taller, smoother, more polished performer, with traces of Diana Ross in his stage presence and in the way he accepted applause. Whispers surrounding his transformation, his refined nose and shrinking frame, only deepened public fascination. His evolving appearance seemed to symbolize a move away from his family identity toward a singular, global persona. Quote, the young man of Negroid features was recast with a slicker, almost European visage, one reporter noted during the press event. For years, despite continued success with the Jacksons, including hit singles and nationwide tours, speculation about Michael's departure loomed large. Quote, the end of the '81 tour should have been a time of great pleasure for Michael and his brothers. They got excellent reviews, generated substantial profits. The crowds loved them, but their accomplishments were somewhat overshadowed by rumors that Michael would quit the Jacksons at the tour's end. A possibility that Michael often alluded to in music magazine interviews at the time. Even then, it was clear to outsiders that Michael had outgrown the group, and while remaining in the Jacksons, professionally separated himself from within. As one report put it, quote, it was true that Michael now had his own career, with Off the Wall at #1 on the charts, in his own lawyers and accountants. So why take a step back just as his solo career was soaring out of orbit? Why risk losing the momentum he'd worked so hard to capture and his opportunity to finally break away from his family? Well, the tour had been in the works for a while, ever since all 6 brothers reunited earlier in the year for the Motown 25 Yesterday, Today, Forever television special, celebrating the 25th anniversary of Motown Records. The program brought together many of the label's legendary artists, including Smokey Robinson, Diana Ross, Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, and the Jacksons, for performances honoring Motown's rich musical legacy. For the first time since 1976, Michael Jackson would perform with all of his brothers. After the Jacksons' messy departure from Motown to sign with Epic Records in 1975, Jermaine had remained with the label until 1982, when he himself left to sign with Arista, allowing the long-awaited musical reunion to take place. Even then, Michael was reluctant to perform. He was increasingly focused on artistic control, creative independence, and redefining his identity as a performer beyond his Motown roots. By 1983, he was no longer the young prodigy Motown had molded. Having left the label nearly a decade earlier, Michael had found new creative freedom at Epic Records and had a new hot album he wanted to focus on. Motown 25 was designed as a celebration of the label's past, but Michael saw himself as the embodiment of pop music's future. He reportedly told friends and Quincy Jones that he didn't want to appear as though he were moving backward, returning to the nostalgia of the Jackson 5 era just as he was defining himself as a solo artist. Instead of performing exclusively with his brothers, Michael wanted to showcase his latest track, Billie Jean, which obviously wasn't a Motown song, and to many felt out of place. His brothers weren't enthusiastic about the idea, questioning why the focus couldn't remain on the group and their family at last reuniting, rather than pushing Michael as a solo artist. Motown founder Berry Gordy, also initially resisted, wanting the show to spotlight Motown's own hits. But Michael was firm. He would only participate if he could perform Billie Jean. Eventually, Gordy relented. Aware that Michael's immense star power would guarantee strong ratings, he agreed to the solo performance, but only after Michael had performed a medley of Motown hits with his brothers. On the night itself, the reformed Jacksons triumphantly took the stage, performing a string of beloved classics: I Want You Back, The Love You Save, Never Can Say Goodbye, and I'll Be There. The reunion was one of the most anticipated moments of the show, their performance both uplifting and heartwarming, a nostalgic tribute to Motown's golden years and a testament to the brothers' enduring bond, despite growing rumors of tension within the family as Michael's solo fame soared. After the Jacksons set, Michael remained alone on stage. Smiling, he told the audience, quote, "I like those old songs. Those were good songs. I like those songs a lot, but I especially like the new songs." Moments later, the driving beat of Billie Jean began, and the auditorium erupted into a frenzy. Fresh off the release of Thriller, the performance became the defining moment of the night, and one of the most iconic television performances in music history. In stark contrast to the warm, fuzzy feeling the Jackson 5 classics evoked, Michael's masterful showmanship, polished moves, and cutting-edge performance embodied the future. When he debuted his now legendary moonwalk, the audience was left in awe. The move instantly became a global cultural phenomenon. The broadcast reached tens of millions of viewers, and media coverage overwhelmingly focused on Michael's Billie Jean performance rather than the Jacksons' reunion. What the brothers had hoped would unite them in the public eye instead backfired. Michael's solo moment completely eclipsed the group, skyrocketing both his single and the Thriller album up the charts worldwide. It was perhaps the clearest sign yet that Michael had not only outgrown the group he'd joined as a child, but that his family was potentially holding him back from fulfilling his greatest ambitions. With hit singles topping the charts, and after his electrifying television performance, demand to see the moonwalking stage wonder live was at an all-time high. Still, a new Jacksons album and world tour were expected, and shortly after Motown 25, reports emerged of, quote, that sisters Janet and LaToya Jackson might join their brothers. Reminiscent of the variety-style shows the family had performed in Las Vegas a decade earlier, the idea was one Michael quickly dismissed. Soon, new reports suggested that the Billie Jean singer was planning a winter solo tour, and even considering a collaboration with Steven Spielberg to incorporate extraterrestrial effects into his concerts. As late as October 1983, the press was still reporting that, quote, the Jacksons have a new LP coming out next month, and if the family group sets up a concert tour in support of that album, Michael may join them, indicating Michael Jackson's reluctance to tour again with his brothers as the Jacksons. Yet Michael's loyalty to his family remained strong. The idea of leaving them behind after a lifetime spent performing together was an impossibly difficult decision. With Jermaine rejoining the group and following the unity they displayed at Motown 25, Michael felt a deep sense of obligation, and even guilt, that his solo success had far surpassed anything his brothers could achieve individually. For Michael to fulfill his own dreams, he would inevitably have to shatter theirs, as the group was unlikely to match the success they had experienced without their magnetic frontman. After more than 20 years performing together, Michael felt the least he could do was end things gracefully, before moving on to new horizons. He therefore agreed to one final tour, a farewell gesture to his family, making it clear that this would indeed be his last. One reporter noting that, quote, a release handed out before the press conferences does quote Michael as saying this will be the last tour. One final celebration of the Jackson family before he devoted himself entirely to his own solo projects. Quote, "This definitely will be the last tour," Michael reiterated before the New York press, hiding beneath a pair of sunglasses. Besides, in the wake of Thriller, Michael had become both the most famous and the most scrutinized person on the planet. The press constantly speculated about whether he was abandoning his family, his roots, even his race. The tour offered him a chance to show the world that fame and fortune hadn't changed him, that he hadn't forgotten where he came from. Performing with his brothers one last time would soften his image, reminding fans of the smiling kid from the Jackson 5 and celebrating just how far they had come. As one journalist observed, quote, "The Jackson story is one that says it's possible for a black artist to have mainstream, massive success because the music has merged, and if it's good, people will listen to it." Therefore, preparations for the nationwide tour began. While it would have been far more lucrative for Michael Jackson to go out on the road alone, the motivation behind the Jacksons' reunion tour was about more than just money. Michael was doing it out of love and for family, making a point to individually introduce his brothers during its announcement. For the other Jacksons, however, the financial stakes were enormous. On the back of Michael's incredible wave of success, and the singer publicly proclaiming that this would be the very last tour with the group, they felt pressure to make the most of this final victory lap. With boxing promoter Don King offering $3 million in upfront advances, he would act as tour promoter in association with Joseph and Catherine Jackson, the parents of the 6 members of the group. It was announced that the tour would include no fewer than 40 U.S. stadium dates beginning in May. Spread over 13 weeks, with Michael limiting himself to no more than 3 shows per week to conserve his energy, the tour was expected to attract around 1.2 million attendees. Depending on ticket prices, which were projected between $20 and $25, gross earnings were estimated between $24 million and $30 million. Assuming the higher figure and deducting $6 million for expenses, the net profit would stand at approximately $24 million. 85% of that total would go to the Jacksons, with the remainder divided among Don King, Joe, and Catherine Jackson. Each member of the group, Michael included, would earn roughly $3.4 million, while King would receive $1.8 million, and Joe and Catherine a combined $900,000. There was also early talk of a concert film and a live satellite broadcast of one of the shows. Other plans abounded: a Billie Jean-inspired feature film, a signature Michael Jackson leather jacket, trading cards, and a host of merchandising opportunities. Don King, ever the showman, boldly declared it would be, quote, "the most profitable pop music tour ever." King then announced they had already secured a lucrative Pepsi sponsorship that alone guaranteed at least $5 million, with the potential to double that, making it, quote, "the largest corporate sponsorship deal in rock history." This brought each band member's potential earnings to $5 million, the equivalent of about $15 million today. It was a dramatic leap from their previous sellout nationwide tour 2 years earlier, which had grossed $5.5 million in total. For everyone except Michael, it was the biggest payday of their careers, and the last major paycheck they would see for some time. At the time, corporate sponsorships in music were rare. As one article noted, quote, "Jovan Perfume reportedly paid $3 million to put its name on the Rolling Stones' 1981 tour, making Pepsi's potential $10 million deal unprecedented." Behind the scenes, the partnership had been carefully assembled. Don King served as the go-between, while Joe Jackson negotiated the terms. Pepsi's rivals, including Coca-Cola and even Atari, had tried and failed to sign Michael earlier that year. For Pepsi, landing the Jacksons was both a business coup and a symbolic victory in their ongoing cola war with Coke. At that time, Pepsi was the underdog, eager to shake off its second-place image. In Michael Jackson, they saw the ultimate symbol of youth and energy, the embodiment of the new generation they were desperate to reach. As Pepsi executive Roger Enrico proudly declared, quote, "We are undertaking this venture because we believe the Jacksons are the top entertainers in the world." Under the terms of the deal, Pepsi would serve as both sponsor and advertiser, with the Jacksons agreeing to appear in television commercials and Pepsi's branding to be featured on all tour tickets, promotional materials, posters, and possibly even tour merchandise. At the time, it was almost unheard of for a superstar musician to front a corporate campaign, making Michael not just a performer, but a global marketing force. Pepsi's ambitions didn't stop there. The company planned to integrate the tour into a broader cross-promotional campaign that included Burger King, which had recently switched its beverage supplier from Coca-Cola to Pepsi in what was described as the largest beverage changeover ever in the food service industry, worth $35 million. This meant Pepsi wasn't just sponsoring a concert, it was orchestrating a cultural takeover, merging soft drinks, fast food, and pop stardom into one massive campaign. Fans grabbing a Pepsi or a Burger King meal would be greeted by images of Michael and the Jacksons, the ultimate fusion of music and marketing. As you can imagine, when Michael Jackson caught wind of the terms of the deal, he wasn't thrilled about using his considerable power and influence to push sugary sodas and fast food onto the youth of America. A self-proclaimed vegetarian and health enthusiast, he found the arrangement at odds with the wholesome lifestyle he prided himself on. Yet feeling pressure from his family, he reluctantly agreed, but only on his own terms. Within the Jackson household, Michael's submission created both excitement and relief. For his cash-strapped father and brothers, it was a long-awaited payoff. For Michael, it was another test of balancing his art with his obligations. He insisted on complete creative control over the commercials, once again working with director Bob Giraldi, who had previously helmed his Beat It music video. Filming the commercials became an event in itself. Unlike the tacky celebrity endorsements that dominated early 1980s television, Michael aimed to elevate advertising into an art form. He took an unusual level of control for a brand campaign, supervising choreography, set design, and camera angles. Crews and executives alike described the production as if they were shooting a short film rather than a soda pop commercial. Pepsi executives were stunned by his attention to detail. Quote, "He's not just a performer, he's a director, a producer, an entire creative department." The concept for the first commercial, Street, featured Michael dancing through a city neighborhood with a group of kids, including a young Alfonso Ribeiro. It captured a sense of optimism and fun, portraying Michael as approachable and connected to ordinary people. The second, Concert, presents Michael Jackson the superstar and builds anticipation for the upcoming tour, with shots of screaming crowds, backstage chaos, and finally, the Jacksons taking the stage to a remixed version of Billie Jean that sang, "You're the Pepsi generation, guzzle down and taste the thrill of the day." However, Michael's creative control came with firm boundaries. He insisted that although his image would be used, he would not be shown drinking or explicitly endorsing Pepsi. As one article noted, quote, "Jackson insisted he wouldn't be caught on screen clutching a Pepsi can, and that his face would grace the frame for no more than a brief 3-second flash. He would not utter a single word about the product. Even the iconic dance sequences featured a child impersonator performing many of his signature moves, preserving the mystique around his image." despite the control Michael exerted over the production on January 27, 1984, while filming at Los Angeles Shrine Auditorium before an audience of 3,000 screaming fans, disaster struck. After hours of shooting, director Bob Giraldi requested one last take. Jackson had already performed the same sequence 5 times, descending a short staircase as fireworks burst around him. But Giraldi wanted the timing tighter. According to Jackson's bodyguard Miko Brando, the director instructed him to, quote, "stay alongside the fireworks until after the blast." When the pyrotechnics went off, there was a sudden, blinding explosion, much larger than in previous takes. At first, Michael continued dancing, unaware that sparks had caught in his hair. He completed his spin at the bottom of the stairs before realizing something was wrong. Witnesses recalled him shouting, "Tito! Tito!" before crew members rushed forward. Makeup artist Karen Fay later said, quote, "All his hair was gone, and there was smoke coming out of his head. I never saw anything like that in my life." Chaos erupted in the auditorium. Some fans screamed, "Michael Jackson's been shot." Michael was rushed from the stage and taken by ambulance to Brotman Memorial Hospital in Culver City. Even in distress, his showman instincts were intact, quote, "Leave the glove on," he told an attendant. "The media is here."
Jackson was rushed to the hospital last night after a bizarre accident set his hair on fire while he was filming a television commercial.
The scene was wild as hundreds of fans tried to see Michael Jackson as he was carried into a Los Angeles area hospital.
Seemed like he didn't know what was happening, like something was in his hair, and he started shaking it, and it was all blue and white.
Girls started crying, and all the lights went off immediately. We thought it was part of the act that was going on.
Doctors found second and third degree burns across a palm-sized area of his scalp. His plastic surgeon, Dr. Stephen Hofflin, told reporters, quote, "He's in discomfort and may suffer some permanent hair loss." Outside the hospital, hundreds of fans gathered, while inside, the switchboard fielded more than 200 calls per minute. Although what the public saw were lighthearted photos of Michael smiling with staff the next day, the reality was far more serious. He reportedly stayed awake until 1 a.m. in pain before finally falling asleep. Privately, he was furious. He believed the accident was the result of negligence on set. Quote, "The reason for the fire was stupidity, pure and simple. These bombs were only 2 feet away from either side of my head," he later recounted. Jackson threatened to sue, but ultimately accepted a $1.5 million settlement instead. Pepsi's vice president, Alan Potish, proclaimed, "We wish it had never happened." Still, the show must go on. Pepsi worried about the campaign's future, but Michael insisted the commercials be released as planned. Weeks later, he triumphantly attended the Grammys, his head still bandaged beneath a custom hairpiece, where he won a record-breaking 8 awards during the telecast. Both Pepsi spots aired to an audience of more than 54 million viewers. One media executive recalled that the network aired the Pepsi spot as special programming, not just a commercial break. MTV executive Les Garland said, quote, "I got word that Pepsi had bought the first spot in the 1984 Grammy telecast. I said, wait a minute, this Pepsi Michael Jackson spot, if that's going to run, it should run on MTV first." MTV then created its own special programming around the television event, interviewing the director and premiering the commercials during its broadcast. The day after the commercial's debut, the buzz was electric. Never had a commercial received such media attention, largely due to the dramatic accident that occurred during its creation. Pepsi claimed it had achieved roughly $3.5 million worth of free publicity within 24 hours. Stores reported bottlers running out of Pepsi as consumers rushed to buy the brand. In the months that followed, the accident only deepened the world's fascination with Jackson. Fans described his resilience as miraculous, and Pepsi capitalized on the sympathy, pushing the Pepsi Generation campaign harder than ever. Executives reported record sales, with Pepsi's U.S. market share surpassing Coca-Cola's for the first time in history. Although on the surface, it seems like this was just another groundbreaking triumph for Jackson, privately, Michael grew more withdrawn. The pain from the injury and his sense of vulnerability lingered. His lawyer, John Branca, told reporters, quote, "For all the money, this tour is not without its dangers. After the Pepsi accident, everyone is concerned. With crowds this size, everything has to be perfect." For a superstar who had once felt untouchable on any stage he walked on, the place where he felt happiest and most free, he now had legitimate reasons to fear it. Suddenly, Michael found himself physically injured, exposed before thousands, and at the mercy of others. Given that Michael's appearance was central to his brand, the burns threatened his hair, his look, and his pristine performance persona. He later had to undergo several scalp surgeries and hair restoration procedures to reverse the damage caused. Resentment built as the accident occurred during a corporate commercial shoot, for an endorsement he'd been pressured into in the first place. The Jacksons' tour and the Pepsi deal were already high-stakes, high-pressure undertakings. Suffering an onset injury only deepened Michael's sense that business decisions were being driven by others, mainly his father and Don King, and that his own safety and priorities were taking a back seat. The incident unearthed deep-seated feelings of neglect and exploitation at the hands of his father, forcing him to question who was truly in control of his life and career. The physical trauma, combined with the looming demands of the massive tour, contributed to mounting anxiety and self-doubt over whether he would ever truly return to normal. But even then, normal wasn't enough. Michael Jackson needed to be extraordinary. The pressure to surpass himself was relentless. The expectations surrounding the much-hyped tour, coupled with the hysteria that had built since the release of Thriller, created an almost impossible standard to meet. At the height of Michael mania, and on the brink of overexposure, scrutiny from the press and public alike was at an all-time high. Every move, gesture, and appearance was dissected. The boy who once embodied innocence and joy on stage now found himself trapped by the very perfection he had created. Burdened by fame, family, and his own success, he was beginning to feel the real cost of becoming Michael Jackson. After Michael Jackson sustained life-threatening injuries while filming the Pepsi commercials, he had the perfect excuse to bow out of the upcoming tour with his brothers, one he was already reluctant to take part in. Still, Michael's lawyer, John Branca, asserted, quote, "This tour is important to Michael because it's important to Michael's family. I'm not sure the tour was Michael's first choice. He might have preferred to do other things." However, after his triumphant run with Thriller, which had just been awarded the highest-selling album of all time and recently shattered records at the Grammy Awards, he didn't want to end on a sour note. Ever determined, Michael sought to ride this wave of trailblazing success to its natural conclusion, to perform for millions of eagerly awaiting fans with a show that would also silence the naysayers who questioned all the hype surrounding him. Besides, concert tours were a vehicle to sell records, and the more sales Thriller generated, the less likely it would be for any other artist to surpass his record, further cementing Michael's legacy in music history. But if Michael Jackson was going to do the tour, then it would have to be on his terms. As Rolling Stone reported, quote, "If the truth be told, Michael would probably rather not have been taping that Pepsi-Cola commercial 5 weeks ago, and the man behind the commercial, the man who set the whole thing up, is Don King. Michael doesn't want to do the tour. He does not trust King, and would prefer to have nothing to do with him." It's true, Don King wasn't Michael's first choice for the tour's promoter, but he relented because his family was fully on board, due to his offer of a $3 million advance. Quote, "They very much wanted to work with Don King, so Michael said, 'If it's that important to my father and my family, I will work with Don King. Michael's lawyer, John Branca, told the press. However, Don King's bombastic manner and financially exploitative business practices reminded Michael of his father and his domineering control over his sons' careers. Surely, for such an ambitious tour, with the goal of being the most profitable concert tour of all time, you'd employ a promoter with experience in music, Branca remarked. Quote, "You're taking the #1 artist in the world, and you would normally want somebody who has some experience in the music business." The former boxing promoter's inexperience was evident from the start. Even the largest corporate sponsorship deal in rock history, that Don King orchestrated, wasn't quite as sweet a deal as he boasted. King began negotiating directly with Pepsi through a marketing company called Rockbill. In fact, one executive at the time noted, quote, "King had begun working on getting Pepsi to sponsor the tour, even before he had been officially hired by the Jacksons." Shortly after the Pepsi contract was signed, the Quaker Oats Company came forward with a proposal that on paper looked far more lucrative. The cereal giant wanted to attach its name to the Victory Tour as either a co-sponsor or possibly even as the lead backer. According to John Branca, the offer was, quote, 40% more than the Pepsi deal, which for a family that had spent its career fighting for fair compensation from record labels and promoters, this was an enormous opportunity, one that could have added millions to their bottom line. But when the Jacksons' lawyers examined the fine print of King's Pepsi agreement, they discovered a major catch. Quote, "The Jacksons sought to at least include Quaker on the tour, but they discovered that Pepsi had an exclusive deal. The contract barred any other corporate sponsor from being affiliated with the tour, even in a minor or regional capacity." In other words, King's premature handshake with Pepsi had locked the Jacksons out of negotiating with anyone else. It was a colossal mistake, and one that perfectly encapsulated Don King's style of business. He had, as always, moved fast and talked big, chasing headlines before securing details. To King, the spectacle of Pepsi's global brand power was irresistible. But to Michael Jackson, who was growing increasingly wary of overexposure and mismanagement, it felt like a betrayal of trust. Not only had King bypassed Michael's input, but he had also cut off a potential partnership with a more wholesome brand that could have benefited him and the entire family. By donating the $1.5 million settlement from Pepsi to the Brotman Medical Center's burn unit, a characteristically generous act, Michael symbolically distanced himself from the commercial machinery that nearly cost him his life. While Michael was recovering from surgeries to treat the burns he suffered as a result of the Pepsi deal, he caught wind of further rumblings caused by King and his father, who seemed to embolden one another to make what business manager Marshall Gelfand described as, quote, reckless and non-transparent deals, all built on the back of Michael's incredible star power. In March 1984, Michael sent a formal letter, which somehow simultaneously leaked to the press, that laid down strict boundaries for Don King in no uncertain terms. It stated, quote, not to communicate with anyone on Michael Jackson's behalf without prior permission, that all money paid to Michael Jackson for participation in the tour would be collected by Michael's personal representative, not Don King. That King did not have permission to approach any promoters, sponsors, or any other persons on Michael Jackson's behalf. That King was not to hire any personnel, any local promoters, halls, or, for that matter, do anything without Michael Jackson's personal approval. King publicly brushed off the letter. Quote, I don't know anything about it, he claimed. But it was a clear signal to all that Michael was asserting himself and wanted as little to do with the boxing promoter as possible. Quote, clearly, Michael Jackson neither trusts nor likes Don King, and as the tour draws closer, his feelings have become more apparent. Jackson's lawyer remarked, unless the tour is handled properly, financially, creatively, and otherwise, Michael is not going to go out.
There have been reports that you and the Jacksons and others have squabbled and fought, and you can't get together on a lot of the basic issues concerning this tour.
The two closest things I know in life is teeth and tongue. And every now and then, teeth will bite tongue. But it don't mean that they ain't together. We work hand in glove. Growing pains, the metamorphosis of life, the shedding off of the old and taking on the new. I'm here. The mere fact that you are interviewing me this morning, and I am telling you that the tour will take off, and it will transcend to the heights hitherto unknown, answers all those questions, refutes all those accusations, innuendos, and insinuations.
Don King, a graduate of the Jesse Jackson School of
I got so many daggers in my back, I look like a porcupine. And it's so difficult for me, but I realize that I'm a pioneer and a trailblazer, and I must exert every effort known to mankind to try to vindicate the faith that has been extended in my behalf. So I have to deal with that, knowing that the problems are there, and they're many, they're complex, but I shall persevere, for I know not any other way.
When it came to his father, Michael was long accustomed to conducting damage control in the wake of Joe Jackson's aggressive mismanagement. Since the Motown days, Joe Jackson received a percentage of every dollar the group had earned and had held at least the titular post as the band's manager, first in partnership with Richard Aarons, then with Ron Weisner and Freddie DeMann. Joe was always in the room, a figure whose presence could not be escaped, even when outside managers were technically in charge. But by the late 1970s, Michael had begun to evolve beyond the family structure. His first adult solo album, Off the Wall, was produced by Quincy Jones, a creative partnership Joe neither arranged nor approved. It marked the beginning of Michael's independence. When Off the Wall's success turned Michael into a solo superstar, Joe panicked, fearing he was being squeezed out. By 1983, Joe's frustration had boiled over. With the Jacksons' management contracts with Weisner and DeMann expiring, Joe declared to Billboard magazine, quote, "As far as I'm concerned, it's over. They don't have a contract, and my boys are not re-signing." The situation turned ugly when Joe referred to the two managers as white help. Freddie DeMann shot back that Joe, quote, "doesn't enjoy a good relationship with anyone whose skin is not black." It took Michael himself to step in and contain the damage this conflict could cause his career. He told Billboard, quote, "I don't know what would make him say something like that. To hear him talk like that turns my stomach. I happen to be colorblind. I don't hire color. I hire competence. Racism is not my motto." That public repudiation of his father's words was in its own way an act of emancipation. For perhaps the first time, Michael defied Joe not only professionally, but morally as well, drawing a line in the sand, separating him from his father's volatile manner when conducting business. When Michael later fired Weisner and DeMann, Joe believed he could step back in, but he couldn't have been more mistaken. Michael had already retained John Branca as his lawyer and Marshall Gelfand as his business manager, two of the most respected figures in entertainment law. Joe's influence was crumbling, but he wasn't ready to let go. When the Jacksons began discussing a reunion tour, Joe reinserted himself and brought King into the fold because he saw in him a kindred spirit. As Jermaine Jackson later recounted, quote, "King was picked to oversee the tour because he was the only one who wanted to get my father involved." In the midst of this turmoil, Michael found an ally within Epic Records, Frank DeLeo, the label's vice president of promotion. DeLeo had been instrumental in the marketing strategy behind Thriller, advocating for the simultaneous radio release of Billie Jean and Beat It, which earned Michael the rare feat of 2 top 5 singles at once. DeLeo's understanding of both music and media impressed Michael deeply. As Michael's trust in King and his father eroded, his faith in DeLeo grew. In March 1984, while the Victory Tour was still in its early stages, Michael made a pivot. He hired Frank DeLeo as his personal manager to stem the influence King and his father had on the tour and help protect his career. DeLeo's bold but strategic presence was the antidote to Don King's bombast. Under DeLeo's guidance, Michael was distancing himself from family entanglements in an attempt to assert control over the tour's business operations. As Frank DeLeo would later reflect, quote, "Michael learned that he had to be his own boss. Don King taught him that lesson, though not in the way he intended." With Frank DeLeo now overseeing Michael Jackson's personal interests, the superstar could finally focus on what he needed to do: finish the long-delayed album with his brothers and rehearse for the upcoming concerts. DeLeo tried to shield him from the mechanics of the tour, but what he found behind the scenes was a complete shambles. From the outset, Don King and Joe Jackson leaned heavily on Michael's megastardom to pressure host cities and promoters. They demanded huge upfront guarantees from every stadium, often $1 million or more per show, while keeping the majority of ticket profits for themselves. They also insisted that local promoters cover enormous production costs, including transporting the 365-ton stage, lighting, and security, while assuming liability for any potential losses. As a result, several major stadiums, including those in New York, Boston, Chicago, and Los Angeles, initially refused to book the tour. They loved the idea of hosting Michael Jackson, but the business model was so lopsided, it was financially impossible. As one promoter told the Los Angeles Times, quote, "You could sell out every seat in the stadium and still lose money." Even promoters who did agree to King's terms described the negotiations as chaotic. Many said King relied on intimidation and hype rather than facts, dropping names and making wild promises, the same tactics he used in boxing. Some local promoters called the deal presented to them as, quote, "financial suicide." The duo was seeking discounts on everything from hotels and advertising to arenas and city fees. But even the joyous prospect of Michael Jackson coming to town wasn't enough to convince some cities to waive entertainment taxes or reduce stadium charges. One concert organizer recalled that King, quote, "acted as if we should be grateful to lose money because it was Michael Jackson." To make things even worse, Victory Tour organizers soon found themselves entangled in bitter legal drama when Rhode Island concert promoter Frank Russo filed a $40 million lawsuit against Don King Productions, Joe Jackson, and all 6 Jackson brothers, including Michael, for breach of contract, fraud, and tortious interference. In response, Frank DeLeo convinced the family that Don King had to go. In May 1984, only 3 weeks before the first show was scheduled, DeLeo asked an old friend, Boston businessman and New England Patriots owner Chuck Sullivan, to take over as national promoter. Once Sullivan was on board, Don King's role was quietly minimized, even though the boxing promoter insisted he still take his fee. Chuck Sullivan, who mortgaged his football team, stadium, and family-owned racetrack to secure a $12.5 million loan for the tour, agreed to finance the massive production, including advertising, transportation, payroll, insurance, and the custom-built stage. The guarantee was so high that other promoters called it outrageous. Rolling Stone later wrote that Sullivan, quote, "mortgaged everything short of the family dog." His reasoning was simple, but risky. With Michael Jackson at his Thriller peak, every stadium would surely sell out, and the income from merchandise and sponsorships would offset the costs. Quote, "We could hold a concert at 4 a.m. Christmas morning, and it would still sell out," Sullivan boasted. However, it was ironically Michael's immense popularity that made several cities and stadiums hesitant to host dates during the Victory Tour's run. City officials raised serious concerns about crowd control, stadium damage, and the challenge of managing tens of thousands of frenzied fans. Local law enforcement still remembered the 1979 tragedy at a Who concert in Cincinnati. where 11 people were crushed to death in a stampede. And that was just a rock concert. Michael Jackson was bigger than any rock band in the world, and fan hysteria, especially among teenagers, was unlike anything since Elvis or the Beatles in the 60s, before stadium tours had become an industry standard. As Rolling Stone observed, quote, "City councils were worried about crowds they couldn't control. Police chiefs worried about riots, promoters worried about property damage, and insurers worried about paying for it all. Everyone wanted Michael, but no one wanted responsibility if anything went wrong." Even before the tour began, Michael was already being mobbed by crowds at airports, hotels, and award shows. He himself seemed uneasy about the potential dangers of packing so many fans into one place, the risk that the stage could be rushed, or that crowds could be crushed in a stampede. During the tour's early rehearsals, he reportedly told his team, quote, "I don't want anybody to get hurt. If there's pushing, we stop the show." While safety and crowd control were the official reasons for hesitation, many black journalists and activists saw something deeper at play. A discomfort with black pop culture occupying stadiums traditionally associated with white suburban audiences. By 1984, Michael Jackson's fan base had become racially diverse, but to many city officials, the Victory Tour was still perceived as a black event. Some cities quietly raised insurance premiums and security requirements far beyond those imposed on acts like Bruce Springsteen or the Rolling Stones. The Los Angeles Sentinel, a leading black newspaper, published an editorial in June 1984, noting, quote, "Officials claim they're worried about safety. What they're really worried about is black youth in numbers they can't ignore." Similarly, Billboard's industry report observed, quote, "A number of proposed venues were reluctant to sign off because of the expected racial makeup of the crowds. These objections, never made publicly, surfaced repeatedly in private negotiations." Michael's father, Joe Jackson, even commented on the racial double standards faced by black artists attempting tours at this scale. Quote, "We've seen white acts break records and break seats in that same place, but they tell us our crowd is too wild. That's not safety, that's politics." With million-dollar lawsuits pending, a series of failed negotiations, and deep-seated racial bias working against what had been promised the most profitable pop music tour ever, it seems the Jackson family had bitten off more than they could chew, that even the #1 artist in the world couldn't quite stomach. The Victory Tour was shaping up to be either the most ambitious project in show business history, or music's biggest phenomenon's most spectacular fall from grace. With Don King largely out of the picture, and with New England Patriots owner Chuck Sullivan on board, the Victory Tour finally had a chance. Sullivan quickly introduced structure, legal contracts, insurance, payroll, and logistics. The Boston businessman's persistence paid off, and he managed to confirm the tour's first 3 cities: Kansas City, Dallas, and Jacksonville. However, Sullivan's deal with the Jackson family was brutal. Under the original terms, the Jacksons received 85% of the profits, while Chuck Sullivan covered almost all expenses, as well as Don King's fee from the remaining 15% share. To stay afloat, Sullivan sought discounts from hotels, advertisers, arenas, and even the cities that the Victory Tour would pass through. The 41-year-old businessman soon faced a major cash flow problem. Despite already taking out a $12.5 million loan against his assets, he needed millions more before the first show to keep the bloated tour operation running. His financial team, in consultation with Ticketron and the First National Bank of Boston, devised what they believed was an innovative solution: a mail-order ticket lottery. Under the plan, fans would mail in a $120 postal money order, the equivalent of about $375 today, for the chance to buy 4 tickets at $30 each. Each envelope had to include a stamped, self-addressed return envelope and a form indicating which show the applicant wanted to attend. The money would be deposited into a trust account managed by Sullivan's Bank, earning interest until the winners were chosen. Unsuccessful applicants would get their money back, eventually. On paper, the system was clever. It guaranteed massive upfront cash flow, in theory eliminated scalpers, and gave the tour's accountants some breathing room. But in practice, it was a public relations disaster. When tickets went on sale in June 1984, millions of fans rushed to the post office. Within days, the New York Times reported that over $25 million in money orders had been received, with only 1 in 10 applicants actually winning tickets. What most fans didn't realize was that their money was being used as a temporary, interest-free loan to prop up the tour's finances. In some cities, it took up to 2 months for unsuccessful applicants to receive refunds. If the ticket lottery system wasn't enough to anger fans, then the ticket price itself would be. $30 per seat was exorbitant for the time, nearly double the cost of seeing top acts like Bruce Springsteen, and higher than any other concert ticket. Joe Jackson and Chuck Sullivan set the $30 face value after weeks of internal debate. Most of the brothers had wanted to charge around $25, but Joe and Sullivan pushed for higher prices to boost profits. They argued that the enormous cost of transporting Michael's stage and paying the brothers' guarantees required a premium price. $30 might not sound extravagant today, but in 1984, it was a small fortune. And since the lottery required a minimum purchase of 4 tickets, $120 total, the average family had to spend nearly half a week's paycheck just for admission before even considering travel or accommodation. Sullivan's people framed the ticket price and lottery system as fair. Billboard quoted one spokesman saying, quote, "We wanted a system that gave everyone an equal chance, without scalpers buying blocks of seats." But the public didn't see it that way. The backlash was immediate and ferocious. Parents and fans flooded radio stations and newspapers with angry letters. One woman told the Los Angeles Times, quote, "They made it impossible for ordinary kids to see him. You have to send in $120 before you even know if you get tickets. That's not fair. That's a ripoff." Many pointed out that the Jacksons had grown up poor, and that the idea of pricing out their working-class fans felt like a betrayal. Even Jesse Jackson and the National Rainbow Coalition weighed in, criticizing the tour for, quote, "pricing out the very community that made the Jacksons famous." Within weeks, newspaper editorials dubbed it the greediest tour on earth. The Washington Post ran the headline, "Victory Tour, Fans Call It the Price Tour." Rolling Stone warned that the tour risked becoming, quote, "a monument to corporate greed."
I think there's a ripoff involved here, sure, and people have sensed it. I think there's been a lack of class.
Many of Ron Chapman's Dallas listeners agreed, calling in to condemn the Jacksons' controversial ticket system, sending in a $120 money order for 4 tickets, no choice of date or seat, and no guarantee.
Suppose you just had, it was just one person wanted to go, and then you had to order 4. I think that's stupid.
And if you didn't get tickets, you get a refund in 4 to 6 weeks.
Ordered tickets, paid $120, can't get them. They just won't show up.
You like him, huh? Would you pay $30 to go see him in concert?
I don't like him that much.
After months of non-stop radio play, endless magazine covers, news coverage of his mounting fortune, and relentless promotion for the tour, Pepsi-Cola, and their still delayed Jacksons album, Michael Jackson was facing a new kind of threat: overexposure. For the first time, the American public seemed willing to knock him down a peg, and the Victory Tour, which was meant to celebrate his triumphs, was fast becoming a symbol of excess, greed, and mismanagement. Michael Jackson was mortified. Money had nothing to do with why he agreed to the tour in the first place. His motivation had always been rooted in family, unity, and celebration. As one insider told Rolling Stone, quote, "Michael wanted a tour that reached the people. The businessmen wanted a tour that reached the bank. It was one thing making exploitative deals with concert organizers, but it was another entirely when that price gouging extended to the general public." Quote, "It's not right," he told his manager Frank DeLeo. "It feels like they're cheating the fans." Among those left behind was an 11-year-old sixth grader from Irving, Texas, named LaDonna Jones. She had saved money for months, collected newspaper clippings of Michael Jackson, and begged her parents to let her go. But when the ticket rules were announced, her dream vanished. Unable to afford the required $120, LaDonna poured her heartbreak into a handwritten letter to her idol. It was short, raw, and painfully honest. Quote, "I guess it's just as well that I realize now that show business people are out for one thing: money. I loved you so much, and you took my dream away." The letter was reprinted and discussed on radio shows across several cities in July 1984, and within days, it reached Michael himself. When he read it, he was devastated. Friends later said he cried. According to Ebony magazine, quote, "When a young fan wrote that she couldn't see the show because the tickets cost too much, Michael was heartbroken. He said, 'That's not why I do this. I don't ever want money to keep someone from my music.'" Billboard reported that just days before opening night, ticket sales in several key markets were slower than expected, which was concerning given the hysteria that surrounded these concerts. Quote, "There were fears that the confusion and anger over ticketing would cause apathy, that fans would either refuse to participate in the mail-order system or boycott the shows altogether." Rumors of a boycott spread quickly through fan clubs and community groups. Some radio DJs even urged fans to stay home until they lower the price or fix the system. Fearing a nationwide revolt and the humiliating prospect of performing to half-empty stadiums up and down the country, Michael realized he had to act fast. If the Victory Tour was going to live up to its name, he needed to win back the public and restore the spirit of unity that had inspired him to perform with his brothers in the first place. On July 5th, 1984, on the eve of the tour's first show in Kansas City, the Jacksons called an unscheduled press conference at the Westin Crown Center Hotel. In a sea of reporters, photographers, and camera crews, the superstar emerged wearing one of his signature sparkling jackets, dark sunglasses, and a single white glove, followed by the rest of the Jackson brothers. This time, instead of taking a back seat, Michael approached the podium himself and addressed the hundreds of raucous reporters and screaming fans gathered outside. Reading softly from a prepared statement, the Billie Jean singer asserted, quote, "A lot of people are having trouble getting tickets. I've asked our promoter to end the mail-order ticket system as soon as possible so that no one will pay money unless they get a ticket." He then spoke of the letters he had received, including one from LaDonna Jones. Quote, "Finally, and most importantly, I want you to know that I have decided to donate all my money from the performances to charity." The room fell silent. Even the press, who had come expecting a polished publicity gesture, were stunned. When reporters pressed for details, essentially asking why Michael had decided to donate his share of the profits, Frank DeLeo stepped in. Quote, "Because he's a nice guy."
Michael did not say which charities or how much his share might be worth. With the concert tour set to begin here at Arrowhead Stadium tomorrow night, the events of today were aimed at changing the tour's image from that of a money-making machine maximizing profits to a musical venture accessible to more of its fans. Stone Phillips, ABC News, Kansas City.
The announcement instantly reshaped public opinion. The Los Angeles Times called it an attempt, quote, "to rescue his Victory Tour from national criticism." The bold move effectively ended the media narrative that Jackson had been corrupted by corporate greed and was out of touch with the millions of fans who had made him a star. instead of the tour being perceived as an exercise in cashing in on his unparalleled popularity, Michael's decision to dedicate 6 months of his life performing across the country, while giving his profits away, was seen as a generous gift to humanity. The onslaught of articles criticizing the Jacksons' ticket gouging and questionable business practices was swiftly replaced by stories praising Michael's charitable nature. Thanks to Frank DeLeo, reports of him donating tickets to deprived children in hospitals and orphanages flooded the media instead. Even skeptical editorials acknowledged his generosity. USA Today declared, "Michael Jackson has shown the world that he is indeed a class act." It was the first major instance of Michael Jackson's humanitarian image being used to counter negative press, a strategy that would become a defining aspect of his public persona in the years that followed. As a result of his decisive action, ticket sales surged across the country. Lines outside post offices doubled, and in several cities, including Dallas and Philadelphia, additional shows were added. Kansas City sold out all 3 performances, drawing a total of 135,000 fans over the tour's first weekend. The New York Times called it, quote, "a moral turnaround, from boycott to celebration." Chuck Sullivan later admitted that the controversy had nearly ruined him. Quote, "We needed a miracle," he said. "When Michael made that charity announcement, I thought, there's the miracle. People loved him again." Not only was donating his profits from the Victory Tour a savvy PR move, it was also a shrewd business decision. By distancing himself from the tour's finances, Michael effectively exonerated himself from any potential lawsuits relating to the tour. Having amassed an incredible fortune in recent years, he was the most visible, and therefore most vulnerable target. From a business standpoint, Michael was better off profiting from the inevitable record sales boost the tour would generate, rather than risking years of legal and PR fallout due to its chronic mismanagement. As one reporter succinctly wrote at the time, quote, "While his brothers and an army of promoters waged lawsuits and countercharges, Michael just came to dance and sing." With that controversy finally put to bed, it was now time for Michael Jackson to focus on what really mattered, putting on the show of his life to live up to the iconic status that his image, moves, and videos had built for him. Was Michael Jackson the greatest talent the world of entertainment had ever seen? Or was he a masterfully produced, overhyped pop puppet who would crumble once he hit the stage? As the lights went down, the whole world was watching, ready to find out. The opening night of the Jacksons' Victory Tour on July 6, 1984, at Kansas City's Arrowhead Stadium, was one of the most anticipated live events in American pop history. Months of controversy, delays, backstage conflict, and national scrutiny had created a pressure cooker of expectation. Kansas City was completely engulfed in Michael mania. As one local journalist noted, quote, "Every other song on the radio was by Michael, Jermaine, the Jackson 5. Stores built Michael-themed displays. Restaurants sold Victory lunches and Michael burgers, and mannequins wearing sequined gloves appeared in shop windows. The excitement could not be contained. It saturated the entire city." Secrecy surrounded the show's debut, as the press was barred from the arena while staging was assembled and final rehearsals took place. As one reporter put it, the night represented the moment, quote, "The curtain at last is about to go up on the Jacksons' Victory Tour. The long-awaited, greatly heralded event that has been wrapped in mystery, entangled in confusion." The gates opened at 6:30 p.m., and 45,000 fans poured into the stadium. A 500-person security force was on hand for the massive event. Concerned about criminality, vandalism, and unruly crowds, organizers screened attendees through metal detectors and erected a 15-foot wooden barricade to prevent stage rushing.
Hundreds of security guards kept a sharp eye on the crowd and checked everyone coming in with metal detectors. They were looking for weapons, cameras or recording equipment, and alcohol. The Jacksons are Jehovah's Witnesses, and several refuse to walk on stage if there's alcohol in the audience. Outside the stadium, scalpers canvassed incoming cars looking to buy or sell tickets. Concert promoters claim the controversial mail-order ticket process went smoothly. Some scalpers reportedly ended up unloading their tickets for $5 apiece.
Yet despite the hysteria and packed audience, crowd control remained surprisingly smooth. Observers noted that the audience was unusually diverse for a major pop show. It felt like a family event. Grandparents stood alongside businessmen and teenagers dressed in handmade Michael-themed outfits. Music journalists observed that, quote, the audience included middle-aged parents with young children, looking more like Sunday afternoon ball fans than a late-night rock concert crowd. Another Kansas City official added, quote, Michael Jackson is unique. He cuts across all tastes and age groups. This diversity would become a defining hallmark of the Victory Tour moving forward. Not only did Michael Jackson pledge to donate all of his profits from the tour to charity, but in response to mounting criticism, he donated 1,500 tickets to disadvantaged and terminally ill children, placing them directly at the front of the enormous production. Before them stood a monstrous stage, even by today's standards, custom built to Michael Jackson's meticulous specifications. Standing 8 stories high, with 5 elevators, 240 speakers, and 2,200 lights. Enough to illuminate a small city. It took a crew of 340 workers 5 days to construct. The stage was designed to feel monumental and cinematic. Innovative for its time, it included 70-foot-high video screens showing footage from 4 cameras, framed by 2 enormous forest-themed tapestries that gave the setup the grandeur of a theater backdrop. The show began unusually late at 9:45 p.m. because darkness was needed for the stage lighting and lasers. When the lights finally dimmed, the stadium erupted. But instead of the Jacksons, the audience got a bizarre heroic prologue involving knights and monsters. Several creatures, called cretins and looking like oversized yaks, wandered the stage as part of the pre-show fantasy narrative. A glowing sword transformed into a green laser beam, slaying the creatures as pyrotechnics crackled and smoke cleared. In the darkness, a platform slowly rose. 5 silhouettes appeared, glittering in sequins and wearing sunglasses. Stepping forward as if summoned from different galaxies, they appear untouchable, elevated, mythic. Not pop stars, not even rock stars, but superheroes landing on Earth. At the center, Michael looks like the cosmic commander. The white crystal-laden jacket and diagonal sash gives him the authority of interstellar royalty, while the stark black and white striped pants feel almost otherworldly, as if gravity itself bends differently around him. Then in a single, electrifying gesture, Michael ripped off his shades, thrust his arm skyward, and the band exploded into "Wanna Be Startin' Something." The crowd went wild, the stadium filled with pure exhilaration, as fans screamed, danced in the aisles, and embraced strangers. For one night, Kansas City transformed into a pop culture carnival. The performance lasted roughly 90 to 105 minutes, with every move, note, and gesture timed, programmed, and perfectly measured. The show, and most importantly, Michael, did not disappoint. Many fans praised the singer for his energy and the sheer power of his live vocals. One review noted, quote, "His singing voice and stage presence are powerful and moving. His energy appears boundless." When it came to his electric moves, the Billie Jean singer once again delivered. Quote, "His dancing seems better than ever, especially when we're getting a direct view of his sequin-socked feet, darting and prancing wildly across the stage floor." Others looked on in disbelief, wondering how he could possibly move that way. Quote, "Michael's dancing is unparalleled. One wonders if the calcium in his bones isn't actually rubber, the way he twists, turns, spins, and thrusts his pelvis." Despite the Pepsi accident earlier in the year, The show featured extensive fireworks, flash pots, smoke machines, laser systems, and a mechanical spider-like creature encrusted with lights. A fan recounting, quote, "Near the end of the show, 2 huge spiders made of yellow lights creep down from the stage ceiling toward Michael. One swallows him. He is covered with a white shroud, which mysteriously levitates several feet above the stage." Still, not everyone was enamored with the spectacle. Jackie, the eldest Jackson brother, had been forced to bow out of the tour at the last minute to undergo knee surgery, collapsing the original promise of all 6 brothers performing together for the first time. Some critics argued that the high-tech theatrics occasionally distracted from the real attraction, Michael himself. A recurring criticism was that there simply wasn't enough Michael. The show was too short and failed to include several key songs from Thriller.
I was disappointed. I didn't think it was long enough. They didn't play Thriller, PYT, ABC, some of their best songs. It was hyped so much, and they didn't. I don't think they lived up to the billing.
He's great. He can do. He's supernatural almost.
It was excellent. The music was great, but I expected something from Victory, but it was excellent.
I'm mad at Michael Jackson because there wasn't no t-shirts for little kids like me.
The setlist included around 17 songs, most drawn from Michael's Off the Wall, Thriller, and earlier Jackson's albums. Jermaine Jackson had his own solo segment in the middle of the show, performing 2 of his own hits before Michael rejoined him on stage for their duet, Tell Me I'm Not Dreamin', Too Good to Be True, from Jermaine's new solo record. Notably absent from the setlist were any tracks from the Jacksons' latest album, the very record the tour was named after. The group explained that the album had only just been released and that they intended to add songs from it later, once audiences became more familiar with them. However, while the rest of the brothers wanted to promote their new material, quote, Michael refused to rehearse or perform any of the songs from Victory, and they never featured in the show. Released on July 2, 1984, by Epic Records, Victory was billed as the only studio project to officially feature all 6 Jackson brothers, Jackie, Tito, Jermaine, Marlon, Michael, and Randy. In the group lineup, it was intended to reinforce the Jacksons brand at a time when Michael's solo career threatened to eclipse the family group entirely. It aimed to immortalize the brothers as a symbol of family unity, but was instead undermined by tension, competing ambitions, and fractured priorities. Several members with solo aspirations battled for the spotlight. Michael's demanding solo workload, combined with Jermaine's reintroduction and Randy's involvement, only complicated matters further. Recording sessions spanned November 1983 to May 1984, primarily in New York and Los Angeles. With each brother's conflicting schedule, it was unlikely that all 6 would be able to get in the studio together. Therefore, the brothers had somewhat divided roles, with each member allocated at least one song, with the exception of Jermaine, who appears more in duet co-lead roles. Critics were quick to notice the lack of cohesion, one reviewer writing that, while the album carried the promise of, quote, a full Jackson family reunion, in practice, the brothers rarely worked together on the project, each one for themselves. Michael Jackson, who had previously been a driving creative force behind the group's earlier albums, appeared uninterested during Victory's production as tensions within the family grew. His detachment became evident when he declined to appear in the record's music video for Torture, where the band replaced him with a wax figure from Madame Tussauds. The album's lead single, Michael's State of Shock, oddly featured the Rolling Stones' Mick Jagger, with the rest of the Jackson brothers absent. Instead of a traditional photo session for the album artwork, the group commissioned a cover illustration from the famed artist Michael Whelan. The artwork depicted the brothers united in a strong stance, with Michael positioned at the back of the pack behind his 5 less famous siblings. The imagery perhaps reflected the brothers' fear of being overshadowed, or Michael's lack of enthusiasm for the project and for the band at that point in time. Once the album hit stores for the Victory Tour's kickoff, CBS invested $500,000 in marketing and promotional efforts. The campaign worked. The record went double platinum in the US by October 1984, selling over 7 million copies worldwide. However, reviews were mixed at best. Critics described the group's musical output as unclear and half-baked. One reviewer wrote, quote, "The enormous shadow cast by Michael's LPs weighs heavily on their first studio album in 4 years. It is a weight that would make any record a losing proposition. Still, the brothers could have done better than this." It's clear that Michael Jackson had to decide where to focus his creative energies during this chaotic of periods, and the Victory Tour was his priority. Besides, spearheading another hit, Jackson's record would only risk overexposure, his voice having already dominated radio airwaves for 2 years, and invite more family pressure for him to remain in the group. Instead, Michael devoted his attention to the tour, knowing that regardless of the billing, it was ultimately his show. Besides, fans were buying tickets to see him, and he was the one with everything to lose if there was any lasting public fallout from the tour's lackluster execution. Reports revealed that less than 2 weeks before opening night, quote, "The promoters were feuding about who was in charge. So many technical details remained unresolved, and so much confusion reigned that no one seemed willing to guarantee that the Jacksons would actually perform at all." Despite the turmoil, the group launched their North American Victory Tour with 3 sold-out shows at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. Performing for 135,000 fans over the July weekend, the show remained unchanged throughout the run, with one exception, the striped pants Michael wore on the first night, reportedly complaining that on reflection, they made him look like a court jester, and he instead gave them to his brother Randy to wear on stage. The group pressed on to their next stop, Irving, Texas, where the little girl Michael had mentioned by name at the Kansas City press conference, the same one who couldn't afford the ticket lottery, finally got to see her idol from the front row.
Shy LaDonna Jones of Louisville was helped into a Jackson Victory Tour jacket and given 4 free tickets to the Michael Jackson concert this weekend at Texas Stadium. It's a dream come true for this Michael fan. She knows exactly what she'd do if she actually met her hero.
Faint.
LaDonna's tickets came from Pepsi officials who had just flown into DFW with $160,000 worth of Jackson tickets. Pepsi is sponsoring the Jackson concert tour and giving away 3,500 tickets on specially marked soda cans. Unclaimed tickets will be given to charity organizations Thursday.
The Jacksons were initially apprehensive about the performances, as much of the Texas press had been particularly scathing over the ticketing controversy, and early ticket sales were weak. To prevent the group from performing to lackluster crowds, thousands of tickets were given away to charities, radio contests, and other promotions. Despite these concerns, Michael's fans turned out in full force, transforming the shows into a full-blown superstar spectacle. The entire cast of the TV soap Dallas arrived together, to the thrill of the audience, one report noted, and Texan fans were treated to a surprise guest appearance from Eddie Van Halen, who joined Michael on stage to perform his iconic guitar solo on Beat It, the only time the two would ever publicly perform their hit track together. From there, the tour rolled through Jacksonville, Florida, East Rutherford, New Jersey, and then 2 nights at New York City's Madison Square Garden. So far, this was the most anxiety-ridden stop of the tour when it came to the potential for crime and the risk of a public relations disaster. Michael was deeply hurt when his childhood idol, James Brown, declined to appear on stage with him in New York City due to the ticketing controversy. The tour had already drawn considerable criticism from black leaders who argued that high ticket prices excluded many black fans and that the Jacksons had turned their backs on long-standing business partners to line the pockets of newly arrived white counterparts. In their view, the group had effectively sold out. With this sentiment in the air, organizers feared that disgruntled fans without a $30 ticket could overwhelm security and trigger a dangerous rampage, something far worse than what had occurred the previous year at a Diana Ross concert in Central Park. There, police were caught unprepared as gangs of youths went on a mugging spree through Midtown Manhattan following the Free concert, with hundreds of robberies reported. To counteract the potential revolt from his own community, Michael publicly supported institutions such as the NAACP, donated to charities that benefited the black community, and aligned himself with influential civil rights figures, including 1984 presidential nominee Jesse Jackson, who had previously criticized the tour, as well as appointed Reverend Al Sharpton as chairman of the tour's community relations team. Press statements circulated suggesting that security for the Jacksons event would be so tight that no one within a 4-block radius would be allowed near the venue without a ticket. The price tag for what was described as the largest police deployment ever assembled for an entertainment event was estimated at $678,000. There was reportedly 1 police officer for every 800 ticket holders. Some 2,000 officers, nearly 10% of the entire force, ringed Madison Square Garden like a blue ribbon. Quote, "It makes it sound like a police state mentality, and it's not going to be like that at all," said Sharpton, adding that he had assembled a Pride Patrol of 302 young community volunteers tasked with working the area around the garden and encouraging fans to behave responsibly in order to protect the Jacksons' safe image.
Number one, Victory Tour. Number one, Victory Tour.
We want to see Michael Jackson. I've been out here about 14 hours just to see him, and I want to see them. That's right.
How much would you pay for a ticket?
Only $28.
We are poor. We're poor. We're not rich. We're poor. That's why we can't pay anymore.
Yet critics ultimately described the audience as, quote, "the best-behaved concert crowd to visit MSG in recent memory," with many attributing this to the steep ticket prices, which attracted a calmer, more adult, and more upscale crowd. Deputy Police Inspector Raymond Abruzzi confirmed that the audiences were orderly. Quote, "We had families, couples, nice kids here," he said. The shows were attended by the likes of Cyndi Lauper and Yoko Ono with Sean Lennon, as well as major figures from New York's East Village art scene, Andy Warhol, Keith Haring, Jean-Michel Basquiat, and a young Madonna who later went backstage to spend time with Michael and the rest of the Jacksons. From New York, the tour continued through Knoxville, Pontiac, Buffalo, and Philadelphia. In Philly, Bruce Springsteen stopped by to meet Michael, and in Denver, it was Elton John. Although on the surface the tour was running successfully, behind the scenes, tensions within the Jackson camp were escalating. Quote, "Meetings broke down among factions, with 2 lawyers representing Michael's interests, another for Jermaine, and one more for Jackie, Tito, and Marlon. Family committees constantly clashed over money, and Michael, who was already carrying the tour, began to feel the strain. One insider revealed, quote, "At one point, Michael became so exhausted from the stress of quarreling with his brothers that he was placed under medical care." With millions of dollars at stake and their star attraction ailing, concert organizers panicked when Michael simply stopped eating due to stress. Brazilian chef Remy Villarreal, who had previously worked for Quincy Jones and impressed Michael with her healthy vegetarian cooking, recalled receiving an urgent call at her apartment. Quote, "The person on the phone asked me to look outside. He said, 'See the limousine? Get in it now.'" She was taken to a penthouse apartment in Beverly Hills, where she was briefed on how dire the situation had become. Quote, "They explained that Michael Jackson was having stomach aches and specifically requested me to be his nutritionist on the Victory Tour. He was refusing to go on stage until I was sent to cook for him. They were all very nervous. They said they were losing millions of dollars in canceled shows, and I had to leave immediately." Unlike his father, Michael Jackson wasn't one for screaming matches or violent outbursts. His silence and fierce stubbornness were his biggest strengths. Quote, "At one point, he demanded that a publicist be fired, and when he found out she had not been, he refused to go on until she was," a tour insider recounted. To ease tensions and lessen the emotional toll, Michael's management arranged for him to be kept separate from his family whenever possible. An insider said, quote, Michael stayed at his own hotels and flew between stops on a private jet, while the rest of the family flew commercial. This growing separation became symbolic. Michael was no longer living, traveling, or functioning as part of the group. By the tour's midpoint, the divide had deepened. Quote, before the tour was halfway completed, the brothers were taking separate vehicles to concerts, staying on different floors of their hotels, and refusing to talk to each other. It was clear that Michael had grown weary of the tour's chronic disorganization, which clashed with his perfectionist nature and left him increasingly distant and frustrated. Haunted by the same feelings of helplessness and loneliness he had experienced as a child, he once again found himself performing out of obligation rather than passion, fueling his resentment even further. At the very height of his fame, when he stood as the most celebrated entertainer on the planet, he felt at his weakest, drained by the weight of his family's expectations. By this stage, even devoted fans noticed that the shows had become nearly identical from city to city, technically flawless, but emotionally hollow. Quote, despite its enormity, the victory concerts had no magic. A hollow victory, one critic wrote, suggesting that Michael was merely getting through each performance without the passion and energy he was known for. By the time the tour reached Toronto, the shine had worn off and excitement began to wane. Around 50,000 tickets went unsold, forcing Chuck Sullivan to renegotiate his deal with the Jacksons so that revenues were based on actual sales instead of optimistic guarantees. By this point, Sullivan was hemorrhaging cash and had not anticipated shows failing to sell out. Rising costs on almost every front, including security, transport, and the thousands of tickets given away to bolster the tour's public image, rapidly eroded profits. Arena venues were ultimately scrapped from the itinerary, as organizers could not recoup the costs of staging such a massive production for smaller crowds. In fact, it was Michael's monstrous custom-built stage that turned out to be the single biggest factor in financially ruining the promoter. Quote, the 8-story stage that Michael designed and had built in secret took up a third of the field, rendering useless about a fourth of the 60,000 seats. This alone cut Sullivan's revenue dramatically before the tour even began. He expected to sell 60,000 seats per show, but Michael's stage layout, for example, removed 15,000 seats from Arrowhead Stadium. Sullivan's team admitted, quote, none of us realized until Arrowhead how big the stage was. With the already thin margins per show, and as Sullivan put it, overhead has often run more than $1 million a week, there was no hope that the Boston businessman could make a profit. In fact, he was losing roughly $420,000 per show. This was the moment the, quote, tour of a lifetime began to look like a financial quagmire for Sullivan. Even as the Jacksons continued earning internally, this only deepened the divide between Michael, who had already given his profits to charity, and the machinery around him, which was drowning in infighting and lawsuits over money. Quote, on its face, Victory was the most disorganized tour ever. For some, there is a lingering aftertaste of greed and mismanagement, the Los Angeles Times reflected.
It has been said that you had to guarantee something in the neighborhood of $40 million up front, and it would be logical, I guess, then to assume that you got to do some pretty tough business making to get all that money back. Are those figures just totally out of line, or are we pretty much in the ballpark?
Those figures aren't too far out of line, but I think the controversy over tickets and stadium deals is over. I went through the press box just a few minutes ago, and the press is so excited about this show.
How much do you have to earn before you start making some money? In other words, how much does this concert have to gross before Chuck Sullivan starts putting anything away?
Ted, I don't even really know the exact numbers.
Rough ballpark figure will do just fine.
I think that the expenses of this production are so significant that at this point in time, it's really too early to judge. We're just hoping that we break even and we give America some fun this summer.
The tour continued, with concerts in Houston and Vancouver drawing huge crowds. Vancouver alone attracted around 180,000 fans over 3 nights. But by that point, promoter Chuck Sullivan was running dangerously low on cash. After the Vancouver shows, he stopped payment on a $1.9 million check to the Jacksons. Soon after, he was hospitalized following a minor heart attack, but left early to renegotiate, claiming losses between $5 and $6 million. By the end of the tour, Sullivan had renegotiated multiple times, trading away percentages of merchandise and unsold tickets just to stay afloat. Shows scheduled for Arizona in late November were ultimately canceled. Officially, Jermaine's flu was blamed, but contemporary reports and later accounts suggested that weak ticket sales were also a major factor. During this phase, talk circulated in the press about a possible European and Australian leg, plans pushed by Joe Jackson, Don King, and some of the brothers. Unsurprisingly, Michael, exhausted and disillusioned, refused to entertain such discussions. What Michael focused on instead was the tour's long-awaited finale. 6 sold-out shows at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, drawing a combined audience of roughly 300,000 people. In total, the Victory Tour's attendance reached around 2.5 million, surpassing the Rolling Stones' 1981 record by roughly 500,000 attendees. The tour grossed approximately $75 million, making it the highest-grossing concert tour in history at that time. But the most dramatic moment of the final show wasn't scripted at all. On December 9th, 1984, in the rain, at the end of the final Dodger Stadium show, Michael made a surprise announcement. He told the crowd he was leaving the group and that this would be the last time the Jacksons would ever perform together.
Listen up. I'd like to say this is our last and final tour. And I think this is our farewell tour. Y'all been wonderful. It's been a long 20 years, and we love you all.
Though Michael had maintained that the Victory Tour would be his last with his brothers, they were reportedly stunned to hear it confirmed on stage in front of thousands. The announcement marked the end of their historic 20-year run as a group. After dropping that bombshell, the Jacksons were joined by family and friends on stage in celebration, a forced performance of a triumphant end to a historic but torturous musical endeavor. It was a brutal but fitting conclusion, a tour born from family obligation and business scheming, ending with Michael publicly reclaiming his independence and asserting control over his own life and career once again. In the aftermath, Jermaine and some of the other brothers floated the idea of continuing the Victory Tour in Europe and Australia, but without Michael. But those plans dissolved almost immediately when no one was interested. It was official. The Victory Tour was finally over. However, the tour's toll on Michael's relationship with his family proved lasting. Quote, "It was the worst experience Michael ever had with his brothers." One insider later recalled, "Some were jealous. There was denial. The whole gamut of human emotions." At a time when Michael's astronomical fame had already begun to strain family bonds, the trauma of the tour created a wound that never truly healed. Quote, "The bitterness between him and his brothers had a deep and lasting effect," another associate said. Quote, "It alienated him from them for most of his later life and effectively ended the Jacksons as a performing group." The Victory Tour didn't just end the trailblazing legacy of the Jackson 5 and the Jacksons. It slammed the door shut. The brothers released only one more album together without Michael, 1989's 2300 Jackson Street. Aside from the Michael Jackson 30th Anniversary Celebration Special in 2001, they never performed or toured together again during his lifetime. After Victory, Joe Jackson was effectively removed from Michael's professional affairs. In many ways, the tour represented the final gasp of the Joe-era family enterprise. Everything that followed marked a new chapter. Michael as a self-contained corporate entity, MJJ Productions, surrounded by carefully selected lawyers, managers, and advisors. Joe, however, never stopped trying to pull his son back into the family fold through various business schemes, often using Michael's star power in negotiations without consent. The singer was even forced to testify in court on several occasions due to lawsuits stemming from his father's unauthorized dealings. Joe's relentless attempts to regain control over his son's career only deepened their divide. For Michael, maintaining distance became an act of self-preservation, though it came at the cost of the warmth and closeness he had always longed for. The promoter, Chuck Sullivan, who had mortgaged both the New England Patriots and Sullivan Stadium to finance the shows, ended up losing at least $20 million from the venture. The Boston businessman reportedly spent years trying to contact Michael, pleading with the superstar to show some compassion and help save him from financial ruin. His messages, however, went unanswered, and the Sullivan family were eventually forced to sell the Patriots and file for bankruptcy in 1988. Some might view this as a cold move on Michael's part, but his shrewd business instincts told him it was not his responsibility to rescue a man from a bad deal he made. Besides, Michael was hardly inclined to feel guilty about tour arrangements organized by his father and Don King, especially when he ended up performing the tour for free and absorbing the public relations disaster that it caused. He had been burned enough already. Michael witnessed all of it firsthand. The lawsuits, the collapsed finances, the furious promoters, and the city officials demanding answers. It reinforced a lesson he had already begun to internalize when he hired Frank DeLeo, as the music executive advised him, quote, "Don't hand your career to family or hustlers. Build your own machine." Author Joseph Vogel later noted that when Michael began preparing for the Bad World Tour, he treated Victory as a blueprint for what not to do. He wanted a tour centered on the music and the fans, not one mired in mail-order ticket schemes and family feuds. Still, the Victory Tour did have its, well, victories. Its damaging effect on Michael Jackson's public image forced him to re-examine his moral positioning, which became the foundation for his public persona moving forward. Within months, he was spearheading We Are the World and channeling his energy into philanthropy and socially conscious projects, a passion that would later lead to songs like Man in the Mirror, Heal the World, and Earth Song. For fans, the Victory Tour remains a vivid and cherished memory, Michael at the very peak of Thriller mania. Dazzling in sequined costumes, moonwalking under laser beams, and on stage with Eddie Van Halen for their thunderous Beat It finale. It was the moment Michael stood at a crossroads, one foot still in the Jackson family machine, the other stepping firmly into his own creative independence. He walked off the Victory Tour stage as if he had survived some kind of battle, thinner, depleted, and emotionally bruised, but ultimately victorious, and most importantly, free.
– 71% do nosso planeta não é terra firme, é água. Um azul profundo que se estende até onde a vista alcança, um território que se dissolve no horizonte e ultrapassa qualquer limite da imaginação humana. Sob as ondas que dançam na superfície, existe um universo paralelo tão vasto e misterioso que permanece, em grande parte, oculto aos nossos olhos. É fascinante saber que conhecemos mais detalhes sobre a superfície da Lua do que sobre os abismos silenciosos que repousam logo abaixo das embarcações que cruzam nossos mares. Desde as superfícies serenas, onde as ondas respiram luz, até os abismos eternos onde o sol jamais ousou tocar, criaturas extraordinárias escrevem suas próprias narrativas silenciosas. Nas profundezas do oceano, surgem criaturas tão colossais que superam qualquer gigante que já tenha caminhado pelo planeta. Seres cujo coração pode alcançar o tamanho de um carro, enquanto o corpo tem o tamanho de um avião. E entre essas sombras azuis vive também uma mente extraordinária, um animal capaz de se reconhecer no espelho e interpretar o mundo ao seu redor com uma percepção que desafia a lógica humana. É um reino onde poder e mistério caminham lado a lado e que será revelado ao longo deste vídeo. Mas antes de continuar esta aventura, diga-nos, de onde você está nos assistindo? Não se esqueça de curtir, se inscrever e contribuir com a continuidade do nosso canal, fazendo uma pequena contribuição por meio da ferramenta de apoio. No total, são 5 oceanos, com características totalmente diferentes, mas que formam um único corpo de água global que envolve nosso planeta como um manto líquido pulsante. Eles não têm fronteiras reais, apenas nomes que inventamos para mapear o inimaginável. Suas águas se misturam, suas correntes se entrelaçam, suas vidas se conectam em uma dança eterna que começou há bilhões de anos. Bem-vindos aos 5 oceanos, reino das maiores.
Episódio 1. O Brasil desmontou sua ferrovia. O Brasil já teve mais ferrovias do que tem hoje. E isso não é nostalgia. Não é acaso. É uma escolha. Essa escolha explica por que o frete no Brasil é caro. Porque os alimentos encarecem antes de chegar ao mercado? Porque caminhões dominam estradas congestionadas? E porque, no fim das contas, você paga essa conta todos os dias? Antes de falar em privatização, antes de falar em abandono, você precisa entender uma coisa. O Brasil desmontou sua ferrovia muito antes dela quebrar. E essa história começa quando o país acreditava que trilhos eram sinônimo de progresso. Bem-vindo ao canal Além dos Trilhos. Aqui, a ferrovia não é só transporte, é economia, é política pública, é o Brasil que poderia ter sido. Nesta série documental, vamos responder a uma pergunta simples e profundamente incômoda. Como um país que construiu uma das maiores redes ferroviárias do mundo decidiu abandoná-la? Nada aqui foi acidental, nada foi inevitável. Foram decisões, e todas elas têm consequências que chegam até 2026. Se inscreva no canal, porque entender o passado da ferrovia brasileira é entender o preço do Brasil de hoje. A história começa em 30 de abril de 1854, No Rio de Janeiro, foi inaugurada a primeira ferrovia do Brasil. Apenas 14 quilômetros. Pode parecer pouco, mas daquela linha curta nasceu um dos maiores projetos de infraestrutura da história nacional. Entre 1854 e 1948, o Brasil viveu sua era ferroviária. No Sudeste, trilhos ligavam o Rio de Janeiro a São Paulo e Minas Gerais. Central do Brasil, Leopoldina, Vitória a Minas. No interior paulista, Sorocabana, Mogiana e Araraquara moldaram cidades inteiras. Bauru se tornou o maior entroncamento ferroviário do Brasil. No Nordeste, os trilhos avançaram para o interior do Ceará, Pernambuco e Bahia. Pela primeira vez, regiões isoladas se conectavam ao litoral. No Sul, a ferrovia Curitiba-Paranaguá venceu a Serra do Mar, com uma engenharia que impressiona até hoje. E no Centro-Oeste, a estrada de ferro noroeste do Brasil chegou a Corumbá. Ferrovia também era geopolítica. Em 1948, o Brasil atingiu seu auge. 35.623 quilômetros de trilhos. Trilhos não apenas transportavam cargas, criavam cidades, geravam empregos, davam identidade. Quando o trem apitava, a economia acordava. Mas toda essa grandeza escondia um problema. O Brasil não tinha uma ferrovia nacional. Tinha 18 ferrovias diferentes. Administrações separadas, bitolas incompatíveis, linhas que não se conectavam. Era um sistema grande, mas fragmentado. Em 1957, o governo federal reconheceu isso como um problema estratégico. Pela Lei nº 3.115, nasceu a Rede Ferroviária Federal Brasileira, a RFFSA. A ideia era simples e lógica: unificar, integrar, coordenar. No papel, era a salvação das ferrovias. Mas o tempo dessa decisão foi trágico. Porque um ano antes, em 1956, o Brasil havia feito outra escolha. Juscelino Kubitschek assumia a presidência. E o projeto de país de JK não era ferroviário, era rodoviário. Enquanto a RFFSA nascia para salvar os trilhos, o Estado brasileiro decidia investir seu futuro nas estradas. Esse conflito, ferrovia de um lado, rodovia do outro, determinaria os próximos 70 anos. Em 1948, o Brasil tinha uma malha ferroviária impressionante. Em 2026, o país tem cerca de 29 mil quilômetros de trilhos. Perdemos quase 6 mil quilômetros. Não por falta de necessidade, não por falta de território, mas por decisões políticas. A ferrovia não morreu de repente. Ela foi sendo enfraquecida, subfinanciada, despriorizada. E isso prepara o terreno para tudo que viria depois. No próximo episódio, você vai ver o ponto de virada. Como o projeto rodoviário de JK e depois o regime militar transformaram a maior rede ferroviária da América Latina em um sistema sucateado. E por que, quando a privatização chegou, a ferrovia já estava à beira do colapso? A pergunta não será mais o que aconteceu, será quem ganhou e quem perdeu. Episódio 2. Quando o Brasil escolheu o asfalto e enterrou os trilhos. Em menos de 30 anos, o Brasil destruiu metade da sua malha ferroviária. Não foi guerra, Não foi desastre natural, foi decisão política. Neste episódio, você vai descobrir como dois períodos muito diferentes, um governo democrático e uma ditadura militar, trabalharam na prática para o mesmo resultado: o abandono sistemático das ferrovias. E mais importante, quem se beneficiou dessa escolha?
No episódio anterior, você viu como o Brasil construiu uma das maiores redes ferroviárias do mundo. 35 mil quilômetros de trilhos. Um país conectado por ferro. Agora você vai entender como esse sistema começou a ser desmontado, ainda no auge. Tudo começa em 1956, com um presidente carismático, um plano ambicioso e uma escolha que mudaria o Brasil para sempre.
– 31 de janeiro de 1956. Juscelino Kubitschek assume a presidência do Brasil. Com apenas 36 anos, JK chega ao poder prometendo acelerar a história. 50 anos em 5 não era apenas um slogan, era um projeto de país. Em fevereiro de 1956, nasce o Plano de Metas. 31 objetivos estratégicos: energia, transporte, indústria, alimentação, educação e uma meta-síntese: Brasília. Mas dentro do setor de transportes havia uma decisão silenciosa. O Brasil poderia modernizar suas ferrovias ou poderia apostar tudo nas rodovias. JK escolheu o asfalto, e não foi por acaso. Primeiro, a indústria automobilística. Volkswagen, Ford e General Motors chegavam ao Brasil. Essas empresas não precisavam de trilhos, precisavam de estradas. Segundo, o financiamento internacional. Banco Mundial, Governo dos Estados Unidos, créditos externos. Todos defendiam rodovias como símbolo de modernidade. Terceiro, a narrativa da época. Governar é construir estradas. Essa frase virou dogma. Entre 1956 e 1960, JK constrói mais de 20 mil quilômetros de rodovias. Enquanto isso, as ferrovias recebem quase nada. Em 1957, nasce a Rede Ferroviária Federal S.A., oficialmente para salvar os trilhos. Na prática, um sistema criado sem prioridade orçamentária. JK não matou as ferrovias por decreto, ele simplesmente parou de alimentá-las.
Em 1964, o Brasil entra em uma ditadura militar. E aquilo que era abandono vira política explícita. Em 1966, nasce o GESFRA, Grupo Executivo de Substituição de Ferrovias e Ramais Antieconômicos. O nome já dizia tudo. A missão do GESFRA era simples: eliminar ferrovias. Entre 1964 e 1985, quase 5 mil quilômetros de trilhos são erradicados. Só entre 1964 e 1966, 2 mil quilômetros desaparecem. O principal executor dessa política tinha nome e cargo: Mário David Andreassa. ministro dos Transportes. Sua filosofia ficou registrada em 1969. Um governo que fizesse só estradas teria feito tudo. E foi exatamente isso que ele fez. Transamazônica, Ponte Rio-Niterói, Rio-Santos, Belém-Brasília. Mega obras rodoviárias, mega orçamentos, mega denúncias. Enquanto isso, a RFSA apodrecia. Sem investimento, sem modernização, sem futuro. O abandono não foi incompetência, foi projeto.
Quando a ditadura termina em 1985, a ferrovia brasileira já está condenada. Não por falta de demanda, mas por sucateamento. A Rede Ferroviária Federal S.A., herdada pela democracia, é uma empresa endividada, desmontada, frágil. Era o cenário perfeito para a próxima decisão: privatizar. No próximo episódio, a história entra nos anos 1990. Você vai descobrir como um presidente responsável pelo Plano Real também foi o responsável por vender as ferrovias brasileiras. Quem ganhou bilhões, quem perdeu tudo. E por que, depois da privatização, o Brasil nunca mais recuperou seus trilhos. Episódio 3. Quem ganhou, quem perdeu. RFSSA, FHC e a privatização das ferrovias 1994-2002. Nos anos 1990, o Brasil tomou uma decisão que mudou para sempre o destino das ferrovias. Em poucos leilões, trilhos construídos ao longo de mais de um século passaram para as mãos da iniciativa privada. Para alguns, essa foi a única forma de salvar o sistema ferroviário. Para outros, foi o golpe final. Mas a pergunta que quase ninguém responde é: quem realmente ganhou com a privatização e quem perdeu tudo no caminho? Hoje, você vai entender por que essa resposta é muito mais incômoda do que parece. E para isso, precisamos voltar ao momento em que a Rede Ferroviária Federal S.A. chegou ao limite. Quando a ditadura militar terminou, em 1985, a Rede Ferroviária Federal S.A. já estava em situação crítica. Mas entre 1994 e 1995, a crise ultrapassou o ponto de retorno. A empresa, criada em 1957 para unificar e salvar as ferrovias brasileiras, havia se tornado o oposto do que prometera: um gigante endividado, sucateado e politicamente abandonado. Vamos aos números, porque eles desmontam muitos discursos prontos. Dívida financeira superior a 3 bilhões de reais. Passivo trabalhista próximo de 1 bilhão de reais. Déficits operacionais cobertos ano após ano com dinheiro público. Mas aqui está o dado que quase nunca aparece. Entre 1957 e 1995, a carga transportada pela RFFSA cresceu cerca de 545%. Ou seja, a ferrovia transportava mais, não menos. O problema não era a falta de demanda, era a falta de investimento, má gestão e ausência total de prioridade política. E esse detalhe muda completamente a narrativa oficial. Enquanto a carga crescia, o investimento público despencava. No fim dos anos 1980, os recursos destinados à ferrovia eram menos de 1/5 do que haviam sido no início da década. Locomotivas envelhecidas, vagões sucateados, trilhos com velocidade reduzida, estações em ruínas. Em 1994, a RFFSA ainda era estratégica, mas estava financeiramente quebrada e fisicamente deteriorada.
E é nesse cenário que, em 1995, assume a presidência da República um homem com uma agenda muito clara: Fernando Henrique Cardoso. Fernando Henrique Cardoso não entra nesse debate por acaso. Antes de ser presidente, foi ministro da Fazenda e o rosto público do Plano Real. Foi sob sua liderança que o Brasil controlou uma hiperinflação que destruía salários e inviabilizava qualquer planejamento econômico. Mas o Plano Real tinha um preço: disciplina fiscal dura. E nos anos 1990, disciplina fiscal significava cortar gastos, reduzir o tamanho do Estado, privatizar estatais deficitárias. Ao mesmo tempo, o mundo vivia sob a lógica do chamado Consenso de Washington. Ajuste fiscal, abertura comercial, privatizações, enxugamento do Estado. Empresas públicas deficitárias eram vistas como problema, não como instrumento de política pública. E a RFSSA encaixava perfeitamente nessa definição. Na prática, isso colocava o governo diante de uma escolha difícil: proteger a estabilidade da moeda ou tentar salvar uma empresa quebrada que ninguém queria financiar. Em 1995, o governo retoma e amplia o Programa Nacional de Desestatização. Leis Centrais. Lei 8.987/1995, Lei das Concessões. Lei 9.074/1995, Regras de concessão em transportes. A lógica era simples: o Estado continuaria dono da infraestrutura, mas a operação passaria para a iniciativa privada. Na teoria, fazia sentido. O problema estava no que ficaria de fora dos contratos.
Entre 1996 e 1999, o Brasil realizou a maior reestruturação ferroviária da sua história. A Rede Ferroviária Federal, SA, foi fatiada em malhas regionais. Vamos olhar isso com calma. Malha Oeste, 60 milhões de reais. Centro-Leste, 316 milhões de reais. Sudeste, MRS, 888 milhões de reais. Sul, 216 milhões de reais. Nordeste, cerca de 15-20 milhões de reais. FEPASA, Malha Paulista, incorporada depois. No total, o governo arrecadou algo entre 1,7 e 2 bilhões de reais. À primeira vista, parece um bom negócio. Mas é aqui que começam as perguntas incômodas. O valor dos ativos ao longo de décadas foi subestimado. As concessões priorizaram carga, não passageiros. Não houve exigências claras de preservação do patrimônio. Na prática, a ferrovia foi redesenhada para servir às commodities: minério, grãos, combustíveis. Não às pessoas.
Depois das concessões, o que aconteceu? Depende de quem você pergunta. Para as concessionárias, mais produtividade, mais carga, mais eficiência logística. Para passageiros e cidades, fim dos trens regionais, isolamento de comunidades, perda de identidade urbana. Para muitas cidades, o fim do trem não foi apenas logístico, foi o fim do movimento, do comércio, do som, do próprio sentido de existir em torno da ferrovia. E o patrimônio histórico? Estações abandonadas, oficinas saqueadas, pátios virando ruína.
um vazio administrativo entre União, inventariança e órgãos públicos. A ferrovia virou corredor de exportação, não mais um sistema nacional de integração. É fácil transformar Fernando Henrique Cardoso no vilão da história. Mas a realidade é mais complexa. FHC herdou uma empresa sucateada. Herdou décadas de abandono. Herdou uma lógica internacional dominante. Privatizar, naquele contexto, parecia a única saída viável. O problema não foi apenas privatizar, foi como privatizar. Os contratos ignoraram passageiros, não protegeram o patrimônio, não pensaram o uso social da ferrovia. FHC não criou a crise ferroviária, mas deu forma final a uma crise construída ao longo de décadas. JK escolheu a rodovia. A ditadura arrancou trilhos. A Rede Ferroviária Federal SA foi abandonada. FHC privatizou o que sobrou. No próximo episódio, vamos mostrar o resultado físico dessa história. Estações destruídas, trilhos abandonados, memória apagada. Episódio 4. O que restou dos trilhos? O abandono, o silêncio e o apagamento da ferrovia brasileira. Esses trilhos não levam mais ninguém a lugar nenhum. Mas um dia levaram cidades inteiras. Aqui já houve movimento, já houve trabalho, já houve vida. Hoje, há silêncio. Depois da privatização, prometeram eficiência. Prometeram modernização. Prometeram um novo futuro para as ferrovias brasileiras. Mas o que aconteceu com tudo aquilo que não era lucrativo? O que aconteceu com as estações, com os ramais, com as cidades que nasceram em volta do trem? Este episódio não é sobre números. É sobre o que ficou para trás. Milhares de quilômetros de trilhos abandonados. Estações fechadas. Armazéns vazios. Oficinas tomadas pelo mato. Em todo o Brasil, o mesmo cenário se repete. Relógios parados, placas enferrujadas, plataformas onde ninguém mais espera nada. Cidades que cresceram ao redor da ferrovia e ficaram órfãs dela. O trem não foi substituído, ele simplesmente desapareceu. E o mais chocante é que ninguém nunca assinou um decreto dizendo que tudo isso deveria ser abandonado. Quando as ferrovias foram concedidas à iniciativa privada, uma lógica passou a comandar tudo: o lucro. O que dava retorno foi mantido, o que não dava deixou de existir. Mas trilhos não desaparecem sozinhos, estações não somem do mapa, patrimônio não evapora. Eles ficam, sem dono, sem manutenção, presos num limbo jurídico. A União dizia que não era mais responsável. Os estados não tinham recursos. As concessionárias só cuidavam do que dava lucro. Resultado, ninguém cuidava de nada. Para algumas cidades, o trem não era apenas transporte. Era emprego, era comércio, era identidade. Quando o trem parou, o movimento parou junto. Hotéis fecharam. Armazéns faliram. Jovens foram embora. O trilho abandonado virou cicatriz urbana. Mesmo assim, nem tudo morreu. Em algumas cidades, moradores se recusaram a deixar a história desaparecer. Antigas estações viraram museus. Trilhos viraram memória. Associações surgiram para proteger o que restou. Não por nostalgia, mas por identidade. Porque quando você apaga o trem, você apaga parte da história do lugar. A ferrovia brasileira não acabou, mas também não voltou. O que existe hoje é uma disputa entre memória e esquecimento, entre interesse e abandono. E agora, novos projetos prometem resolver tudo isso. Mas a pergunta é inevitável. Será que estamos construindo um novo futuro? Ou repetindo exatamente os mesmos erros? No próximo episódio, as novas ferrovias, promessa ou ilusão? Episódio 5. Quando o futuro encontra os trilhos. O que o Brasil decide fazer com a ferrovia agora? Depois de atravessar quase 2 séculos de história ferroviária, chegamos ao ponto em que não dá mais para apenas observar. Vimos os trilhos nascerem, cruzarem o interior do país, formarem cidades, transportarem pessoas, sonhos e mercadorias. Vimos também o abandono, a desmontagem lenta, a privatização, o colapso visível das estações, dos pátios, da memória. Agora, a pergunta não é mais como chegamos até aqui. A pergunta é outra. O que o Brasil vai fazer a partir de agora com a ferrovia que sobrou? Vai seguir tratando trilhos como passado? Ou vai encará-los como parte do futuro? Estação abandonada, trem moderno de carga, trem turístico restaurado, rodovia congestionada. Essa sequência resume o dilema. Nos últimos anos, a ferrovia voltou ao discurso oficial. Planos nacionais, leilões, mapas coloridos, corredores estratégicos, bilhões prometidos. A promessa é conhecida: mais eficiência, menos caminhões, mais trilhos, mais competitividade. Na tela, os mapas parecem perfeitos. Mas a história brasileira ensina uma lição dura. Entre o anúncio e o trem rodando, existe um abismo. Licenças travadas, obras interrompidas, projetos redesenhados, prioridades que mudam a cada governo. Não é que investir em ferrovias seja errado. O risco é repetir o mesmo modelo.
linhas pensadas só para exportar, territórios tratados como corredor, pessoas deixadas fora do mapa. Em quase todos esses projetos, existe uma ausência gritante: o passageiro. O trem regional, que liga as cidades médias, que poderia substituir ônibus lotados e rodovias perigosas, continua sendo tratado como exceção. A lógica segue a mesma: mercadoria primeiro, pessoas depois. Quando a ferrovia ignora quem vive ao redor dela, elas deixam de integrar o país. Passam apenas a atravessá-lo. Esse modelo cria riqueza, mas não cria conexão. E um país desconectado cobra esse preço em rodovias saturadas, acidentes, poluição e desigualdade regional.
O debate ferroviário não é só econômico, é ambiental, é urbano, é histórico. Enquanto o mundo busca reduzir emissões, o Brasil deixa apodrecer uma das infraestruturas mais limpas que já construiu. Enquanto fala em futuro, abandona estações, pátios e acervos que poderiam ser base para a mobilidade regional, turismo, cultura e desenvolvimento local. Patrimônio ferroviário não é nostalgia, é infraestrutura esquecida. Ao longo desta série, falamos de trilhos, decisões, governos, erros e promessas. Mas nenhuma ferrovia existe sem gente. Por trás de cada mapa, de cada linha traçada no papel, houve mãos sujas de graxa, olhos cansados na madrugada, vidas organizadas pelo horário do trem. Antes de existir o debate, existiu o trabalho. E talvez a maior pergunta que esta série deixa não seja sobre investimento, nem sobre planos futuros. Talvez a pergunta seja mais simples: o que nós fazemos com a memória de quem manteve esse país em movimento? Porque antes da ferrovia virar ruína, ela foi rotina. Antes do abandono, ela foi casa. E antes de virar estatística, ela foi vida. Por isso, antes de encerrar esta jornada, precisamos fazer uma pausa. Uma pausa para olhar menos para os trilhos e mais para as pessoas. Para quem acordou cedo demais, para quem passou noites em claro, para quem fez do trem não só um trabalho, mas um jeito de viver. No próximo episódio, uma homenagem a todas as pessoas que viveram, trabalharam e ainda vivem a ferrovia. Episódio 6. Gente dos trilhos. Antes de existir qualquer mapa ferroviário, existiram pessoas. Antes do trilho cortar a terra, alguém acordou no escuro. Vestiu o uniforme, seguiu em silêncio para a estação quando a cidade ainda dormia. Foram homens e mulheres que aprenderam a medir o tempo não pelo relógio de pulso, mas pelo apito distante ecoando no vale. Este episódio não fala de obras, não fala de governos, não fala de planos. Ele existe para lembrar de quem esteve ali quando tudo isso ainda era rotina. Mãos calejadas segurando um boné antigo, um distintivo gasto com o símbolo da companhia, um bilhete de papel, guardado como quem guarda um segredo, uma fotografia amarelada, uma família, uma locomotiva, um instante que nunca mais se repetiu. Essas imagens não são passado distante, são pedaços de vida que ainda respiram. Para entender uma ferrovia, às vezes basta ouvir quem trabalhou nela. Vozes diferentes, histórias parecidas. Um país inteiro ligado pelos mesmos trilhos. Eu conhecia cada curva, lembra um maquinista. O som da roda no trilho me dizia mais do que qualquer placa. Eu era o primeiro a chegar e o último a sair, conta um agente de estação. Via gente partir para estudar, para casar, para tentar a vida longe. Se o trilho estivesse bom, ninguém lembrava da gente, diz um trabalhador da via permanente. Mas se algo desse errado, era o nosso nome que chamavam primeiro. Carteiras de trabalho, registros de ponto, alojamento simples, casas alinhadas à linha. A ferrovia não era só emprego, era pertencimento.
Nem todo mundo trabalhou na ferrovia, mas quase todo mundo carrega uma viagem guardada na memória. O banco duro do vagão, a mala no bagageiro, o balanço constante embalando o corpo. Eu lembro do cheiro, alguém diz. Madeira, café, poeira, e da curiosidade que não deixava a gente ficar sentado. Eu sabia que estava chegando quando reconheci as casas antes da estação. O coração batia diferente. Corredores estreitos, vagão-restaurante, viagens noturnas, gente dormindo encostada no vidro. E o som que nunca se esquece. Rodas no trilho, apito distante, o ritmo que atravessa gerações.
A ferrovia nunca ficou só dentro do trem. Ela desenhou cidades, criou bairros, determinou horários, mudou destinos. Foi a esposa esperando semanas, o comerciante dependendo do vai e vem, as crianças aprendendo cedo que o apito era aviso e promessa. Mesmo quando o trem para, a marca fica. Na paisagem, na memória, no jeito da cidade se organizar. Este episódio é um agradecimento a quem trabalhou sem aplauso, a quem se aposentou sem reconhecimento, a quem guarda em casa uma caixa de lembranças como se fosse um pequeno museu. E é também um convite. Se a ferrovia passou pela sua família, se existe uma história, uma foto, um bilhete guardado, conte. Cada memória compartilhada é um trilho a mais ligando o passado e presente. Ex-ferroviários sentados no banco da estação. Desta vez, eles não esperam um trem. Esperam que a memória não se perca. Este episódio foi dedicado a quem fez a ferrovia existir, não como linha no mapa, mas como parte da vida. No próximo capítulo, não haverá narração longa, nem novas histórias. Haverá nomes, haverá rostos, haverá reconhecimento. Porque toda história só se sustenta quando alguém faz questão de lembrá-la. Tudo o que você viu ao longo desta série não nasceu aqui. Nenhuma história sobre as ferrovias brasileiras se constrói sozinha. Antes das imagens, antes da narração, antes de qualquer roteiro, houve gente pesquisando, registrando, fotografando, escrevendo, guardando documentos quando quase ninguém mais parecia se importar. Este episódio não é um apêndice, é parte da história. Porque sem essas pessoas, sem esses registros, sem esse esforço silencioso de décadas, esta série simplesmente não existiria. O que você vai ver agora não é uma lista fria, é um mapa de gratidão. Um mapa para quem quiser continuar essa viagem além deste vídeo. Grande parte das informações sobre a ferrovia brasileira vive hoje em documentos dispersos, portais institucionais, arquivos públicos, relatórios técnicos e apresentações oficiais. Sites como os do Ministério dos Transportes, do DENIT, das secretarias ferroviárias, ajudam a entender o cenário atual. Concessões, planos de expansão, leilões, mapas e metas. Eles mostram o que está sendo prometido e o que de fato foi executado. Instituições como o IPHAN apontam outro caminho, o da preservação, do patrimônio ferroviário como parte da história do país. Estações, oficinas, pontes, conjuntos urbanos que não são apenas ruínas, mas testemunhos. Relatórios do Tribunal de Contas, artigos técnicos, auditorias e estudos independentes foram essenciais para compreender o destino dos bens da RFFSA e os desafios que ainda existem. Sem esse material, o discurso seria raso. Com ele, a narrativa ganha chão. Se hoje ainda é possível ver uma locomotiva a vapor em funcionamento ou entrar numa estação restaurada, isso raramente aconteceu por causa de grandes planos nacionais. Na maioria das vezes, foi obra de resistência. Associações ferroviárias, coletivos locais, museus regionais e projetos comunitários. Gente que trabalha com poucos recursos, muita dedicação e quase nenhuma visibilidade. São ferroviários aposentados que não aceitaram ver sua história virar entulho. São voluntários que aprenderam na prática a restaurar vagões, catalogar acervos, manter trens turísticos vivos. Museus instalados em antigas estações. Exposições montadas com doações de famílias. Projetos educativos que apresentam os trilhos a novas gerações. Essas iniciativas não preservam só objetos, preservam sentido. Outro grupo essencial para esta série foi o de jornalistas e criadores de conteúdo. Reportagens sobre estações abandonadas, cidades que perderam seus trens, bens esquecidos da antiga RFFSA ajudaram a tirar a ferrovia do silêncio. Blogs, sites e páginas dedicadas ao tema documentaram linhas, mapas, viagens, curiosidades técnicas e o estado atual dos trilhos. Canais de vídeo, podcasts e perfis em redes sociais levaram esse assunto para além dos arquivos. Transformaram memória em conversa. Transformaram história em algo acessível. Sem esse trabalho contínuo, a ferrovia seria hoje apenas um rodapé nos livros didáticos. No fim, estes créditos não encerram nada. Eles abrem caminhos. Apontam para quem segue pesquisando, preservando, registrando e contando essa história todos os dias. Se algo nesta série te tocou, te despertou curiosidade ou te trouxe lembranças, considere apoiar quem mantém essa memória viva. Visite um museu ferroviário, participe de um passeio histórico, compartilhe um projeto local, registre o que ainda existe na sua cidade. Porque memória não se conserva sozinha. Ela precisa de gente. Esta série foi construída a muitas mãos, as de quem pesquisou, as de quem preservou, as de quem contou histórias e também as suas, que decidiram ficar até o fim dessa viagem. Que os próximos capítulos da história das ferrovias no Brasil sejam escritos com mais cuidado, mais compromisso e mais escuta.
On November 30th, 1982, something appeared on record store shelves. Something so hypnotic, so enticing, so unstoppable. Nothing and no one could stand in its way. What came next would send shockwaves around the world and change the face of popular music forever. That something being the legend that would become Thriller.
Yes, Michael. I'm not like other guys.
Michael Jackson's single that is currently #1 on the Rhythm and Blues and Pop Single charts. Jackson is also the first singer ever to have an album and a single in first place on both charts.
Selling album in the country is Michael Jackson's Thriller.
Now, since Michael Jackson is the proud winner of 8 shiny new Grammys, you might expect the sales of his records to suddenly surge. Sorry, you see, sales have always been up.
Anything with Michael Jackson on it does continue to sell. I love you, Michael Jackson.
The album broke down every barrier imaginable, appealing to black and white, young and old, rich and poor, across the nation and beyond. Within 15 months, Thriller would become the best-selling album of all time. And the nation's top-selling record for 2 years in a row, with eventual sales of an estimated 70 million copies worldwide. Despite critics characterizing Thriller as simply a collection of hits rather than a coherent body of work, Thriller's production quality, innovative music videos, and Michael Jackson's incredible instincts as a performer set new standards for creativity. Quote, "Sequencing an album," Quincy Jones explained, "is one of the joys in being a producer because it's like making a movie." Michael Jackson's passion for the art of filmmaking drove him to not only create a musical masterpiece, but a visual one as well. For the first time exploring visions much darker and more sinister, revealing his own internal angst. Life would ultimately imitate art, as themes outlined in Thriller predicted struggles Michael would endure in the years to come, as though he knew it to be his destiny. He sings about being afflicted by relentless speculation, paranoia, and press intrusion, as well as intense feelings of isolation and longing for meaningful human connections. The unavoidable mindless zombies out for his blood, whether corporate leeches, the tabloids, or a predatory medical system, resulting in his startling physical transformation that the public bared witness to. Thriller left an indelible mark on Michael Jackson, a pinnacle he long yearned for, but was ultimately haunted by. Every album, single, or career move since would undoubtedly be compared to the once-in-a-lifetime hysteria Thriller mania ignited. An experience so intoxicating, Jackson never stopped pushing harder and farther to strive beyond its confines. A time when he believed his talents were endless, his impact expansive, and his legacy so enduring it will last forever. This is Thriller Forever, a video series chronicling every detail in the construction, release, and lasting impact of Michael Jackson's musical juggernaut. From the good, the incredible, the bad, and the downright ugly. To understand the motivations behind Thriller, we must first get to grips with the context of its recording and Michael Jackson's career thus far. At 23 years old, he was already a veteran of showbiz, having been a star since the early 1970s. He, with his brothers, achieved an incredible run of crossover hits as the Jackson 5, which was followed by Michael's massive solo success with 1979's Off the Wall. The album, the first to be produced by Quincy Jones, achieved a music industry milestone with 4 top 10 hits, earning Jackson a Grammy for Best R&B Male Vocal Performance for its lead single, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Having sold over 8 million copies by 1982, Off the Wall was the best-selling album by a black artist up until that point. Beyond his early Motown child stardom, Jackson had now proven himself as a vibrant solo artist with his disco-defying breakout. However, despite these achievements, Jackson was surprisingly disappointed by the record's outcome, both critically and commercially. After Off the Wall, Michael Jackson experienced a transitional period, a time of increased independence. Soon hiring John Branca, Michael told the entertainment lawyer that he needed to be the biggest and the wealthiest star in show business. He expressed how upset he was about his perceived underperformance of Off the Wall, feeling it deserved the Grammy Award for Record of the Year. From Michael's standpoint, he and Quincy Jones produced one hell of an album, and all he got in return was a token from the Grammy voters, who still saw him as that cute little kid with the great moves on The Ed Sullivan Show. Michael vowed it can never happen again. In general, he felt undervalued by the music industry, demonstrated in 1980 when Rolling Stone declined to run a cover story on him. Jackson responded, quote, "I've been told over and over that black people on the cover of magazines don't sell copies. Just wait. Someday those magazines are going to be begging me for an interview. Maybe I'll give them one, and maybe I won't." Therefore, Michael Jackson approached recording his next LP with this competitive determination, motivated by the bitter embarrassment he felt he suffered and his refusal to be overlooked. With laser focus, Michael was intent to study, practice, and create something so incredible it would be impossible for anyone to ignore it. In general, Michael Jackson was frustrated by albums that had one good song and the rest were like B-sides. The singer saying, quote, "Ever since I was a little boy, I would study composition, and it was Tchaikovsky that influenced me the most. If you take an album like the Nutcracker Suite, every song is a killer, every one. So I said to myself, why can't there be a pop album where every song is a killer?" With his next record, Jackson wanted to continue to push his creative capabilities. The United States was in the midst of a deep recession with the unemployment reaching a 4-decade high. Record sales had been declining since the late 1970s. Disco had faded without anything really to replace it. New Wave and MTV were only in its infancy, and the top 40 radio had all but died, as stale classic rock dominated the airwaves. As the New York Times put it, quote, "There had never been a bleaker year for pop than 1982. The music industry needed a radical shakeup, and for it to have been delivered into record stores yesterday. Therefore, on the first day of recording, producer Quincy Jones walked into Westlake Studios in Los Angeles and said, quote, "Okay guys, we're here to save the recorded music industry." To accomplish this, one of their priorities was to balance the album's various genres and forms between R&B, pop, rock, disco, funk, and ballads, producing an album that wouldn't be restricted by racially drawn classification of genre or radio play. As in the early 1980s, radio was still largely segregated, adhering to narrow programming based on racialized genres. Jackson and Jones reviewed hundreds of song demos, listening to each one to see if it had the qualities they were looking for. Jones referred to this process as, quote, Polaroids. Each potential song was held up to see how it fit in with their pre-existing material and if it met their exacting standards. Quote, "I called Michael Smelly because when he liked a piece of music or a certain beat, instead of calling it funky, he'd call it smelly jelly. When it was really good, he'd say, 'That's some smelly jelly.'" Songs written by Michael were dictated into an audio recorder, after which he'd sing them from memory. Bruce Swedien remembering, quote, "Michael was never late for a session. If anything, he would be early. Also, I never remember recording Michael with the lyrics in front of him. He would stay up all night memorizing the song or songs we were about to record. I don't think there are a lot of artists who do that." In addition to memorizing the lyrics, Michael also preferred to record vocals in the dark, so he could, without distraction, focus on his voice, the intentions of the words, and the emotions behind them. Swedien adding, quote, "The human being is primarily a visual animal. Hearing is our second sense. People can be distracted by too much light in the studio to the extent that it can take away from the music."
I adore Michael. He's the greatest. And Michael is very, very polite, and he's a wonderful guy to work with. And he would say, "Bruce, that's perfect, but let's try one more." And this is like mix 80. And so I say, "No problem." So we did it.
Of course, it wasn't all fun and games. According to Jackson, Quincy was a perfectionist. He always asked for another take. Quincy would often get frustrated with Jackson for spending so much time rehearsing his dance moves. Additionally, creative tensions started to reveal themselves between the two. Quote, "There was a point where we thought it was all over, that we were all finished," remembers keyboard player Greg Fillinganes. Quote, "There had been so much hard work and long hours, and Quincy's saying it's not there yet, and Michael, almost distraught, is saying, 'What are we going to do now?' Quincy felt that there were certain elements that were missing still, and we went back to the drawing board."
He just has a great quality for excellence, for perfection, and anybody who's worked with him notices this. The way he'll make you do a thing until it's perfect.
Over and over again?
Yes.
He's difficult to work with?
No, I like to be grinded a lot. No, he's not difficult at all. He'll say, "It's beautiful, we have a take." Then he'll say, "Well, can you give us one more?"
Jackson and Jones made many different mixes of each song due to their dissatisfaction with every result. After they finished the record, the production team was surprisingly somber. No one was happy with the way the tracks had turned out, so they decided to remix every single song once again, spending an entire week on each track. Quincy Jones saying that they, quote, "did the final mixes up until 9 o'clock in the morning of the deadline. We had 3 studios going at once." After a total of 4 months and coming in on a budget at $750,000, the crew submitted the final record on November 8, 1982, just 22 days before its release. The team had whittled down a collection of 30 demos to the chosen 9 that made up the final album, with Jackson writing 4 of them himself. But after leaving the studio, were the crew confident they had achieved the goal they initially set their sights on? Quincy Jones stated that there is never any way to predict a hit record. Quote, "You can't explain something like that. You can't aim at it," he said. "It's why I used to keep a sign in the studio saying, 'Always leave space for God to walk into the room.'"
Everybody goes into a studio to make the biggest record in the world. Sure. And everybody's always surprised when it isn't the biggest record in the world. Surprised when it's not.
And everything was just right. Again, you know, if you just get out of your own way and let that force go to work, that's what happened.
Bruce Swedien harbored similar sentiments. Quote, I think anyone who would have the balls to say that is a liar, because you don't really know until it gets out in the public and they say, wow, this is really good. The only person certain that the record would achieve incredible success was Michael himself. Jerry Hershey from Rolling Stone stating that, quote, Michael had predicted it all when I first met him. The Media Geek Show, the staggering sales figures, the order of singles, everything in which was to come. In preparation for its release, renowned photographer Dick Zimmerman captured the album cover's final image, which featured Jackson in a slick white suit he plucked off the photographer's shoulders while shooting. The gatefold sleeve reveals a tiger cub at Jackson's leg, which, according to Zimmerman, Jackson kept away from his face, fearing it would scratch him. Album artwork, certainly in the 80s, played a key role in attracting record buyers. A visual representation of the music inside, before the prominence of music videos. For a record that covers such a diverse range of genres, its slick monochromatic styling may have signified a musical reset of sorts. A new era, detached from previous disco glitz, bubblegum, and Motown, ushering in the next chapter of Michael Jackson. The presence of the cub showcasing his playfulness, as well as signifying Michael's attraction to the exotic and his more daring side. Certainly not your typical Jackson's record, the title suggesting something unexpected. All thriller without the filler. The public's first hint of a new era of Michael Jackson came with the release of its lead single, a playful track he wrote and sang with ex-Beatle Paul McCartney, The Girl Is Mine. The singer's first credited collaboration came about after Jackson and Quincy Jones visited McCartney at his ranch in Tucson, Arizona, spending a couple of days rehearsing and indulging in the musician's shared obsession with cartoons. Quote, when I approached Paul, Jackson wrote in his 1988 autobiography, Moonwalk, I wanted to repay the favor he had done me in contributing Girlfriend to Off the Wall. The two soon began collaborating musically, a partnership that continued even when the Jacksons went on tour, with the ex-Beatle tagging along, songwriting with Michael whenever he was not on stage. During this time, the duo recorded Say, Say, Say and The Man for McCartney's upcoming fifth solo album, Pipes of Peace. However, it was now Michael's turn to write a song for them for his next LP. Producer Quincy Jones had initially told Jackson to write a song about two men fighting over a girl. Inspired, Jackson awoke during the night and sang the song into a tape recorder. He later said, quote, I sang exactly what I heard in my head, starting with the melody and the keyboard and the strings and everything. So I just orally put it all on tape. Jones listened and then asked Jackson to add a rap verse of the two friends talking it out. Quote, we're fighting over this girl in the song, Jackson said, and it came out beautifully. The Superstar Duet was the first track recorded for Michael's new album at Westlake Studios, Los Angeles, from April 14th to the 16th, 1982. The session became a spectacle in itself, attracting press attention even before a single release date had been announced. Toto guitarist Steve Lukather, who had gotten a call from Jackson himself to play on several songs, vividly recalls, quote, the McCartney duet was really insane, he said. You can imagine what kind of a zoo it was, with Michael and Quincy and McCartney and all the people and the staff and the security. We never even got into the control room. Beatles producer George Martin and Beatles engineer Jeff Emmerich were there, Dick Clark. It was so intense. Despite the chaos and the distractions while recording, engineer Bruce Swedien only had fond memories of the session. Quote, Paul was such a gentleman. He came to the studio prepared. Linda McCartney was with him and we had a fabulous time. Michael Jackson even said that the recording of The Girl Is Mine was one of his most enjoyable moments in the studio. Reminiscing, quote, of all of my recordings as a solo artist, my favorite is probably The Girl Is Mine, because working with Paul McCartney was pretty exciting and we just literally had fun. It was like lots of kibitzing and playing and throwing stuff at each other and making jokes. We actually recorded the instrumental track and the vocals pretty much live at the same time.
And Michael and I were both up for working together, and it was very professionally handled, you know, so that all it really needed was for us to get out there and perform and have a good time. But with Michael, it's not really work. It's just, it's more like play, you know. It's just like when you start up in the business or with a group and stuff, they say, well, we play together. It's the word you use with music, isn't it? He plays. But what does he do for a living? He plays. And in this instance, that's all it was, really. We were just playing around.
After, Michael Jackson was positive they'd recorded a surefire hit, a signature tune for both of them that embodied McCartney's melody and his distinctive groove. Dick Clark commenting, quote, "Even during rehearsals of the tune, you knew it was going to be a hit. I could tell from the level of excitement in the place the creative partnership was bound to be magic. And you know what? That's exactly what Michael Jackson says entertainment is. Magic." McCartney, however, expressed some trepidation about the song's bubblegum feel. He was especially concerned about the cloying use of the word doggone. Quote, "You could say it's shallow," he admitted. "When I checked it out with Michael, he explained that he wasn't going for depth, he was going for rhythm, he was going for feel." Released on October 18, 1982, a month before the album, and while the team was still recording, Bruce Swedien recalls, quote, "Quincy would come in every morning and put on a couple of local radio stations, and they were all playing The Girl Is Mine, so that would make you very serious about your work very quickly." The single's cover photograph was taken by McCartney's wife, Linda, and while the sweet enough middle-of-the-road song was charming, one thing was certain. This wasn't the Don't Stop Till You Get Enough Part 2 many were expecting. But for Michael, the breezy radio-friendly tune was the obvious first single, especially after McCartney achieved a hit duet with Stevie Wonder, Ebony and Ivory, earlier that year. Later writing that, quote, "We really didn't have much choice. When you have two strong names like that together on a song, it has to come out first or it gets played to death and overexposed. We had to get it out of the way." However, radio listeners were overall not that impressed by The Girl Is Mine and felt that Jackson and Jones had diluted their talents to accommodate to a white pop audience. Without anything else to go by, many feared Jackson's upcoming LP would also be a disappointment if the singer's overarching ambition was to achieve widespread commerciality. However, Jackson knew from experience with racially segregated radio airplay practices, releasing his McCartney collab first would give his subsequent releases a better chance of crossing over into the mainstream. Song Facts explaining, quote, "It was released first because it was guaranteed airplay thanks to McCartney's contribution. The song was a very safe choice as the first single since it was very conventional and easy to understand. Jackson was afraid that if he released an edgy song first, people wouldn't give the album a chance. Jackson's instincts would ultimately be proven correct, as the mainstream track that essentially chronicles an interracial love triangle would go on to sell 1.3 million copies. The Girl Is Mine kicking off a string of chart success for Jackson, making it to number 2 on Billboard and all the way to number 1 on the R&B singles chart, the first time a Beatle topped the R&B list. Soon after, Michael Jackson's new album Thriller quietly slipped into the charts at number 11 on December 25, 1982. When compared to its lead single, the listeners were stunned by what they were confronted with as the album's opening track, instantly silencing those who believed Jackson may have lost his edge. 3 ricocheting drum beats kick off the frenetic opener, appropriately titled "Wanna Be Startin' Something." Its driving beat and hypnotic bass made it the closest thing on Thriller to Michael's previous output. Which is no surprise because the singer reportedly started working on the track while recording Off the Wall, which may be one reason it was chosen as the album opener. There simply wasn't a genre for a song like this in 1982. It wasn't disco. It wasn't funk. It wasn't R&B. It wasn't new wave. It was something new. A song so wild and energetic, it nearly bursts at the seams. Michael Jackson is in high-energy mode, nimbly and clearly enunciating the on-rushing lyrics that varies from astonishment to righteous frustration. Jackson introduces a new tone that would soon become his signature, an edge of fear and paranoia. Unlike previous releases that centered on innocent crushes and dancing all night long, he, for the first time, depicts something darker and more insidious. A world hungry for idle gossip that feasts on rumor and innuendo. While even sparing a verse to square off with teen pregnancy, Jackson's vocals are biting, intense, and even taunting as he teases, "You're a vegetable, they eat off of you." Originally written for his sister LaToya about her troubled relationship with her sisters-in-law, Michael ended up recording the song himself. Bruce Swedien recalling, quote, "That track is about Michael's brothers' wives and how they were always creating trouble. That was his inspiration." The song was originally composed in 1978, but was later re-recorded in the fall of 1982, and was one of the 4 tracks that Jackson received writing credits for. "Wanna Be Startin' Something" climaxes in an African-inspired chant, often misidentified as Swahili, but is actually based on Douala, giving the song an international flavor and reassuring listeners that Jackson hadn't lost his funk or forgotten his roots in black music. Journalist Nelson George writing that when the Jackson 5 traveled to Senegal in 1973, the experience had a profound effect on a teenage Michael Jackson. George quotes Jackson as saying, quote, "I don't want the blacks to ever forget that this is where we come from and where our music comes from. I want us to remember." A slight variation on Cameroonian saxophonist Manu Dibango's 1972 proto-disco hit, Soul Makossa. Quote, "Michael heard that and he liked it," recalled Quincy Jones. "I said, 'Michael, that's Manu Dibango's record.' And he said, 'But I need it.' This was the sound of a new pop renaissance. It had no borders. It was a sonic carnival, perfectly capturing the diversity, fusion, and velocity of a new era."
Well, I know that Michael would have a little, it wasn't a dictaphone, a little cassette. He'd be and you know, he would, I think, work out some things with that little move, you know. He was something else. He was able to create what he needed.
When released as a single, reviews for the track were positive. Christopher Connolly, writing for Rolling Stone, describing "Wanna Be Startin' Something" as being, quote, "Thriller's most combative track." Connolly noting that in the hyperactive tune, Jackson's, quote, "emotions are so raw that the song nearly goes out of control." Cashbox called the song a smash, specifically praising the, quote, "danceable groove, superb arrangement, and strange but ultimately uplifting lyrics." Stephen Thomas Erlewine, a writer for AllMusic, described the song as, quote, "the freshest funk on the album." Ultimately, "Wanna Be Startin' Something" was well received by listeners and charted around the world, receiving an award nomination for Best R&B Song at the 1984 Grammy Awards. Surprisingly, with the lyrics of "Wanna Be Startin' Something," Jackson makes a fleeting reference to the album's upcoming second single, quote, "Billie Jean is always talkin' when nobody else is talkin', tellin' lies and rubbin' shoulders, so they called her mouth a motor." This next release would redefine Michael Jackson, the artist, and ignite Thriller's seemingly unstoppable ascent into the history books. As soon as listeners heard the crispness of its opening beat and its straight-to-the-point groove, they knew they were in for something not quite like anything else. If ever there was a quintessential Michael Jackson tune, it would have to be the sonic masterpiece that is Billie Jean. Michael Jackson wrote and recorded the demo in his home studio in Encino, Los Angeles. The premise of the track was his desire to compose something that had a lot of bass. Jackson said of the song, quote, "A musician knows hit material. It has to feel right. Everything has to feel in place. It fulfills you and it makes you feel good. That's how I felt about Billie Jean. I knew it was going to be big while I was writing it." Michael Jackson would go on to recall that he was so absorbed in the writing of the song, he was riding down the Ventura freeway and didn't realize his car had set ablaze. Quote, "We were getting off the freeway when a kid on a motorcycle pulls up to us and says, 'Your car is on fire.' Suddenly we noticed the smoke and pulled over, and the whole bottom of the Rolls Royce was on fire. I was so absorbed by this tune floating in my head that I didn't even focus on the awful possibilities until later." Once at Westlake Studios, Jones had Jackson sing overdubs through a 6-foot cardboard tube and brought in jazz saxophonist Tom Scott to play the Lyricon. When engineer Bruce Swedien was putting together the string section, he was aiming for a classical feel instead of a pop sound. He said, quote, "I don't think there are any basses on those strings, but it was violin, viola, and cellos, and it was absolutely classical in the approach." Swedien ended up mixing the song 91 times, which was unusual for him. The mixes grew progressively worse, and Jones asked Swedien to listen again to the second mix, which was much better. Therefore, the second mix became the final version. Quote, "There aren't many pieces of music where you can hear the first 3 or 4 notes of the drums and immediately tell what piece of music it is. But I think that is the case with Billie Jean," Swedien reflected. While recording Billie Jean, Michael Jackson and his producer Quincy Jones constantly fought over the track. Some reports stating that Jones felt it was too weak to be included on the album, a claim the music producer has since denied.
We told him what songs he was going to sing. The producer has to do that, you know. You don't ask him what songs we're going to sing. And this whole fallacy about me not liking Billie Jean is a lie. It is. It's some lie that started somewhere, because anybody could hear that record's a smash. And also, I know where it came from.
However, Jones did dislike the demo, nor did he care for the bass line, wanting to cut its 29-second introduction. But Jackson insisted that it be kept. According to Jones, quote, "The intro to Billie Jean was so long you could shave during it. I said we had to get to the melody sooner. But Michael said that was what made him want to dance. And when Michael Jackson says something makes him want to dance, you don't argue. So he won." Quincy Jones also wasn't keen on the track's title, wanting to change it to Not My Lover, as he believed that audiences might mistakenly think the song was referring to tennis star Billie Jean King. However, Jackson refused to change the title and asked Jones to give him co-producing credit for the track, as he felt that the finished product sounded very close to his demo. In addition, the singer requested extra royalties, but Jones granted him neither, and the two fell out over it for several days. According to Jones, Jackson stole Billie Jean's instantly recognizable beat from State of Independence, a track Jones produced for Donna Summer and that Jackson sung backing vocals on. According to songwriter John Anderson, quote, "They took the riff and made it funky for Billie Jean, so that's kind of cool, that cross-pollination in music." However, according to Daryl Hall of Hall & Oates, Jackson told him that the Billie Jean groove was in fact lifted from their 1981 track, I Can't Go For That, No Can Do. Hall telling the former child star, quote, "Oh Michael, what do I care? You did it very differently." That being said, both accounts remain unconfirmed. Upon the official release of Billie Jean on January 3, 1983, listeners were surprised by its lyrical content. These were emotions no one had ever heard from the former boy wonder. Quote, "I figured that he was making a conscious effort to change his image," Michael's mother Catherine revealing. "I think he felt that his image had become too safe." For the first time, Jackson lifts the lid on the realities of fame, and that despite the public's preconceptions, it has its darker side. A cautionary tale to, quote, "Be careful of what you do, because the lie becomes the truth." Billie Jean delves into themes of suspicion, rumor, and the perils of stardom. Recounting the story of a woman named Billie Jean who seduces the narrator, then claims that they have fathered her child, and despite his emphatic denials, continues to insist on his responsibility, causing immeasurable turmoil in his life. Michael Jackson stating, quote, "This track was really personal." The singer's inspiration coming from the groupies he and his brothers encountered during their time performing as the Jackson 5. These groupies would linger around backstage doors, forming relationships with any band members that came to town. Encounters that continued, as demonstrated when Michael was at his home in Havenhurst and some girl had snuck over the wall. His producer Quincy Jones said that Jackson found the woman one day lounging by his pool with a bathing suit and sunglasses on. According to Jones, she accused Jackson of being the father of her child, which Jones thought was hilarious. However, the track's true inspiration was really rooted in a far more sinister experience that he didn't feel comfortable revealing to his closest collaborators, not even Quincy Jones. When Jerry Hershey of Rolling Stone noticed a snapshot tucked into a picture frame in Jackson's dining room, he acknowledged the image was of the real Billie Jean. Hershey described her as a, quote, black teenager of average countenance posing, most likely, for a high school yearbook. The genesis of Billie Jean had in fact stemmed from letters Jackson received in 1981 from a woman asserting that he was the father of one of her twins. Jackson regularly received such claims, despite never meeting these women, and therefore would usually just ignore them. However, she persisted, professing her love and desire to be with him, and questioning how he could ignore his own flesh and blood. These letters troubled Jackson to the point of causing him continuous nightmares. The situation escalated when Jackson received a parcel containing a photo of the fan, a gun, and a letter instructing him to kill himself at a specific time, with the fan planning to do the same after killing their baby so they could reunite in the next life. Subsequently, Jackson learned that the fan had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Quote, "I want to memorize her face," he said, in case she ever does turn up someplace. In fear of inciting more obsessive fanatics, he never publicly revealed this origin story. Michael later writing, quote, "There never was a real Billie Jean. The girl in the song is a composite of people my brothers have been plagued with over the years. I could never understand how these girls could say they were carrying someone's child when it wasn't true." However, despite Jackson's attempts, the release of Billie Jean would usher in a new wave of psychotic extremists who believed the superstar was in fact singing about them. One even changing their name to Billie Jean Jackson and actioning a $150 million paternity case against the superstar. Thanks to the release of Billie Jean, by January 1983, Michael Jackson's Thriller album had reached #1 on the R&B chart, and a month later, it topped the Billboard 200. The single also topped the music charts on March 5, 1983, before even the release of its accompanying video. Billie Jean was directed by Steve Barron, who was chosen because Jackson and Quincy Jones liked the mystery murder treatment he did for the Human League's video, Don't You Want Me, released the previous year. Barron's original idea was more complex and involved a group of dancers. With budget a factor, they simplified the concept and went with the idea of Jackson having a Midas touch, with the squares he stepped on lighting up.
The brief was he really was looking for something magical. And I'd done an idea about a year earlier about the Midas touch and about everything lighting up in real magic. I wrote down a treatment which was about walking down the street and some sort of private detective. And what I'd planned for him in terms of walking along the street and the dances and things was that all the paving stones would be interactive. So he pressure interactive. So he'd step on one and the light would come on. Of course, you know, the budget that the art director couldn't deliver on the day. I had to take Michael through what worked and what didn't. And I said, unfortunately, we've only got 11 of these stones that light up. And I said, this is one, those two, and then you've got to skip that one. And he said, no, let's just do it.
Steve Barron remembers being in awe of the artist. Quote, "We shot that first take, got to the end, and everyone, up in the gantries eating their sandwiches, reading the paper, painters working on another set, just burst into applause. We all just knew we'd seen another era of superstar." To save on set design, they used a technique where painted glass was placed in front of the camera to fill in the wide shots without building actual set pieces. The video also utilized innovative editing techniques, including rapid cuts and transitions, to create a dynamic and engaging visual. Barron and his team worked closely with Jackson to capture his dynamic stage presence and showcase his dance moves in a way that was both captivating and stylish. The video also debuted Michael Jackson's new look for this era. Gone was his signature afro and showbiz glitz, to be replaced by a slick Jerry curl and black leather suit with a playful pink shirt and a red bow tie. A photographer follows Jackson but can never capture him in celluloid, as when photographed, the superstar fails to materialize on the developed picture. Jackson dances as he walks along a sidewalk to Billie Jean's hotel room. Upon arrival at the hotel, he climbs the staircase to Billie Jean's room, lighting up each step and illuminating a burnt-out hotel sign as he passes it. The paparazzo then arrives at the scene and watches as Jackson vanishes under the cover of her bed, before the police arrive and arrest him for spying on Billie Jean. As the paparazzo is led away, he drops a tiger print cloth that Jackson had left behind after polishing his shoe with it earlier in the video. On both occasions, the cloth briefly transforms into a tiger cub, referring to the cover of Michael Jackson's Thriller album. The Billie Jean video is often credited with breaking color barriers on MTV, a channel that debuted on August 1, 1981, and up until that point exclusively pushed white artists with a more rock-oriented output. This didn't go unnoticed, as MTV was accused of racism during this era, most notably by Rick James, whose Super Freak video was rejected by the network.
You know, this isn't the Wizard of Oz. I mean, there are black people here, and we make music, and we spend thousands, $100,000 on videos. And we're not doing this for the sake of because we enjoy doing it. We're doing it because it's part of the art.
Quote, maybe MTV gets slagged because of what is construed as its overt racism. Journalist Michael Shore wrote in The Village Voice in 1982, quote, it goes for the biggest sellers to the biggest audience, which means white youth music as in corporate rock and heavy metal. Many behind the scenes at MTV argued that while viewers in New York or other cosmopolitan centers wouldn't be fazed by seeing black artists as part of their programming, they also needed to accommodate middle America and less open-minded territories. Even though MTV had a growing viewership, record companies wouldn't budget for videos by their black artists since they didn't think they would play them. So the network could make the argument that they simply didn't have any good videos by black artists. However, as an avid fan of filmmaking, Michael Jackson knew that argument wouldn't fly as soon as he presented them with the Billie Jean video, which was startlingly innovative and took the new art form to greater heights. Despite its production value and Jackson's star quality, MTV initially refused to air Billie Jean, promising to instead broadcast Michael's next video because it was more fitting to their rock format.
We are looking for a certain sound and a certain point of view.
Bob Pittman is the 29-year-old whiz kid who created MTV after a successful career as a radio station program director. He sees little difference between radio and cable.
We are not all things to all people. We are cable television, and what cable television does best is specialize. One thing per channel, so you know exactly what you're getting when you turn on the channel.
Enraged by their refusal, Walter Yetnikoff, the president of Jackson's record company CBS Records, threatened to expose MTV's stance as a racial discrimination. Quote, I said to MTV, I'm pulling everything we have off the air, all our product. I'm not going to give you any more videos. And I'm going to go public and tell them about the fact you don't want to play music by a black guy. MTV quickly relented and premiered the Billie Jean music video on March 10, 1983. The single was already topping the charts, but in part because of the video's heavy rotation on MTV, Billie Jean soon broke records by remaining #1 for a total of 7 weeks. Although MTV fed the public Michael Jackson's most captivating of visuals, the video didn't contain the superstar's most iconic elements of Billie Jean. For example, his fedora, sequin glove, and the moonwalk. These visuals May 16, 1983, when Jackson agreed to perform the track at the Motown 25, Yesterday, Today, Forever television special. Jackson had initially declined to perform, as at the time he wanted to distance himself from Motown and his brothers, focusing his attention on his solo work, but reconsidered after he discussed the offer with Berry Gordy, the founder of Motown, and Michael agreed only if he could perform his new track. Following performances by Marvin Gaye, Smokey Robinson, and Mary Wells, the Jacksons sang a medley of their early Motown hits. After the group performed I'll Be There, his brothers left Michael alone on the stage. Jackson wore black pants, leather penny loafers, a black sequined jacket, sequined socks, and a single white rhinestone glove. He addressed the audience, and then Billie Jean started playing to an erupting applause. During the song's instrumental interlude, he executed a move that many believe sealed his status as a pop icon. Jackson gliding backwards, performing what instantly became his signature, the moonwalk, before spinning on his heels and landing on point. It was the first time Jackson performed the move in public, after practicing it over and over again in his kitchen prior to the show. The special was watched by 50 million people, and Jackson received an Emmy nomination for his performance. Motown 25 is considered a watershed moment in popular culture, solidifying Michael Jackson as a supreme performer of a generation. The day after the show aired, Jackson was called by his childhood idol Fred Astaire, who commended him for his performance. Another childhood idol, Sammy Davis Jr., admired Jackson's black sequin jacket during the show and later received it as a gift. Despite the show's success, Michael was surprisingly dissatisfied with his performance. After getting off stage, he cried due to being unhappy with his spin and toe stand, as he wanted it to last longer. However, the gloved one was comforted by a kid that ran up to him after the show and emphatically praised his moves, taking solace in the belief that children are often your most honest critics. As a result of this performance, Jackson reached a new audience and increased sales of Thriller, soon selling as much as 1 million copies a week, becoming the first artist ever to have an album and single in top position on the Billboard charts at the same time. In 1984, Billie Jean would be awarded honors including 2 Grammy Awards and an American Music Award. Certified Diamond, a Billboard poll named the tune as Black Single of the Decade, with many considering Billie Jean as one of the greatest songs of all time. Despite the unmatched success of Billie Jean, Michael Jackson wasn't going to let his musical masterpiece have its moment before releasing his next smash from Thriller. Beat It was released on February 21, 1983, as the album's 3rd single. From its opening electro chimes, this sounded unlike anything else you had heard from Jackson or any other black artist, in fact. After finishing the other tracks for the album, Quincy Jones still felt something was missing. Quincy saying that he felt the album needed, quote, a song like My Sharona, a black version of a strong rock and roll thing. With the ongoing backlash against disco making it necessary to make a stark switch from Off the Wall, Jones and Jackson were determined to make a rock song that would appeal to all tastes. Michael Jackson writing that, quote, I had been thinking I wanted to write the type of rock song that I would go out and buy, but also something totally different from the rock music I was hearing on Top 40 radio. The result was harder, grittier, rawer than anything Michael Jackson had embarked on before. Gone was the softness and sweetness that usually characterized his vocals, replaced by a more defiant and challenging delivery that is razor sharp. Jones saying, quote, we were very conscious of wanting a white rock and roll groove, and when Smelly wrote Beat It, we knew he'd come up with the nitroglycerin. Quincy spent weeks looking for a suitable guitarist for the song. Eventually, they found Steve Lukather of Toto to play the rhythm guitar parts. Lukather was working on the track when he heard that an Eddie Van Halen guitar solo was also going to feature. Quote, when they told me Eddie was playing on it, and they were trying to do a crossover record, I whipped out the Marshalls and did a wall of sound, he said. Quincy sent that back and said, quote, the guitars are too heavy. They'll never play this on R&B radio.
He goes, I love it, except the guitars are too heavy. I got to get this on R&B radio, pop radio, and rock radio. They wanted me to do this part, and they're standing there, and I did it a couple of times, and Quincy's like, it's not really in the pocket, lay in the pocket a little bit more. And Michael's gave me a little bit of direction and stuff like that. Let's try it again. And I started doing it. When Michael started dancing around a little bit, I knew I think Quincy's like, that's great. Let's double that part, and blah, blah, blah. And that's the record.
Unfamiliar producing rock artists, when Van Halen came in to record his solo, Jones told him, quote, I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you what to play. The reason you're here is because of what you do play. Of course, Eddie Van Halen nailed it in 3 or 4 takes. Engineer Swedeen remembering, quote, that guitar solo is incredible. But I went in there when he was tuning and warming and I left immediately. It was so loud, I would never subject my hearing to that kind of volume level. Eddie Van Halen reminiscing that he did the solo for free as a favor, even though he technically didn't have permission. Quote, "The band's policy was we don't do things outside of the band. And everybody was out of town, so I had no one to ask. I swear to God, I figured who's gonna know if I play on this Black Kids record?" Myth and rumor surrounded Eddie Van Halen's contribution, one being that a mystery blaze broke out in the control room as he played. Quote, "Eddie was playing, and the monitor speakers literally caught on fire," recalled songwriter Rob Temperton. "The speaker caught fire, and we were all thinking, like, this must be really good, this solo." Also, on the final version right before Van Halen's guitar solo begins, a noise is heard that sounds like somebody knocking at a door. It was reported that the knock was a person walking into Van Halen's recording studio. Another story claimed that the sound was simply the musician knocking on his own guitar. However, Jackson performed the knocking sounds himself by striking a drum case. He is even credited on the album as drum case beater. Packed with killer hooks and a strong musical sensibility, Beat It pulls Michael Jackson into an urban world and relays the pressure of a young man needing to prove himself in a tough street environment. Michael takes total command with an impassioned vocal begging young men everywhere to stop the macho craziness inherent in gang life. Motivated by memories of rumbles between rival gangs from the front window of his childhood home in Gary, Indiana. Even after being lifted out of poverty, arriving in Hollywood to become a star at an early age, Jackson continued to grow up in an environment poisoned by toxic masculinity. The same poisonous substance that infects boys who join gangs. His ex-boxer, steelworker father terrorized and whipped him and his brothers regularly. The palpable sense of urgency in Michael's voice as he sings, quote, "Don't want to see no blood, don't be a macho man," can easily be identified as a plea to temper emotions before it goes too far. As though coming from someone who first-hand experienced the trauma of machismo gone wild. However, music critics interpreted Michael's depiction of gang violence as being more rooted in Hollywood spectacle, rather than his experience on mean streets of Gary. Songfacts asserting, quote, "His interpretation of two gangs coming together to rumble was based on the celluloid interpretations that he'd seen, specifically West Side Story, which used gangs as musical art." Unsurprisingly, the 1961 musical adaptation was a huge inspiration for Jackson when composing Beat It. Its title lifted from the movie's opening line.
Beat it.
Its references become even more evident in the track's accompanying music video. News of a fight circulates a diner and pool hall where gang members arrive, and the song begins to play. The camera cuts to Jackson lying on his bed as he contemplates the senseless violence. Jackson then dances his way towards the fight through the same diner and pool hall seen earlier. A knife battle takes place between the two gang leaders in a warehouse until Jackson arrives. He breaks up the fight and launches into a dance routine. Donning a zippered red leather jacket, black pants, white socks, and black loafers, the video ends with Jackson at the center of mass choreography with several synchronized dancers, introducing elements that would soon become his visual trademarks. The second video released for the Thriller album was originally going to be directed by Billie Jean director Steve Barron. But Barron's idea was for Beat It to take place on a ship full of white slaves, with Michael Jackson as the slave master. But even in the early MTV days, that just wasn't going to fly. So the video was written and directed by Bob Giraldi. Jackson asked Giraldi, at the time already an established commercial director, but who had never directed a music video, to come up with a concept for Beat It because he really liked a commercial Giraldi previously directed. It was about a blind elderly couple who, instead of running from a rundown neighborhood all the other white people had fled from, chose to stay and throw a block party for all the young children in the area. Contrary to popular belief, the concept of the video was not based on the Broadway musical West Side Story, Giraldi instead drawing inspiration from growing up in Paterson, New Jersey. Quote, "I listened to the song over and over and realized it was about all the Italian hoodlums I grew up with. Everybody trying to be tougher than they are, but really we're all cowards at heart." The video, which cost Jackson $150,000 to produce after CBS refused to finance it, was filmed on Los Angeles' Skid Row in March 1983. The short film was Jackson's first treatment depicting black youth and the streets, So to add authenticity to the production, Jackson cast members of rival Los Angeles street gangs Crips and Bloods as extras. Giraldi adding that while shooting, things got a little tense, so he had them shoot all scenes with the gang members on the first day.
Let me just throw the music on. Let me try and see if I can just diffuse the situation, and then we'll go home and I won't call the Crips and Bloods back tomorrow. I have enough footage of them anyway. Michael Jackson comes down the boxes, and they start dancing. And then all of a sudden, the other dancers start flailing their arms and start dancing. And I'm watching the Crips and the Bloods. They're just lined up, supposedly watching this thing going on. But the looks on their faces are so fascinating. Watching young African-American, probably gay men. They were watching the beautiful grace and symmetry of the dance, of the choreography that they knew. Tough as they were, they could never do that.
In addition to around 80 genuine gang members, the video also featured 18 professional dancers and 4 breakdancers. The video's world premiere took place on MTV on March 31st, 1983, just when Billie Jean was building momentum. An idea of Frank DeLeo, the vice president of Epic Records, who convinced Jackson to release Billie Jean and Beat It in quick succession. With both videos going into hot rotation for much of the summer of 1983, DeLeo correctly predicted that both singles would reach the top 10 at the same time. Billie Jean making it to number 1, before being toppled by Come On Eileen, which stayed at number 1 for a single week, before Jackson reclaimed the top position with Beat It the following week. Billie Jean and Beat It therefore occupied the top 5 at the same time, a feat matched by very few artists.
I had played on Beat It, on Michael Jackson's record, and his album went to number 1, and our album was number 2. Our single was number 1, his single was number 2. Then he did that Pepsi commercial, he burned his hair, and he stayed at number 1. Selfish, man. To this day, you know, the guys in the band still blame me for that album not going to number 1.
The single remained at the top of the Hot 100 for a total of 3 weeks. With sales of over 10 million worldwide, Beat It is one of the best-selling songs of all time and received the 1984 Grammy Award for Record of the Year and Best Male Rock Vocal Performance, as well as 2 American Music Awards. However, Beat It's impact extended far beyond just sales figures, as it decimated segregated radio formats and reshaped the future of pop music. Island Def Jam chairman L.A. Reid remembers being blown away. Quote, "Today we do things called mashups," he said. "Take Linkin Park and Jay-Z and put it together and it's certainly unique, but it's not unusual." But at that time, Eddie Van Halen was at the top of his game and fit right in with Beat It. It didn't feel like a guitar solo over some R&B track. It was very organic. The idea of it was really unusual, but the results weren't strained at all. With Thriller's edgier tracks Wanna Be Startin' Something, Billie Jean, and Beat It flooding radio airwaves and populating music charts around the world, Michael Jackson's music revolution was in full effect. However, the singer wasn't content purely releasing catchy pop hits, but aspired to show range and prove his other talents. As Jones would put it, quote, "To penetrate, you have to go for the throat in 4, 5, 6 different areas." And after a few high-heat songs in a row, it was time to cool things down. Toto keyboardist Steve Porcaro, along with some of his other bandmates, were assisting with the production of Thriller when Quincy asked if he had anything that could be pitched for the album. Running low on cassettes, Porcaro used a tape on which he had already recorded a demo called Human Nature, putting songs intended for Quincy Jones on the reverse side and marking on the label as to the side that should be listened to. Jones's gut instinct was that Porcaro's intended tracks were not quite right for Jackson. However, he didn't stop the tape, and the cassette deck automatically started playing the other side. As Jones described it, quote, "All of a sudden, at the end, there was all this silence. There was why, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da, why. Just a dummy lyric and a very skeletal thing. I get goosebumps talking about it. I said this is where we want to go, because it's got such a wonderful flavor." Lyrically, Steve Porcaro's inspiration for Human Nature came to him after a conversation with his daughter after a boy hit her at school. Porcaro comforting her by saying, quote, he probably likes you, and it's human nature.
We had one more mix to do, which was the song Africa. And I stopped by to see Heather on my way to the studio, and she'd had a rough day at school. And the title entered into my head, Human Nature, trying to explain why this boy who probably liked her had hit her at school that day. And the guys were in the booth putting up the mix, and I went out into the studio where the piano was. And pretty much the main chord structure of the song kind of all came to me at once.
He later created a demo for the track and presented it to Toto's other bandmates. However, they passed, stating it wasn't rock enough and felt the song would work better for someone else. Jones was excited about its potential, but was dissatisfied with the original lyrics. So he asked Jon Batiste, who had written hits for the likes of the Carpenters and the Pointer Sisters, to write some new ones. Porcaro, reflecting on Batiste's contribution, quote, he just nailed it. He turned my record into a song with a beginning, middle, and end. As the song developed, Jackson's breathy, lighter-than-air performance resulted in one of Thriller's most memorable moments, an ethereal, melodic symphony that cushioned Jackson's vocals as they float and swirl before taking flight with those oh-so-perfect, and unscripted, extended exclamations of why. By the late 1970s, Jackson's abilities as a vocalist were well regarded. Rolling Stone critic Stephen Holden writing that, quote, Jackson's feathery-timbered tenor is extraordinarily beautiful. It slides smoothly into a startling falsetto that's used very daringly. Jackson's vocal delivery keeps the track feeling fresh, and the intoxicating melody feels as though it has been plucked from the future or another world entirely. Even though Jackson didn't write Human Nature, the unencumbered emotion in his voice gives no doubt that Jackson found resonance in its lyrics. An outsider from his window looking onto a thrilling city, the singer fantasizes about stepping out and connecting with the life that surrounds him, yet appears to be out of reach. Michael Jackson attempts to take himself off the pedestal of fame and pursue a woman he is interested in. The yearning for freedom and authentic personal connection being universal. Michael revealing desperate times of unhappiness and isolation in his autobiography. Quote, I was so lonely. I wanted to meet people who didn't know who I was. I wanted to run into somebody who would be my friend because they liked me and needed a friend too, not because I was who I am.
I get afraid of, I don't know people. I get afraid of people sometimes. It's a whole nother life that I haven't really experienced that. Like friendship is a thing I'm just beginning to learn about. I was raised on the stage, and that's where I'm comfortable. And everything else is like foreign to me. I'm just beginning to know and learn about people, friendship, and things like that.
Human Nature ultimately replacing another track, which had already been recorded, titled Carousel. A light, playful number that echoed similar sentiments found in Off the Wall's Girlfriend and Rock With You, as well as the Jackson Brothers' earlier bubblegum hits at Motown. A flirtatious whimsy that fans grew to expect as part of a Michael Jackson record, and that was delivered on Thriller with PYT, Pretty Young Thing. Written by James Ingram and Quincy Jones with a spring in its step, PYT is the album's designated infectious party jam. While not overly complex musically nor vocally challenging, there is a sweetness embedded into the track. A moment of fun dance pop that isn't meant to change the world, but will undoubtedly shuffle your feet as you listen. Quincy Jones came up with the original title after his wife, Peggy Lipton, brought lingerie with the words "Pretty Young Thing" printed on them. From there, Jones asked several songwriters to write a track around the title. Jackson penned a mid-tempo version of PYT with keyboardist Greg Phillinganes. However, Jones wanted an upbeat track, and when James Ingram presented his demo, Jones said, quote, "That's it," and sent Ingram home to finish the lyrics. Jones then suggested they extend the bridge and add a chant section, resulting in Jones receiving his only co-writer credit on the album. Michael Jackson professed his love for the version Ingram and Jones came up with, stating that he liked the code in the lyrics and the fact that the words like tenderoni were fun rock and roll type words that couldn't be found in the dictionary. James Ingram later described working with Jackson and Jones.
Quote, "It's almost like I got the chance to go to Oz, and Quincy was the Wizard of Oz, and Michael Jackson was who he was dealing with in his world. Their work ethic is unbelievable." For backing vocals, Swedien positioned Jackson at different distances from the microphone to record each track, so to get a thicker sound. Two of Jackson's sisters, Janet and LaToya, also provided backing vocals, singing the na 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 part behind their brother towards the end of the song in the guise of being the PYTs. When eventually released on September 19, 1983, PYT had already gained popularity with listeners and was in heavy rotation on black radio. A frizzy funk tune, it was a perfect remedy for Jackson fans on the lookout for a danceable groove in the post-disco era. Michael continued to serve this niche on the Thriller album by incorporating tracks written by Rod Temperton. Having previously written hits Always and Forever and Boogie Nights as a member of the multiracial R&B group Heatwave, Temperton was at this point a trusted Jones collaborator. Having previously contributed to Jackson's Off the Wall album, its title track Burned This Disco Out, and the mega hit Rock With You. Writing the upbeat but ultimately unreleased Got the Hots and Hot Street, Temperton ended up contributing 3 other songs that made it onto Thriller. This included the funk soul groove Baby Be Mine that finds Jackson in a more carefree space vocally than elsewhere on the album. Quincy Jones refers to Baby Be Mine as Coltrane done in a pop song. Quote, "Take a close look at Baby Be Mine," he said, starting to scat. "It goes deedle-dee-doo, dee-dee-dee. That's Coltrane, man. It's got pop lyrics and a beat, but it's Coltrane." It all came from the same place. The frequent chord changes and occasional key shifts reflect bebop values, as do the quick splashes of background vocal fills. The production and specifically Jackson's vocals elevate the song from being purely filler, as one expects it would be on a lesser artist's album. However, Rob Temperton wasn't satisfied just writing the more frivolous pop tracks on the album, and was inspired to write something more theatrical to suit Jackson's larger-than-life stage persona. Temperton improvised with bass and drum patterns until he developed the bass line that runs through the track. Then he wrote a chord progression that built to a climax. He recalled, quote, "I wanted it to build and build, a bit like stretching an elastic band throughout the tune to heighten suspense." Temperton's first version was titled Starlight, with the chorus lyric, quote, "Give me some starlight, starlight sun." Quincy felt that the song should be the album's title track, but felt Starlight was not strong enough of a title. Instead, they wanted something much more mysterious to match Jackson's evolving persona. Saying to the songwriter, quote, "You managed to come up with a title for the last album. See what you can do for this one." Temperton revealing, quote, "I went back to the hotel, wrote 200 or 300 titles, and came up with Midnight Man." Jones felt Temperton was going in the right direction, but still wasn't quite there yet. Quote, "The next morning I woke up and I just said this word. Something in my head just said this is the title. You could visualize it at the top of the Billboard charts. You could see the merchandising for this one word, how it jumped off the page as Thriller." With the title decided, Temperton wrote its lyrics within a couple of hours. Somehow the British songwriter picked up on Jackson's love of horror movies and gave the lyrics a more ominous feel. The song found a balance between a Broadway-style narrative and a thumping, irresistible dance floor beat. Temperton envisioned a spoken word sequence for the ending, but did not know what form it should take. It was decided that it had to be performed by a famous voice from the horror genre, with Jones's then-wife suggesting her friend Vincent Price. Temperton composed the words for Price's part in a taxi on the way to the studio on the day of recording. Quote, "Rod wrote this brilliant Edgar Allan Poe spiel," said Jones, "and Vincent really understood it. Vincent did it in 2 takes. Incorporating sound effects such as creaking doors, thunder, footsteps, wind, and howling dogs, or more like Michael giving his best imitations. As soon as you hear the opening of Thriller, it's difficult not to conjure up visuals for its short film. But before its iconic imagery was burned into our collective consciousness, Thriller was just this catchy but kooky track in the middle of an otherwise mature album. For that reason, Thriller was not initially planned as a single, as Epic saw it being more of a novelty song. When asked, Walter Yetnikoff saying, quote, "Who wants a single about monsters?" However, after the album dropped from the top of Billboard 200 in the summer of 1983, having spent months at #1, the singer urged Yetnikoff to help conceive a plan to return the album to the top of the charts. Obsessive about his sales figures, Jackson's manager Frank DeLeo suggested releasing Thriller as a single, backed by a new music video. Quote, "It's simple. All you've got to do is dance, sing, and make it scary." After seeing the 1981 horror film An American Werewolf in London, Jackson contacted its director John Landis. A bold move, as film directors had not worked on music videos before, but Landis was intrigued.
I thought, I don't want to do a video. They're commercials to sell records. That's not my interest. And then I thought, well, wait a minute. It'd be fun to shoot a musical number correctly. I had hoped that to exploit his celebrity to bring back the theatrical short. And he was very enthusiastic about it. And I went home and I wrote a script that would be a 2-reeler. And I brought it back and he loved it. Only difference was he said, "Can the zombies dance?" Sure.
The director suggested they make a theatrical short on 35mm film with the production values of a feature film, rather than a standard music video. With a budget of $500,000, Thriller was going to be a much larger endeavor than any other music video before it. According to the director, when he called Walter Yetnikoff to propose the film, he swore so loudly Landis had to remove the phone from his ear. From the record label's perspective, they had little interest in making another video, believing that the album had already peaked. MTV, who benefited greatly from Jackson's earlier visual output, had a policy of not financing music videos, instead expecting record companies to pay for them in order to promote their artists. With Epic only contributing $100,000, Landis's producer George Folsey Jr. suggested a making of a documentary that, combined with the full-length video, would produce an hour-long film that could be sold to television to help finance its production. When the idea was proposed to networks, Showtime agreed to pay for half its budget, and MTV confirmed they would pay the rest, justifying their expenditure as financing a motion picture and not just a music video. Quote, "I wanted something that would glue you to the set, something you'd want to watch over and over," Michael wrote in his 1988 memoir. "I wanted to be a pioneer in this relatively new medium and make the best short music movies we could make." Thriller was even an event when it was being shot in October 1983. Marlon Brando, Fred Astaire, Rock Hudson, and Jackie Kennedy Onassis all turned up on set, and Eddie Murphy, Prince, and Diana Ross were spotted at its private premiere on the 14th of November. A week later, it was first shown to the public. To be eligible for the Oscars, it needed a week-long theatrical release, so Landis arranged for it to open bizarrely at Disney's Fantasia, at a single cinema in LA, though it was never nominated by the Academy. Then at midnight on 2nd of December, after weeks of trailers and media hype, MTV debuted Thriller to the world. The video opens with a disclaimer stating that Jackson in no way endorses supernatural practices, a decision made to help stem criticism from Michael's Jehovah's Witness faith. In the short film's extended prologue, Michael's moonlit date with his girlfriend, played by model Ola Ray, is cut short when their car breaks down. And while walking to get help, Jackson is transformed into a howling creature and attacks his date. The real Michael and Ola observe the scene in a movie theater and decide to leave after she gets spooked. Michael continues to tease her as they walk through empty streets, and nearby a horde of zombies rise from their graves, threatening the couple. To Ola's horror, Michael transforms into one of them himself and leads the troop of zombies into a choreographed dance routine. Afterwards, Michael and the other zombies corner Ola in an abandoned house, only for her to realize it was all a nightmare. Though Michael offers a last beast-eyed glance at the camera before the credits roll. While the music video has plenty of visual elements that have since become iconic, particularly Jackson's red moto-style jacket and matching pants, the Thriller dance sequence, developed by choreographer Michael Peters, is one of the most distinctive and imitated choreographies of all time. Dancer Vincent Patterson was asked to train Jackson and the other dancers for 4 days before they filmed, as well as appear as a zombie in the video himself. Quote, "I thought Peters hit the target immediately," Patterson recalls. "It was technical to a point. You couldn't be too technical with Michael Jackson. He wasn't an extremely trained dancer, but he could pick up things very, very well. Other iconic scenes in the music video included Michael's various terrifying metamorphoses. Inspired by American Werewolf in London, Jackson initially wanted to be transformed into a four-legged beast. However, this idea was soon replaced with a two-legged monster so Michael could still dance. John Landis suggested that Jackson should become a werewolf in a 1950s setting, inspired by the 1957 film I Was a Teenage Werewolf. However, special effects makeup artist Rick Baker decided to instead turn Jackson into a werecat. Quote, "Because I just didn't want to do another werewolf," he said.
And I discovered he really just wanted to turn into a monster. That was his desire. He loved it. And we showed him all these photos of monsters from different movies. Learned he'd never seen any of these movies. I mean, he knew Bride of Frankenstein was like, and King Kong. It was like it. He had never seen anything. But he wanted to turn into the werewolf like David Naughton did, which David was 4-footed. It turned into and I said, Mike, if you're gonna dance, it'll be hard with 4 feet. I said, let's do like I Was a Teenage Werewolf, Michael Landon, which is why he's wearing a Letterman's jacket. It's a 50s thing. And Rick eventually created that kind of leonine, it's sort of a cat monster, werecat thing, who's kind of elegant,
Initially envisioning a werecat that would resemble a Black Panther, Rick eventually added a longer mane and larger ears. According to Landis, the production involved the largest makeup team in film history up to that point, with 40 artists making up Jackson, dancers, and other extras into terrifying depictions of the undead. During its development, John Landis insisted that Jackson's transformations couldn't be too unattractive, but Baker was amused at how into the idea of turning into a monster Michael was. Quote, "I thought he's like a rock star. I don't think he's going to want to wear this makeup. But it turned out that's what he wanted to do more than anything," Baker recalled.
But you also did personal makeups for Michael, too, after that.
I didn't.
Never?
No. He wanted me to make pieces for him, disguise pieces and stuff, so he could go out. But he wanted to put them on himself. And I really felt we couldn't do what he really wanted, and he couldn't put it on in a way. Mm-hmm. I remember there was a picture in the National Enquirer of Michael with a afro wig on and his face painted gray, and it said it was a $10,000 makeup by makeup artist Rick Baker.
Great, nice commercial.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I didn't want to do it.
After the video premiere and the Making Michael Jackson's Thriller documentary was released on VHS, it attracted more than 100,000 advance orders, going on to sell nearly 10 million copies and winning a Grammy for Best Video Album in 1985. The video's success also doubled the already sensational numbers in album sales. Thriller would go on to receive 3 MTV Video Music Awards for Best Overall Performance in a Video, Best Choreography in a Video, and Viewer's Choice, as well as a People's Choice Award for Favorite Video of the Year. The song had been certified diamond, selling over 10 million units, and Thriller continues to chart every Halloween season, reaching number 1 on 3 different Billboard charts the week of November 8, 2023, some 40 years after its initial release. Another Rob Temperton track that made it onto Thriller, one of the only 2 that wasn't released as a single, was The Lady in My Life. Chosen to close the record out, the classic Sinatra-style ballad provides a finale full of grace and dripping with old-school soul. Michael wasn't a stranger to a ballad, but this wasn't some love song about a rat. Quincy Jones wanted to challenge Michael to perform something with much more soul and depth to it. The Lady in My Life isn't recounting an innocent crush or the bubbling excitement of a new romance. It's much more mature and committed with its intention. Quote, "We were used to doing a lot of takes in order to get the vocal as nearly perfect as possible, but Quincy wasn't satisfied with my work on that song," Michael Jackson remembered. "Finally, he took me aside late one session and told me he wanted me to beg. That's what he said. He wanted me to go back to the studio and literally beg for it. Therefore, Michael went into the studio and had them turn off the lights and close the curtains so not to feel self-conscious. Quincy started the tape and Jackson begged profusely, and the result is what you can hear on the record today. Described as the closest Jackson has come to crooning a sexy, soulful ballad after his Motown years, The Lady in My Life is another slice of perfect production. Seductive and smooth, the song slowly builds with Jackson's sublimely pure vocals and enticing melodies. Originally recorded with extra verses, timing constraints on vinyl forced the song to be trimmed back. Sacrificed was more than 2 minutes of Jackson's ad-libs in an extended outro that showcases his brilliance as a natural vocalist. Never to be performed live, nor did it receive a video, the track remains a mysterious glimmer of Jackson's undefinable magic. Through the pulsating beats and electrifying melodies of Thriller, Michael Jackson truly transcended the boundaries of music to create a timeless masterpiece that still resonates with audiences across the globe. Its success gave Jackson an unprecedented level of cultural power never previously achieved by a black artist, leading him to being honored by the president at the White House as the most significant entertainer of a generation. Thriller was the first album to spend 37 non-consecutive weeks at #1 on the Billboard 200, conquering the Grammys in 1984, winning a record-breaking 8 awards including Album of the Year, a space and time when Jackson's unparalleled talent and creative vision single-handedly ignited a revolution in music, forever altering the landscape of popular culture. Greatness that cannot be replicated ever again in quite the same way, but can still inspire those brave enough to meet the standard Michael Jackson set all those years ago, whether yesterday, today, or forevermore.
Ok, isso. Menu name molasap. Te digo mais, misturar isso com arroz e feijão ficaria delicioso. Oh, obrigado. Brasil name Garapa. Esse vídeo aqui vai ser tudo que eu conseguir comer até dar o horário de devolver a motoca. Eu acabei de ver uma aqui, pessoal, que é essa daqui a gente já viu no nosso primeiro vídeo do Mianmar. E vou ver se está pronto, porque eu não tenho certeza. Lava. Isso. Eu posso... Eu não sei se eu pego a cadeirinha aqui para sentar. Can I sit here? Yeah, to eat? Yeah? Hey, Minglava. Essa cadeirinha aqui é bem... Pra ser sincero, eu não sei muito bem como funciona. No outro lugar que eu tava na capital, era um lugar muito chique, etc. E aqui a gente tá na rua zona mesmo e eu quero experimentar. Vamos ver como é que vai ser. Oh, thank you. Preparando ali um molhinho. Ok. Ela me mostrou que é 100 cada coisinha. Parece que ela tá preparando pra mim aqui. Oh, obrigado! Thank you! Jesus quebare. Vamos experimentar isso aqui. Vai. Muita gente me indicou eu não comer na rua aqui. Mas vamos experimentar, né, cara? Vamos lá. Então, isso aqui é uma sopinha que eles me deram. Tem gostinho de carne. O que ela tá cortando ali, ó? Uma orelha do porco? Não sei, vamos pegar um. Então, vou pegar um aqui. Eu não sei que parte é essa, eu tô só checando pra ver se tem ovinho aqui, parece que não. E aí a gente coloca nesse molho aqui, parece, né? Vamos lá. Esse aqui parece ser molho de pimenta, mas também acho que tem alguma coisa de quiabo aqui, porque tá um pouco gosmento, tá? Vamos ver. Que delícia, velho. Isso aqui é fígado. Olha que gostoso, cara. Peguei mais um aqui, porque realmente tá muito gostoso, cara. Muito bom. Vamos continuar explorando. Esse daqui tava perto do hostel que eu tava. No final do vídeo eu mostro o hostel. Eu tenho que ir para mais lugares que eu tenho que devolver a moto em algumas horas, então temos que ser rápido para ver muita coisa. So, thank you. Vai. Vamos para a próxima, nega. Eu quero sair um pouco dessa cidade. Vamos ver o que a gente encontra. Ainda não saí da cidade, mas eu vi essa barraquinha. Então vamos ver o que que tem aqui, né? Ó, uns tuk-tuk passando. Minglaba. Parece que é um doce.
Yes.
Hey, I would like to eat one. Can you make one for me?
For me?
One for me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Minglaba. Hey, hello. Ó, os cachorrinhos vieram aí já pra me checar. Hey, Minglava. Good? I'm from Brazil. Brazil. Enjoy. Vamos lá, galera. A galera aqui é muito receptiva, muito amável. Vamos voltar aqui. O que ela tá fazendo aí pra gente? Ela colocou umas bolinhas de não sei. Cara, eu não sei mesmo, tá? Mas parece aqueles negócios, aquelas bolinhas de chá. Sorry. Ah, tem banana. Aham, perfeito. Sempre lava a faca antes. Maravilhoso. Moranguinho. Perfeito. Fruta cristalizada. Pô, gente, esse daí vai ser meu almoço, cara. Beleza. E parece marmelada. Não, tipo doce de abóbora, não sei. This looks very good, sorry. Ela vem pegar agora um gelinho. Maravilhoso. Que legal, cara. Ah, e o pão? Ah, vocês lembram daquela comida que eu comi, que era pão com umas coisas? Parece ser parecido, só que de um jeito mais chique, né? Esse aqui tem mais coisas, é uma tigela maior. Agora eu entendi, então aquilo é uma coisa bem tradicional. Nossa, e tem raspas de coco. Que maravilha, que maravilha. Nossa, isso vai estar muito bom, cara. Só preciso ter certeza de uma coisa, se é com leite de normal ou leite de coco. Porque leite normal eu não posso muito, não. Ah, condensed milk. Ah, condensed milk? Milk? Just a little bit, okay?
Yeah?
Little bit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will sit there with my friends. Thank you. E aqui? It's okay. Okay. Thank you. Eu pedi pra ela colocar pouco porque eu vi que era leite, né? E eu achei muito legal. Thank you. Jesu Tembari. Jesu Tembari. E vocês sabiam que o leite condensado, na verdade, olha esse nome, né? Eles pegaram leite e condensaram numa lata que era para os caras do exército usar. Daí eles botavam uma colher e o resto de água e misturava e virava leite. Você viu que ela fez isso aqui agora. Então ela pegou uma colher de leite condensado, misturou num copo de água e bateu, queria virar o leite e jogar aqui. Eu pedi para ela jogar um pouquinho, ela também colocou uma essência de outra coisa. Eu sou intolerante à lactose e eu não tô com uma... Gente, isso aqui tá muito interessante. Olha aqui. Eu não curto pão molhado porque, porque não sei, mas vamos lá. Nossa. É muito bom. Cara, lembra quando o açaí nasceu, assim? Não nasceu, mas como virou popular pros outros estados? Daquela forma de sorvete que, pelo menos falando de mim, tá? Eu pensava em adicionar, leite condensado, creme de não sei o que, Nutella. E naquela época, achando que era muito maneiro, bom, é assim, a gente gosta. Então tem meio que esse sabor doce aqui. Me trouxe essa lembrança. Obviamente, se for pensar de forma nutricional, melhor comer sem essas adições, né? Mas, cara, que massa. Porque eu tô pegando aqui, ó, banana, morango, o pão ainda tô entendendo. Isso daqui que parece uma geleia de mamão, sei lá. Não, pega. Parece aquela fruta, esqueci o nome, velho. Que é tipo um tom laranja. Abóbora. Isso aqui é abóbora, velho. Tem, aliás, eu acho que é. Very good, very good. Oh.
Myanmar.
Myanmar.
Happy New Year.
What is this? Ah,
Brazil.
Brazil.
Yes.
What is this?
Menu name.
No, come here. Sit here. Sit here. Sit here with me.
Okay.
What is this?
Menu name Molasap.
Menu name Molasap.
Yes.
It's I will try. I don't know what's menu name Molasap.
Yes.
Que delícia. It's good.
Oh.
It's very good.
Oh, thank you.
Cara, não entendi muito bem, mas tem um sabor muito forte de amendoim. Tem coco aqui em cima. Não sei se é café. Is this coffee?
No.
Hmm?
No, Tallias.
Huh?
Tallias.
Talhas.
Yes.
It's very good.
Oh, thank you.
Cara, parece as vitaminas que eu fazia em casa e batia amendoim. Tá muito gostoso, mas não sei o que é. Escreva na língua de Myanmar perguntando quais os ingredientes que ela usou para fazer este copo que está na minha frente.
Oh.
Okay, wait.
Okay. Os Tanyaye. Jige. Ondi Nanda. Mumba. Yes.
Ok. Ela irá responder em irmanês em áudio, ok?
Tanyaye. Mumba. Nanda. Ondi. Yes.
Vamos ver. Ah! Ok.
Ok.
Ok. Tá vendo, galera? A galera fala, Diego, usa o chat GPT, usa o Google Tradutor. Mano, não dá, mano. Dá em línguas que todo mundo conhece, cara. Aqui no Laos e aqui não deu muito, não. This is very good. I really like it. What's the name of this here?
Menu name Xuanye.
Shirin E.
Yes.
And this?
Molasap.
Shirin E.
Xuanye.
Molasap.
Molasap.
Ah, thank you so much. Very good. Caraca, mano. Tu viu que a pessoa só veio aqui e me entregou, né, mano? Legal, eu nem pedi. E provavelmente ela não vai me deixar pagar por isso daqui, mas eu vou dar uma nota pra ela e... tipo, deixar o troco, que eu sei que vai pagar isso. E, cara, eu não quero pagar de... tipo, bonzão, não sei o que, não, mano. E eu tenho certeza que ninguém aqui fez pra receber algo em troca, é mais pela gentileza. Aqui não tem esse suprassumo do capitalismo dos Estados Unidos, onde todo mundo faz um negócio esperando algo em troca, não. Então, bora pegar a motoca e... where can I eat moringa? No? Just in the morning?
Morning breakfast.
Ah, ok. Ok, thank you. Então, moringa, que é um prato tradicional, ela falou que eu não consigo ter agora, só no café da manhã. Então vamos procurar outra coisa. Acho que acabamos de achar um lugar bem local, ó. Tá cheio de gente. Vou sentar aqui. Deixa eu parar minha motoca aqui, ó. Tá cheio de gente. Ainda não tá tão afastado da cidade ainda. Mas vamos lá. Entrar aqui com o pessoal. Mingalaba. What's the same from yesterday?
Malashakon.
Malashakon. Okay. Thank you. And one egg. Perfeito. Eu comi aqui ontem e o nome é Malashakon. E... Okay. Okay. It's very good. Hello. Aqui elas lavam os pratos, faz aqui o ovinho E eu não tenho certeza se a comida são frutos do mar que tem ali dentro. Ah não, ali é o macarrão. Ah, na outra panela tem um negócio, eu acho que era salada ou era frutos do mar. E como vocês podem ver, cara, tudo é organizado bem direitinho, velho. Não tem coisa errada aqui. Aliás, vamos lá. É bem direitinho, bonitinho dentro do que pode ser, na condição que é. E cara, eu vou mostrar o amor que é colocado aqui, ó. Olha como ela faz com amor, mano. A salsicha, o ovo, aquele vegetal ali fazendo um charme. Colocado de um jeito bonitinho. Very good. Eu acabei de ver que tem um do lado aqui, ó. Pensei que os dois eram iguais. Ah, esse daqui é suco. Esse aqui é suco. Minglava. Ah, de comida também. Minglava. Ah. Oh. Ups. Aí o almoço. Eu quase pisei no cachorro, cara. O cara apontou pra mim ali, eu quase pisei no cachorro. Enquanto a gente espera ali, tô vendo que tem uns mano aqui, parece que eles estão jogando um joguinho indiano. Esse vídeo vai ser só de comida, mas a gente vê uns negócios assim, né, mano? Bora mostrar. Hey, Minglava. The Indian game? Yeah. Ah. Oh, hi. Ah. Do you wanna see? É como se fosse um jogo de sinuca, só que você, ao invés de pegar no taco e bater no taco, você dá um telecozinho no que seria a bolona branca, que é aquele disco. Aí você tem que jogar os discozinhos pequenos no buraco. É assim que é. Esse lugar aqui parece ser bem movimentado, tem mais gente chegando aqui o tempo inteiro. Eu acabei de perceber. Eu tava aqui olhando, né? Nossa, que legal, toda hora tá chegando gente nesse espaço. Eu sou o único homem aqui. Tem 11 mulheres e só eu de cara. Aliás, eu e o marido da mulher que tá fazendo a comida ali também. E a título de curiosidade, esse país tem mais mulheres do que homem também, igual a Tailândia. E por conta dessa guerra civil também, muitos caras estão no exército. Ela acabou de entregar aqui o lanche. Aqui a gente já pode, almoço, né? Sei lá. Aqui a gente já pode ver milho, frutos do mar, eu acho, o ovo, gergelim, amendoim. Espera um pouquinho, vou perguntar para ela o nome disso. Vou colocar aqui o Google Tradutor, vamos ver se vai dar certo. Já coloquei aqui o setting para birmanês, vamos ver. Já sabia que isso ia acontecer, mais uma vez não funcionou, só fiz isso aí na prática porque a galera fica falando: Diego, usa o Google Tradutor, usa o chat GPT, rarará. Eu sei que eu tenho... Opa! Oh my god, sorry, I will pay for this. Ops, eu agradeço muito o carinho e tem coisas que eu não sei mesmo experimentar isso aqui. Esse aqui agora é o meu almoço, tá bem quente, o prato está quente. Eu não sou bom com isso aqui não, mas vamos lá. Amendoim, eu acho que isso é salsicha, algum tipo de salsicha. Tem aqui ovo de codorna, tipo folha de repolho. Acho que é algum tipo de salsicha de frutos do mar. Talvez seja tofu, deixa eu ver. Isso daqui é tipo uma espécie de fungo, de cogumelo. Eu acho que o nome é orelha de macaco, a tradução é algo parecido com isso. E tem muitos vegetais aqui também, cara. Aí, na moral, escreve aí embaixo aí agora. Eu sei que Mianmar é um país muito pouco falado. É um país que está fechado, já tem mais de 5 anos. Não completamente fechado, mas... O que você achou? Tem um tempero aqui, cara. Essa mistura de pimenta com doce. E tem uma coisa aqui que eu não sei o nome, que tá fazendo minha boca ficar meio que... ligeiramente dormente. Tirando o ovo, que eu teria feito sem óleo, ou quase nenhum óleo... O restante foi feito no vapor, cara. Na água, desculpa. Então, é uma refeição saudável. Ou aparentemente saudável. É uma refeição aparentemente saudável. E... São muito difíceis com palitinho. Comeria de novo. 100%. Uma cena rápida. Tenta imaginar isso aqui há 900 anos atrás, onde Bagan era o reino dos reinos, né? Não fazia sentido o pessoal ter construído mais de 10 mil templos aqui, se aqui não fosse um lugar incrível de se morar, né? E agora é um pouco deserto, um pouco não, né? A gente vê como que era largo o rio, mano. Que loucura, brother, que loucura. Parei nesse lugar aqui rapidinho, não é aconselhável vocês fazerem isso aqui não, cara. Quando vocês vierem aqui, vocês usam um tênis, porque aqui não é lugar muito explorado não. Então você, na própria vilazinha que você tá, você pode encontrar escorpião, umas aranhas-zona. O que mais tem cobra? Umas cobras talvez, né? Cobra não sei. Não sei como é que é cobra aqui. Carrapato, piolho. Então, sempre quando eu passo assim no meio das vilas, é muito comum ver uma pessoa sentada e outra pessoa sentada um pouquinho acima, olhando no cabelo para ver se não tem piolho ou tirando quando tem. Alguma coisa foi na minha perna tá coçando. Ai, tá vermelha. Eita. Caraca, me cortei. Eu acabei de ver essa vendinha aqui. Elas estão iniciando o fogo ainda. Mas parece que já tem alguma coisa aqui. Minglava. Ela tá ali, ó. Preparando o fogo. Very good. Very good. Aí, ó. Pô, nem usou tesoura. Ela pegou a brasa pra cortar. E aqui os pedacinhos de madeira, que já vai ser o próximo carvão ali, ó. Sensacional. Eu não consigo ficar nessa posição que ela tá. Vou mostrar aqui. Eu não consigo, eu tenho que levantar aqui assim. Provavelmente você também. Ou caso você consiga, você não consegue ficar confortável, a menos que você faça pilates. Escreve aí se você consegue. Para eu ficar nessa posição, meu corpo tem que ficar extremamente assim para balancear o peso e minha falta de alongamento. Vamos ver o que ela tá fazendo. Lava.
Tempura.
Tempura? Ah, maybe. Hello. Hey, lava. Ah, são vegetais. Vegetais que ela coloca junto com talvez alguma coisa com farinha e talvez um pouquinho de ovo. E ela faz uma pequena porção e frita. A parte do fritar é interessante aqui. Se você pensar que talvez teve uma falta de higiene, alguma coisa do tipo, foi frito ali, botado em alta temperatura, de boa, considerando que o óleo tá bom, né? Isso. Ei, lava. Vamos ver um aqui. Então, this is this.
Yes, yes.
Ah, okay, okay. How much is one?
200.
200, one of this, okay.
One piece is
One piece, 200. Vou pegar um aqui. 200. Vamos ver se isso aqui é bom. É gostoso? Vou ficar aqui com ela aqui, ó. Vamos experimentar aqui. Isso. Rapaz, que delícia. Very good, cara. É muito bom, velho. Tem tipo alho, cebola frita. Nossa. This is very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Nossa.
Tamarind sauce. Tamarind sauce.
Ah. Tamarindo. Esse aqui é um pouquinho doce. Nossa, que delícia. Very good. Nossa. Mano. Não tô forçando. Mas tá ligado aquela cebola frita do Outback? Me veio esse gosto na boca, velho. Sério mesmo. Nossa. I will take one more. Mano, vou pegar mais um aqui. Eu não tô zoando, não tô forçando não, velho. Gostoso demais. Faz muito tempo que eu não como fritura. Assim. Então... Oh, sorry. Eu vim aqui, ó. Tentar com ela aqui, ó. It's very good. And what is this?
မညိတာပြောလိုက်အောင်လေအဲ့ဒါလောက်တာလို့
Hã?
မညိသူ့စားတဲ့ဟာလို့ဒါပြောလိုက်အောင်လေ
Ó, aqui elas fazem a pimenta. Ó. Ah, this is the same. Ah, tamarim sauce.
Yes, yeah.
Ah, oi. Peraí. Ah. Então, esse molhinho aqui é o que ela tá fazendo aqui atrás, que é um molhinho de tamarindo com pimenta. E elas me deram uma folha de hortelã. Parece hortelã, não comi ainda, mas... Delícia! Que refrescante. Eu não sou acostumado com fritura, possivelmente minha barriga vai doer, mas tá muito gostoso. Very good. Ó. Very good. Mingaba. Mingaba. Salut cao là. Salut cao ba. Salut cao là.
Cao nè. Salut cao là.
Salut cao là. Cao nè.
Cao nè. Jesu ba.
Jesu ba. Jesu ba.
Jesu ba.
Jesu can body. Jesu can body. Isso, thank you. Mano, que delícia, velho. Gostei demais. Que bom que eu parei aqui, mano. Que bom, que delícia. Very good. Qual que é o nome disso no Mianmar?
Zonho é Cheto.
Casonho é Cheto. É muito bom, cara. Que delícia que foi essa parada, brother. Vamos continuar. Possivelmente nesse lugar que eu tô indo vai ter essa mesma comida aí. Talvez um pouco mais caro, vamos ver. Porque foi a indicação do hostel lá. Eita, vamos procurar o próximo... Próxima hello. Vamos procurar a próxima comidinha de rua aqui. E vamos interagir com algum local, hein? No próximo. Vai, onde é que eu tô? Acho que eu entrei dentro de um monastério. Ah, tem uma saída ali. Olha lá. Eita, nós. Peguei um atalho aqui, mano. Caraca. Vou cair. Nossa. Vamos nessa. Eu vi no Google Maps que tinha uma rota que dava pra cortar caminho. Aí eu tô tentando fazer ela. E a gente tá no meio de templo. Caraca. Encontramos um louco aqui, ó. Tá louco, irmão. Se liga nesse lugar aqui, nas costas de um dos 2.000 templos aqui. Se fosse perto do Rico Cristo Redentor, eu ia falar no sovaco do Cristo. Onde que eu paro minha motoca? Vou parar aqui embaixo, aqui, né, velho? Vamos chegando. Vamos chegando. Ops, quase que eu bati na estrutura. Vamos chegando e vamos entrando como se a gente já fosse amigo do pessoal, né? Vamos lá? Vamos ver como é que é isso? Ó o molequinho. Hello? Minglaba. Não deu oi pra mim? Ah, aquele negócio que eu comi agora. Ah, mas isso aqui eu não comi não, hein? Parece amendoim. Minglaba.
Minglaba, where do you come from?
I'm from Brazil.
Oh, Brazil.
And you?
In Myanmar.
Yangon? Bagan?
No, in Bagan.
Bagan. Okay. First time I will look it and I will buy something, okay?
Yes, okay. This is in Myanmar, people.
This looks very good. Ok. Continuando, qual o cachorrinho aqui embaixo? Minglava. What else do you have here? Let me see. Water. Do you have moringa?
Moringa, no.
No, okay.
Moringa is in the morning.
Breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast is at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Yes. This is Myanmar people.
this salad.
This is this is nhao yue.
The green tea?
Yes, this no green tea. Nhao yue.
Nhao nhue.
Nhao yue. Yeah, this is the
I tried this.
Yes.
I tried this.
This is nyama bibe.
Can I take one? Cara, você lembra dessas plantinhas aqui? Eles comem isso aqui na salada.
Tamarind.
Ah, tamarind. Isso aqui é folhinha de tamarindo.
Tamarind, yeah, this seaweed.
Seaweed.
And the tea leaf flat.
The one. Ah, okay. Nice. Is this for eat?
Yes.
Can I take one?
Yeah.
One for me?
Yeah.
What's the name this?
Seaweed. Seaweed.
I don't know what is this.
This Myanmar is called seaweed.
Okay. Okay. One?
One bush.
Yes. Thank you.
You want tempura?
I will take a look first, okay? Nossa, que delícia.
Gingerbread. Watercress tempura.
Gingerbread?
Watercress.
Okay.
Yeah, watercress. Onion is tempura.
The onion I tried in another market.
Oh yeah.
Yes, the onion I tried it. It's very good.
This is my favorite.
This one.
Yeah,
I tried this one. It's very good. Very good.
This potato.
Potato.
You can check.
I will wait. And this.
The pea tempura.
Pea.
Pea. Yeah.
Okay.
Pea tempura.
Pea tempura.
Yeah, with lady finger.
Okay.
Cost.
Okay. How much is this?
One portion is 2,500. 10 pieces. One portion is, and you can try 10
1,
pieces.
2, 3, 10 pieces, 2,500.
Wait.
You know, in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Another 5. 5 is 10 is 2,500. No.
5 is 2,000.
No. This is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
One
10
portion.
is 1 is
Okay.
2,500.
Okay.
Yes.
Understand. Okay. Okay. Entendi.
This bamboo tempura. You like? Bamboo tempura.
Bamboo tempura.
Yeah. They're crispy.
Can I take
The
one?
salt together is very good.
Yeah. Okay. Tempura.
Yeah. This fry.
Ok. Então ele me deu isso aqui. Meu pé tá queimando aqui embaixo. É bambu com...
The cough. Tempura. The watercress tempura.
Isso aqui é bambu.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Vamos experimentar isso aqui? Vamos ver. Very good. Vamos experimentar.
Yes, you will take it, so I will bring you a David.
I will just put my video here. Então, vamos experimentar isso aqui, que tem umas bolinhas aqui dentro. Não entendi muito bem o que é. Vamos ver. É uma delícia, mas a gente não sei o que é não.
Não.
Feijão? What is this again?
The beef. This one. This one is my together. Is rice.
Beans.
Together, yeah. It's ginger and garlic. Soft and another is together.
Feijão.
Yes.
Gengibre e outras coisas. Faz isso aqui junto.
Yeah.
Não preciso sentar.
My shop is favorite. Your customer is
very good. I love beans.
Yes.
I love rice and beans. Very good. So I will sit there.
Just I will review a little bit. Sorry. Yours is spicy or no spicy?
Medium.
Medium.
Yeah, a bit spicy. Thank you. E pessoal, estamos aqui, né, em Bagan. Pedi uma coisa que é isso daqui que eu vou mostrar aqui agora. O nome é Seawish. Mas a tradução eu não consegui. Tá dando pra ver? É isso, cara. Deixa eu ver aqui. Ah, internet. Não sei se vai dar pra ver. Tá vendo? Deu pra ver? Então, esse prato é feito desse fungo, desse cogumelo que você tira da madeira. E daí você mistura o cogumelo com temperos e virou comida, né, cara? Assim como também, às vezes no Laos, você mistura formiga com os temperos e virou comida também. Lá no Laos é comum. Então vamos experimentar. Ih, mas ó, nossa amiga aqui tá fazendo... Ela tá fazendo um caldinho de cana, meu chegado. O busão passou, o caldinho de cana chegou. Os cachorrinhos daqui. Oi. Oi. E aí? Brazil name, Garapa. What's the name in Myanmar? No, that's okay. Myanmar name. Não, ok. Os cachorrinhos tá ali, tudo bem. Não vou fazer a moça ficar tímida. Agora eu vou sentar ali pra comer. Ih, ele me trouxe mais uma coisa? Hã?
Chappy.
Chappy.
You do like it, change it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much.
After which the salt and
Okay.
will be with you.
Thank you. Ele me trouxe uma porção aqui das coisas que elas estavam fritando. Bora experimentar? Vamos lá. Esse aqui que é o fungo com temperos. Tem alho, já vi que tem cebola. Não, eu não vi alho não, vi cebola. Nossa. Parece que tem queijo. Olha, tem tanta coisa que eu não sei qual que seria o sabor do fungo em si. Mas esse aqui parece ser muito bom. Te digo mais, misturar isso aqui com arroz e feijão ficaria delicioso. Oi, obrigado. Thank you. Cara, isso aqui é muito bom. Mas eu preciso falar uma coisa. Eu tô me sentindo um pouco mal. Hoje, sensação térmica de 40 graus. E, pô, comer fritura, 40 graus andando no sol. Tava com pouca água, né? Só com essa aguinha aqui. Agora eu comprei uma outra. Então tô me sentindo um pouco tonto. Tem pimenta, com certeza. Parece que ela espremeu um pouquinho de limão. E cebola. Não sei o que mais tem, mas o sabor tá muito gostoso. E digo mais. Isso daqui com alguma outra coisa crocante junto, talvez batata palha, ia ficar maravilhoso, velho. Ó, que delícia. 10 de 10.
This is Myanmar tea.
Ah, tea. Myanmar tea. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Everything okay?
Yeah, everything is very good, very perfect. Myanmar tea is traditional, right?
Sorry?
Traditional for the country.
Yeah, traditional, yeah.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
To take care of the hot.
Do you want for you?
For you.
You. Yeah.
Thank you.
How long do you have this shop?
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Thank you.
How can I say cheers in Myanmar language?
My language is same. Cheers.
Tia.
Cheers. Yeah.
Tia. Congratulations for your shop. It's very, very good.
Yes, thank
very
you.
good.
I will bring.
Então vou falar aqui, ó, todo mundo do Brasil, quando vier aqui pro Myanmar, em Bagan, vocês vão vir no Shoyu. Shoyu. E vocês vão experimentar isso aqui que é delicioso. E isso daqui, mano, tem muita fritura aqui, mas esse daqui, que é o bolinho de feijão com gengibre, é muito bom, cara. É muito bom, porque o feijão tá cozido molinho, sabe? Nossa, isso aqui é bom demais, velho. É bom demais. Falei do cozido molinho, que em outros lugares o feijão é um pouco mais duro, quando eu tava na Tailândia. Esse chá que ele fez questão de trazer na mesa aqui, é uma coisa muito comum em qualquer lugar que você sentar no Myanmar. Você vai sentar na mesa, fazer seu pedido, eles vão chegar com uma garrafinha de chá, ou a garrafa de chá já vai estar lá. Que eles têm as folhinhas de chá, já tá dentro da garrafa, eles vão completando com água quente. Tá muito calor, mano. Tá muito calor. Opa! Ah, the one that you show me.
Is tempura.
Bambu and tempura.
Yeah.
Então vamos lá, esse aqui é bambu e tempura. Então eu vou pegar um aqui, frito, né? Tá um pouquinho quente, vou pegar esse aqui. Vamos lá.
It's very crispy.
Very
Salt together is very good.
Cara, quer que a gente se sente bem no país dele, né? Tá me dando coisas aqui. No início do vídeo, a moça que me deu aquela coisa de beber, que tava muito gostoso, ela não aceitou eu pagar aquilo. Ela me deu como presente. Aí eu falei, não, toma aqui. Ela, não. Aí, tipo, eu já ia começar a ser inconveniente se eu estivesse empurrando o dinheiro, sabe? Eu só queria ser, tipo, legal, mas ela também queria ser legal. A gente tem que dar essa oportunidade para as pessoas. Afinal, Como eu falei antes, aqui não é os Estados Unidos onde alguém... Tô generalizando, tá? Isso não é em todo lugar. O menino caiu de bicicleta ali. Onde o garçom faz algo pra você porque ele já faz pensando no tips. O senso de comunidade aqui é diferente, não é um senso de capitalismo, é um senso de... Chega aí, mano. Todo mundo junto. Isso é lindo, isso é lindo. Lembra da nossa infância, né? Cara, não sei se vocês perceberam, já o sol saiu um pouquinho, né? Quando eu tava lá comendo a minha última comidinha, eu comecei a me sentir um pouco mal. Mas não foi mal de estômago não, cara, foi mal tipo... Acho que foi muito sol, velho. Tava 40 graus, mano, andando ali de motoca, passando nesses lugares só com sol no coco. Então eu fiquei tipo sentado num lugarzinho ali, tomando água e agora eu tô bem de boa. Mas vamos finalizar o vídeo aqui, né, cara? Vamos dar tchau pra alguém aqui pra finalizar o vídeo. O que vocês acharam de conhecer as comidas de Mianmar? Do norte de Mianmar, né? A gente tá no norte, sul, leste, oeste, noroeste de Mianmar. Mianmar é bem grande assim, então tem comidas diferentes também em diferentes lugares. À vista! Até a próxima. Vou tentar tirar uma soneca, tô cansado.